Hokage I, the blind swordsman of White Fang's house. Author, Golem. Introduction. Through Hokage, he became the blind eldest son of Konoha White Fang and the twin brother of Hatake Kakashi. But Kane Kong, who knew the plot, was unable to stop White Fang from committing suicide. At the funeral of his father, who died because of the Konoha conspiracy, he activated the template system and vowed to use the sword in his hand to smash the darkness of Konoha. Since then, a swordsman who shocked the ninja world was born. I, Hatake Senshi, the blind swordsman of the White Fang family. P.S. The new book has been opened. Gaowu, I slayed gods and demons in Shanhaijing study. Absolutely wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Chapter 1, The Death of White Fang. Chapter 4, Takeoff, Pause. Konoha 44 years. The sky was overcast with clouds, and two thunders rang out from time to time, and the whole village was filled with a sense of sadness and chill. The cemetery of the Hatake clan was crowded with people, and two silver-haired youths knelt in front of a tombstone, looking sad and heartbroken, obviously suffering the heaviest blow in their lives. The two teenagers are named Hatake Chika and Hatake Kakashi, and the deceased person on the tombstone is none other than their father, Hatake Sakumo, a genius ninja known as Konoha White. Today is his funeral. At this moment, Hatake Chika and Hatake Kakashi wanted to shout loudly and roar in pain, but their throats seemed to be pinched by some invisible force, and they couldn't make any sound. Only two lines of clear tears shed silently. Kankong was originally a high school student of Blue Star. By chance, he crossed into the dream world of Naruto, and also became Kakashi's twin brother, the eldest son of Hatake Sakumo. However, he was originally expected to be able to inherit the White Fang swordsmanship, but soon after he was born, it was discovered that he was born blind. For this reason, in the process of growing up, it caused a lot of controversy and ridicule. However, Hatake Shiku doesn't care because he has a father who loves him deeply and leads him forward. It is precisely because of his father's encouragement that he can persevere on the road of becoming a ninja. And just a while ago, after living in the ninja world for 8 years, he finally awakened the golden finger called the God-level template system. The first template is Fujitora, one of the 3 naval admirals in One Piece. Coincidentally, he is also blind. The system requires Kaneko to draw 1,000 knives every day to obtain a template completion rate of 0.1%. When the template completion rate reaches 10%, one of Fujitora's template abilities can be unlocked. Kankong was overjoyed, but he didn't tell his father the news. He wanted to give his father a surprise when he got the ability. Since then, he has worked hard every day to draw his sword and diligently complete system tasks. During this time, Hatake Sakumo received a top-secret mission, and the difficulty of the mission surpassed S rank. After a fierce battle, he was caught in a dilemma. Rescue companions or complete missions? In that period of constant war, the first reaction of almost all ninjas was to give up their companions and continue to complete the task. However, Hatake Sakumo made the opposite choice. As a result, the mission failed, the village suffered huge losses, and all the people in the village began to accuse and abuse him. For these controversies, Hatake Sakumo just smiled. In his heart, companions are always more important than cold tasks. However, just yesterday, when the companion who was rescued by him broke into the house and started scolding him with his nose, his heart finally collapsed. As a Naruto fan, Shiku of course knew about the plot of Hatake Sakumo who would commit suicide after this incident, so since the ninja came, he has been by his father's side for a moment. Moreover, as long as tonight is over, the system task will be refreshed. After completing the task, the completion rate of the template will reach 10%, and you will obtain the perfect domineering ability of Fujitora Smile. What is the concept of the perfect level of arrogance? Beginners can gain insight into everything around them. Intermediates can extend the scope, advanced can know good and evil, and temporarily predict the future. And the domineering arrogance of the perfect level of seeing and hearing has surpassed the realm of predicting the future. It can replace the eyes, and even surpass the white eyes and see through everything. As long as Kankon displays a perfect level of arrogance, then all the details within the range of perception will be revealed in front of him. He believed that as long as he showed this ability in front of his father would be extremely happy, and even the idea of suicide would be dispelled. But just as Kankon turned around and poured a glass of water, he heard a pop. After turning around, blood was already dripping all over the ground, and the short chakra knife made famous by his father quickly slit his throat. The water glass in Kankon's hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the glass shattered all over the floor. He stood there sluggishly, unable to react for a long time. My father died in the end. Boom. After the lightning and thunder, it started to rain in the sky, as if the sky was saddened by the death of Hatake Seikumo. Hatake Chikara spread out his palms, quietly feeling the raindrops as fine as ox feathers hitting his palms, and said slowly, "Father, even the rain because of you is so gentle." After Kakashi heard this, he couldn't restrain his emotions any longer, and burst into tears with his hands beating. Of the Konoha ninjas who came to the funeral, only a few looked sympathetic, and most of them were dismissive. Most people still think that Hatake Seikumo failed to perform his mission, and he will die. The crowd gradually made a voice of discussion. "Gut. I failed to carry out an important mission. Isn't it right to be accused by everyone?" "That's right, it would be too glassy to commit suicide just because of this." "That's right, as a ninja, you should always put your mission first. If you can't even do this, it's no pity to die." Hatake Chikara and Hatake Kakashi, who were kneeling in front of the tombstone, heard these words, their faces gloomy, and their fists clenched their voices. At this time, Konoha's third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hidori walked directly in front, and said solemnly to everyone who came to the funeral, "Although Hatake Seikumo has made some irreversible mistakes, there is no perfect practice. The will to fire, but he is still an excellent ninja. Losing him is Konoha's loss, and I feel extremely regretful. Today is his funeral, and his two sons are also there. So, for some disputes, I think we should put them aside for the time being, and let's silently mourn for the deceased today." After speaking, Sarutobi Hizen's expression became extremely painful, as if his own son had died. As soon as these words came out, everyone present became quiet, and there was a little more respect and admiration in their eyes. The 3 generations of Hokage are still so fair. Ha ha. A sneer sounded out of time, breaking the delicate silence at this time. The author has said, the new book set sail, a lot of support tilde. Chapter 2 The hypocritical Sarutobi Hazaki haha. Hatake Chikara sneered twice. An irreversible mistake? Without perfect practice of the will of fire? Is this the evaluation of the father who made great contributions to Konoha after his death? Ridiculous. His aunt Sarutobi, you are still so hypocritical. Sarutobi Hizen was smoking a pipe at this time, his eyes were sharp and condescending, and he looked down at Hatake Chikara, who was kneeling on the ground, with a faint dissatisfaction in his expression. When everyone present heard this sneer, they all scolded. "Hey, brat, did you sneer at Hokage-sama? It's really uneducated. I don't know how this guy White Fang educates a child. HMPH. He's just a blind man." When Sarutobi Hizen heard everyone's accusations against Kankong, he felt a little more comfortable, and his brows relaxed. He also wanted to say these words, but because of Hokage's identity and the need to maintain a kind character, he absolutely couldn't say it. High-level politicians need patience the most. However, Konoha's ninjas said these words, which was exactly what he wanted. Sarutobi knew that it was time to test his acting skills to win people's hearts again. Quiet. He severely reprimanded the crowd, and the scene immediately became quiet. Afterwards, Sarutobi walked up to Hachiku with a pipe in his mouth, showing a hypocritical smile, rubbing his head and saying, "Eldest son of the White Fang family, do you have any questions?" When the Konoha ninjas present saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but froze in place. Blind Kankong sneered at Hokage-sama, and Hokage-sama was so disregarded. What a power this is! The admiration and longing in everyone's eyes became a little more intense. Sarutobi observed the changes in the eyes of these people, indicating that his performance this time was very successful, and the smile on his face could not help but be kinder. Hachiku didn't appreciate it at all, tilted his head to one side, and slowly stood up. Because in front of him is no longer his father's tombstone, but Sarutobi's. He didn't deserve to kneel down. "Lord Hokage, I do have a question, can I ask it?" Hachiku showed an innocent and ignorant expression. "But it's okay to say it." Sarutobi was holding his pipe in his mouth with a calm expression. Kankong took a step forward and stood quietly in front of him. At this moment, one big and one small, one tall and one short, formed a sharp contrast. "Tell me, the eldest son of the White Fang family, what exactly do you want to ask?" His and Sarutobi's smile remained the same. "Lord Hokage, since you are so sorry for my father's death, why didn't you come forward and say a word for him when my father was attacked by public opinion?" Hachiku asked calmly. Even a simple sentence can change Konoha's people's views on his father, but he never expressed any attitude. Although his father was attacked by public opinion, he finally committed suicide and died in grief and anger. This sentence don't want to say something, or can't say it. Or, is it intentional not to say it? After all, White Fang's left arm had already put on half of the Hokage sleeve row before he was alive, which seriously threatened Sarutobi's status. He is obsessed with power. How can he hand over the position of Hokage? The darkness of Konoha is unimaginable for ordinary people. The Senju family, the Uchiha family, Konoha Sannin, Namikaze Minato and their father were all swallowed up by this endless darkness. This darkness also made Konoha from the strongest ninja village to the last. Sarutobi Shimura Danzo, Mito Todo, and Koharu, these four are known as Konoha F4. They can make Konoha scourge like this. To a certain extent, they are considered talents. When Kakashi heard his brother's question, he looked a little aggrieved, and said resentfully, "Yes, Hokage-sama, why didn't you say a word to my father at that time?" Sarutobi was initially non-committal about this question, so he thought it would be enough to perfunctory. After all, Hachiku is just a blind man, and in this age of constant wars, he is destined to be unremarkable and obliterated. It can't help him and Konoha, and it can't pose any threat. But when Kakashi asked the same question, Sarutobi finally began to pay attention to this question. Unlike his older brother, Kakashi is a genius no less talented than White Fang. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. By the age of 8, he had performed hundreds of missions for the Konoha ninja village. There are many A-level tasks with high difficulty. This kind of talent, not only in Konoha, but also in the 5 major countries, it is difficult to find such an enchanting genius. He is much stronger than his own incompetent son. For this kind of talent, Sarutobi's strategy is generally to win people's hearts first. Make it work for you. If you can't use it for yourself, or stand on the opposite side of yourself. If you can afford it, you will kill someone. If he can't be provoked, he will be forced to leave. Konoha and Konoha Sannin are the best examples. Sarutobi Hizan squatted in front of Kakashi, stroking his silver hair gently, showing a loving look. Senshi Kakashi, I can understand your brother's feelings. But some of the debates among the people in the village against White Fang were not offensive public opinions, but ordinary after-dinner chatter. Although I am the shadow of Konoha, I am in charge of the big and small affairs of the whole village, but I can't control what people say and do. Isn't that the equivalent of a literal prison? What's the difference between this and UI in village? If I use this high-pressure management policy, I am afraid that the village will become very uneasy. Everyone will live in fear. So, everything I do is for the good of the village and for your good. Only in this way can the will of fire be passed on endlessly. For the good of the village, for our good? Ha ha. Hatake sneered inwardly. Sarutobi Hizan, how thick is your face to say such a thing? Kakashi fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, his eyes glowed again. He felt that Hokage-sama was right. Konoha should be a village that nourishes oil and cooks. Even Hokage-sama can't interfere with the will of the villagers. Only in this way can the will of fire be passed on perfectly. Wrong, it was his own father. He should choose to continue to complete the mission instead of saving his companions. Kakashi clenched his fists and thought to himself, Father, I will never make the same mistake as you in the future. Chapter 3 Fujitora Smiles Template, perfect level of knowledge and domineering. Hatake Senku's face was as cold as ice. In fact, when he asked the previous question, the answer to the question was no longer important. Even if the father chose to complete the task at that time, rather than save his companions. Back in the village, everyone will be accused of choosing to complete the mission instead of saving his companions. In short, the death of White Fang was not an accident, but an inevitable event driven by the Black Hand behind the scenes. This behind-the-scenes mastermind is none other than the third-generation Hokage who is loved and respected by everyone. Kong silently bypassed Sarutobi Hizan, walked closer to his father's tombstone, and knelt down. Touching the chakra knife left by his father in front of the tombstone, he secretly swore in his heart. One day, I will use this knife to cut through the deep-rooted darkness of Konoha, and smash that filthy will of fire. Sarutobi Hizana was quite dissatisfied when he saw that Hatake was still rebellious, but he was a child after all. If I can't get along with a child in public, I would be a little too stingy. The character that I have established over the years to love the people like a child will also be affected. Forget it, anyway, he is blind, and he won't achieve much in the future. He won't be able to make any waves. It doesn't matter whether he loves him or not. On the other hand, Kakashi, a genius, seemed to have a very good look in his eyes just now, so he could cultivate it more. In the future, he can even recruit Anbu to become his loyal servant. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, and then said, the eldest son of the Shiroya family, I heard that although you can't see, you have always dreamed of becoming a ninja. White Fang has many times I came to me and wanted you to enter the ninja school, but the rules of the ninja school are very strict. Even a healthy person without a certain talent can't enter, let alone a person who can't see. But now that White Fang has passed away, I am obliged to fulfill his last wish. So, I will use Naruto's power to break the rules and make an exception to let you enter the ninja school. The eldest son of the White Fang family, you should report to the ninja school tomorrow. Sarutobi Hizan said these words impassively. There were also many people present who were convinced by Hokage-sama's charisma. Even Hatake Kakashi looked at him gratefully. Sarutobi Hizan noticed the change in Kakashi's mood and was extremely satisfied. Very good. Very nice look. This trick to win people's hearts is really tried and tested. Only Hatake was still kneeling in front of White Fang's grave with a cold face, silent. But Sarutobi Hizan no longer cares about the attitude of a trash. as long as Kakashi feels good about himself. Then, he led the crowd to complete the worship and left the cemetery. Back at the Hokage building, Sarutobi sat at the desk, relishing everything that happened today. Today's performance is simply perfect. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, leaning on crutches and covered in bandages, walked out of the shadows. This man was Shimura Danzo, one of the Konoha Effa troops. He said in a hoarse voice, "Sarutobi, at the funeral of White Fang today, I noticed that the eldest son of the White Fang family seems to be disobedient. Should we take any action?" Sarutobi picked up his pipe and shook his head. "It's just a blind child, and it won't make a lot of sense. If you shoot him rashly, I'm afraid Kakashi will have bad feelings for Konoha. For the time being, keep him." "Yeah?" Danzo nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Cemetery. Hokage I and Hokage Kakashi are still kneeling in front of White Fang's tombstone. Kakashi suddenly said, "Brother, your question seems to have offended Hokage-sama today. Don't be so impulsive in the future." Kankon didn't respond to him, and instead asked, "So, are you still satisfied with the answer to the question?" "I don't know. At least I think Hokage-sama is right." Hokage shook his head, put his index finger and thumb together and tapped lightly on Kakashi's forehead. "My stupid brother, the answer to the question is not important at all." After hearing this, Kakashi felt a little confused, and asked, "Since the answer to the question is not important, why do you still ask, brother?" Kankon smiled and said nothing. Kakashi is still young after all, and after brainwashing at the ninja school, he has no doubts that Hidden Sarutobi is the strongest Hokage and the will of fire in history. If he now breaks what he firmly believes, he will definitely not be able to accept it. This matter needs to be taken slowly and guided slowly. Kakashi looked puzzled. Kankon ignored it, but muttered a sentence in his heart, "System." An attribute appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Hokage unlock template, Fujitora smile, 9.9% completion. Abilities acquired, none. Task, 1. Draw the knife 1000 times, reward 0.1% completion degree, unfinished. Long-term task, refresh every morning. 2. Become a student of ninja school, reward 0.5% completion degree, unfinished. Every 10% increase in the completion degree, you will get a template ability, and when the completion degree reaches 30%, the next template will be unlocked. The second task in the system panel required him to become a student of the ninja school, which is why he did not refuse his Sarutobi. Kankon looked at the system panel, and after confirming that it was correct, he took the chakra dagger in his hand, and drew the knife out of nowhere. He made a good bow, his left hand pressed the knife tightly to his waist, and his right hand pressed against the handle of the knife. The whole action of drawing the knife, swinging the knife, and returning the sheath is smooth, and it is full of a sense of power. 1. Kankon counted. Swish. As soon as the knife was returned to its sheath, it was slashed out again, and there was even a hissing sound in the air. 2. 3. 998. 999. 1000. Just as the 1000th knife fell, the sound of the system rang. When the host completes the daily task of drawing a knife, the completion rate of the Fujitora smile template will increase by 0.1%. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the template ability of Fujitora's smile, perfect level of knowledge and domineering. The moment the system sound fell, Hokage Kankon's brain hummed, like being struck by lightning, with a tearing pain. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. The domineering arrogance of the perfect level seeing and hearing color makes everything within the coverage area become extremely clear. The texture of the leaves on the trees in the distance, the flight path of mosquitoes and flies, the ripples caused by raindrops falling on the ground. These details are all infinitely magnified and then transmitted to the mind. Is this the perfect level of domineering? Kankong was a little surprised, but he couldn't be happy. Because my father couldn't see himself using the sword. Chapter 4 Kakashi's Shock. The duel of the two brothers. Kakashi, who kept watching his brother draw the knife, was a little shocked. Brother, isn't he blind? How can he be so skilled with a knife? Even surpassed himself. After a while, Kakashi shook his head and said in a low voice, if my brother could see, he would definitely become a great swordsman. It's a pity that he is blind in both eyes. No matter how well he draws his sword, he is destined to achieve nothing. Hokage, who had turned on the perfect level of knowledge and domineering, heard Kakashi's words and said angrily, does even the closest brother look down on him? Ah! Kakashi's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. His voice was obviously very small. At this distance, even the best detective ninja couldn't hear what he was saying. How did your brother hear that? Brother, how did you hear me? Kankong smiled. It is said that people with physical defects will be excellent in other aspects. My eyes are blind, but fortunately my hearing is very good. Okay. Kakashi said embarrassedly. So, doesn't even Kakashi look down on brother? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to express his truest thoughts. Brother, what I said just now didn't mean I looked down on you, but I thought you were too naive just like my father. In this era of war and chaos, ninjas are not a good profession. They may die on the battlefield, in missions, or even on their own bed at any time. This is simply a profession of licking blood on the tip of a knife. If you are not careful, your throat will be cut and you will die on the spot. Also, brother, you are blind in both eyes. Although you were admitted to the Ninja Academy by exception by Naruto-sama, you still have to say whether you can graduate. Even if you graduate and become a genin, you will be nothing more than cannon fodder on the battlefield. So, wake up, brother, ninja is not an easy game. Study at the ninja school for 2 years, then go home and live a peaceful life. I've lost my father, and I don't want to lose your only brother. After Kankong heard these words, he smiled calmly on his face, feeling a little moved in his heart. I didn't expect my brother to care so much about him. Kakashi saw his brother's indifference, so the fire didn't start. Brother, don't you understand what I'm saying? A blind man can't become a ninja at all. You, who are blind in both eyes, are just trash. Kakashi, your words are really hurtful. Kankong still had a smile on his face, and said softly, however, I won't be angry. Who made you my brother? Hearing this, Kakashi froze for a moment, then became even more angry, and roared, tell you, on the battlefield, if you are in danger, I will never save you, I will choose to complete the task first. Father, that guy was accused by the people in the village because he saved his companions, which finally led to such a tragic end. I absolutely don't want to be like him. Kankong, who was originally calm in his heart, finally sank after hearing this sentence, and whispered, Kakashi, maybe my father and I are too spoiled for you, which is why you are so obsessed now. No honor? What? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Father, he was accused by the villagers because he gave up his mission to save his companions. Even the person he rescued cursed at him. He is a complete loser. Kakashi shouted loudly, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes, mixing with the rain. The rain is gradually getting heavier. Kankong shook his head and said coldly, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson for my father. He. Kakashi sneered, stop joking, teach me a lesson? You just want to teach me a lesson with your eyes that can't see anything. It's ridiculous. I graduated from the ninja school with full marks at the age of 5, and became a chunin through numerous selections at the age of 6. Until now, I have performed dozens of missions. The gap between you and me is not even a single star. Why do you teach me a lesson?" Kakashi's tone was full of sarcasm. He deliberately said such hurtful words. He had to dispel the idea of his brother becoming a ninja, and let him live as peacefully and happily as possible. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he saw that his brother had put his index and middle fingers together and placed them on his chest. This is the seal of opposition, which symbolizes half of the meaning of activating ninjutsu with the seal of both hands, telling the opponent that he is going to fight next. This is the seal of opposition. After the battle, the two sides stretched out their seal of opposition, and joined together to form a seal of reconciliation, symbolizing that each other should forget the battle just now and be trusted companions. "Gut," Kakashi said disdainfully. "Well, today I'll show you what a real ninja is, so that you can give up that ridiculous ninja game as soon as possible." He had already decided in his heart that he would defeat his brother with a crushing attitude, defeat his self-confidence, and let him understand that he would never become a ninja. "Let's do it," Kankong said lightly, looking a little sullen. Kakashi also had a random seal of opposition on his chest. His attitude was very perfunctory, and he didn't seem to regard his brother as an opponent at all. Then he performed the teleportation technique, and instantly reached Hokage. He clenched his fist and slammed it towards his chin. When he swung his fist out, there was even a whistle of wind. This punch has no strength whatsoever. And just when Kakashi's fist hit Kankong's chin, his movements suddenly stopped, and his fist could no longer advance half a point. Because a sharp short knife was blocked between the fist and the chin. As long as his fist advances any further, it will be cut in half from the middle. It was predicted in advance? How is this possible? Kakashi looked a little incredible. He was sure that he had used all his strength for this punch, no matter whether it was strength or speed. It was impeccable, and the angle was also very tricky. But this perfect punch was stopped before it hit the enemy. And the other party is a blind brother. Is the action seen through? How is this possible? Kakashi looked a little shocked, but immediately regained his calm. My brother is just blind, how could he see through his actions? It was just a coincidence just now. Kakashi, Kankong said in a low voice, I just said that because I am blind, I will be very sensitive in hearing. When you punch, the wind is too strong. Stop talking big. It was just a coincidence that you blocked my punch just now. Kakashi roared loudly. This time, I will definitely beat you hard. While speaking, the other hand took out a kunai and stabbed it towards Kankong's face. Chapter 5 Fight Without Suspense. Rina Hatek's visit. Kankong didn't make any dodging movements. He just moved his hand holding the chakra dagger, but it didn't seem to move. Then Kakashi's arm and body were split in two. The incision was extremely smooth, but there was no blood splattered. Kankong slowly put the chakra dagger into the sheath, turned his face to the thick tree in front of the left, and said solemnly, Kakashi, I advise you not to use this kind of trick to tease me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi, whose arm was cut off in front of him, turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated. And behind the thick tree, Kakashi with the mask came out. When his first punch was blocked, he used the shadow avatar technique, and the main body hid. I originally thought that my shadow clone could easily defeat my brother, but I didn't expect that the ending seemed to be reversed. Brother, although I don't know what method you used, you were able to capture my movements. But I must admit that I really underestimated you before. But I won't show mercy next time. If you lose, brother, give up being a ninja. Kakashi's expression became serious, and he made a mark of opposition on his chest. This shows that he has begun to pay attention to this battle. Yes. Kankong nodded, but if you lose, you have to kneel in front of your father's tombstone all night to repent for what you said before. I won't lose. Kakashi quickly formed a seal with his hands, his chest and cheeks bulged high, and then he spit out a powerful airflow from his mouth, which swept the surrounding dozens of meters by this airflow. Wind done, a big breakthrough. Fang done sea level ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is not very lethal, it is mainly used to contain and confuse the enemy. Hatake Kankon was swept away by the gust of wind, and her silver hair fluttered in the wind, looking very freehand. After knowing that I rely on sound to distinguish my position, I immediately made a decisive decision, using the wind to isolate my hearing, and being able to formulate a battle plan in such a short period of time is indeed my own brother. To my brother, what a ruthless attack. Sorry brother, what happens next may break your confidence, but I must let you understand that ears can never replace eyes. Kakashi took out the short knife behind his back and rushed directly into the wind. In the curtain. The battle is over, brother. Hatake Chikara still stood on the spot with a calm expression and did not respond. Under such strong winds, even a person with healthy eyes will be greatly affected, let alone a person who is blind. So, he turned on his arrogance to the maximum, and he knew everything around him, and even predicted Kakashi's sword swing. The knife struck at his left side. Left. Kankon faintly spit out 2 words. Kakashi's sword swing stopped abruptly, and his eyes were full of shock. He was indeed planning to cut to the left just now. But when his knife was very hidden, how did my brother find out? Is it another coincidence? Kakashi twisted the handle of the knife and slashed to the other side, but all of this had already been predicted by the perfect level of knowledge and domineering. Is it the right side this time? Kankon said calmly. Kakashi's figure stagnated again, and his heart could no longer be calm. Once is a coincidence, twice is a coincidence. Could it be a coincidence 3 times in a hour? No. Impossible. I am a genius of Konoha, how could I be defeated? Kakashi's fighting spirit at this moment has all been aroused, and the short knife in his hand has brought lightning. This knife, slashed horizontally, almost turned into an afterimage, and even the air squeaked. Ha! Kankon was directly cut off in the middle. Brother. Kakashi was extremely flustered. Why did he act so indiscreetly? He actually killed his brother. But in the next moment, he only felt a chill on his neck, a short knife was placed on his neck, and his brother appeared behind him, what was just an afterimage. The speed is so how fast? What Kankon obtained was not only the ability to see and feel domineering, but also the ability of Fujitora to smile 10%. Although it is only 10% of the combat power, that is 10% of the peak combat power of the Navy. It's more than enough to deal with a Chunin. Kakashi, remember the agreement just now? Hatake Chiku withdrew the chakra knife, turned and bowed to White Fang's tombstone before leaving the cemetery. At this time, the rain also stopped. Kakashi was still sluggish in place, unable to make any movement for a long time. Brother, isn't he blind? How can he be so strong? Whether it is strength or talent, they all surpass themselves. I pretended for so long just now that the clown was actually me. After a while, Kakashi finally came to his senses, knelt in front of White Fang's tombstone, and murmured, could it be that my thinking is really wrong? When Hatake Chikara returned to his residence, it was already evening. After taking a hot bath, he sat on the futon and drank ginger tea. Thinking of Kakashi kneeling in front of the tombstone, he suddenly felt a little distressed. Let my brother kneel all night, will this punishment be a bit heavy? But he immediately thought of the scene where Kakashi shattered his afterimage, and his heart sank. This guy actually killed his own brother, let him go on his knees. Suck it. Kankon took a sip of ginger tea and felt a lot more peaceful in his heart. Brother Kankon, are you at home? A sweet voice sounded. When Kankon heard this voice, the grief in his heart weakened a bit. The little girl who came here is also one of the few remaining members of the Hatake clan. Her name is Rina Hatake. Her parents died in the Second Ninja World War. On the other hand, she was adopted by the pharmacist Yinayu, and Bai also took good care of her on weekdays, and often brought Zhao Lingna to the house for dinner. After going back and forth, Kankong and Rina's relationship became more familiar, but Kakashi's relationship was not very good, because he was too cold. "Come in, Zling." Kankong greeted, and Reina pushed open the door and walked in. "What, has Aunt Yinayu allowed you to go out today?" While he was speaking, he spread his arrogance. Having known Reina for so many years, I only know that her voice is very sweet, but she has never seen her face. When Reina was enveloped in a domineering look, her face finally appeared in Kankong's mind. Reina's body is petite and weak, with double ponytails combed behind her head, which should be the masterpiece of Yinayu. The fair and tender skin, dark and clear eyes, soft and full lips, and petite nose all indicate that she will become a disaster when she grows up. Hiss. Unexpectedly, Rina is so beautiful. Chapter 6 Life is complete. After I heard the news of Uncle White Fang's passing, I thought that Brother Kankong would be very sad and needed Rina's comfort, so I sneaked out. Rina's big eyes already flashed with tears, but there was no cry out. "Is that so?" Kankong was moved a little. "After walking for so long, I must have been soaked in the rain. Come, let's have a cup of ginger tea first." Reina puffed up her cheeks, shook her head stubbornly, tears kept rolling, and she said with a weeping voice, "Brother Kankong, is what they said true? Uncle Ba really left?" Kankong didn't speak, poured a cup of ginger tea and handed it to Rina. "Drink tea to warm up your body first." Reina took the cup and said resentfully, "Brother Kankong, you haven't answered my question yet." "Father, Kankong paused for a while, and continued, "Now he is blessing us in the sky." Snapped. The cup in Rina's hand fell to the ground, and the steaming ginger tea was scattered all over the ground. "Wow woo-woo," Rina burst into tears, and the big tears kept falling, and the one crying was heartbroken. Why? Why? Uncle White Fang is such a good person, why is this? Woo woo woo. Kankong was a little panicked now. What he couldn't see the most was that the girl was crying, especially such a cute little lily. "Little Ling Nai, don't cry anymore, people can't be resurrected from the dead, so I mourn and obey." And many more. Didn't she come to comfort herself? Why did she become here to comfort her instead? It was his own father who died. Hey! It's okay not to say that. Rina's crying became even more intense. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as heartbreaking. TSK. Kankong felt helpless for a while, but she still had to persuade her, otherwise she could cry all night. After more than 2 hours of fighting, Rina finally stopped crying. If you collect your tears, you can take a bath. It is said that women are made by water, which is true. In the end, Kankong made a grimace imitating a kai, gave a thumbs up, and exaggeratedly said, "This is youth." Rina let out a puff of laughter, a big bubble of snot bulging under her nostrils. The air suddenly became quiet. Snapped. The snot bubble burst. The atmosphere is a little awkward. Rina blushed embarrassedly. Damn it, in front of Big Brother Kankong. I'm mortified. However, fortunately, Brother Kankong is blind, so he can't see what happened just now. Faceless? I saw Chikuhate pulled out a piece of paper from the table and helped Rina carefully wipe her nose. This. Zhao I can't wait to find a scene to get in. After Kankong cleaned up the glass fragments on the ground, he said, "Zhao, go take a hot shower, or you will catch a cold." Yeah? Reina nodded. "Brother Kankong, come with me, otherwise I'm afraid this is not good." Kankong declined. "It doesn't matter, Brother Kankon can't see it anyway. Rina directly took Kankon's hand and entered the bathroom. In the bathroom, Xiaoling Knight took off her wet clothes without any hesitation, and got into the bathtub. Puff, water splashes everywhere. At this time, Kankong, who was sitting in the corner, silently activated the perfect level of domineering. Hiss. Life is complete. The next day, Kankong got up in a daze, and found that an arm and a thigh were pressing on him. Alas, this girl, who always quietly climbs into her bed at night, is less timid than a mouse, yet she is so stubborn. In the future, if she is without herself, I can't imagine what she will be like. Kankon carefully removed the arms and thighs that were on his body, and after a brief wash, he went to the yard to start a new day's task of drawing a knife. 1, 2, 3. Kankon used all his strength with every knife, and sweat fell along with the light of the knife. In the past, when I was practicing swordsmanship, my father would always stand under the cherry blossom tree beside him, admiring it with a smile on his face, and occasionally instructing him a word or two. But now. 1000. Kankon used all his strength to wield the last knife, and even the air nade. Congratulations to the host, for completing the daily task of drawing a knife, and rewarding 0.1% of the completion of the Fujitora smile template. As soon as the system's voice fell, Kankon felt a force pouring into his body. 0.1% completion. It doesn't seem like much, but that's 0.1% of Admiral Fujitora's smile. And as long as you draw a knife, you can get it, which can be regarded as very easy. After returning to the house, taking a shower, and making breakfast, Reina also woke up. Wow! The breakfast is so hearty. Reina's eyes lit up, she grabbed the chopsticks and planned to eat a big meal. Snapped. Kankon smashed Reina's hand with the chopsticks in his hand, and reprimanded, "Go wash first." Oh. Reina left in a daze, feeling wronged. After washing up, the two chatted and laughed and ate breakfast. At this time, Kakashi, who had been kneeling in front of White Fang's tombstone all night, also returned home. Seeing Reina in her own house, the two of them looked so sweet, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Last night, they slept together? Kakashi, you're back. Kankong asked with a sense of domineering knowledge that Kakashi had returned home. Well. Kakashi nodded lonely, and then said apologetically, "Brother. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said such hurtful words last night." Kankong smiled and said gently, "I didn't take the incident last night into my mind. It's just that I have a question for you." "What's the problem?" Kakashi was a little puzzled. "If I am in danger on the battlefield, will you choose to save me or continue to complete the mission?" Kankong asked calmly. It is necessary for him to pull his brother out of the shadow of his father's death. Kakashi hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I will still choose to complete the task first." Kankong shook his head helplessly, put his finger lightly on Kakashi's forehead, and said softly, "Stupid brother, no matter what choice I face, I will put your and Reina's lives first." Bit. After speaking, he took Zling and left. Before leaving, he left a sentence. "Ginger tea is freshly made. After breakfast, remember to take a hot bath before going to bed. You worked hard last night." Kakashi was silent for a long time. Chapter 7 Liwe Brother Kankong, why are you going out so early? You don't have to go to the ninja school. Reina asked innocently. Who said I don't have to go to the ninja school anymore, but I was admitted to the ninja school by exception. Kankong said with a smile. Ah. Reina blinked her big eyes with joy on her face. That's great, Brother Kankong will be able to accompany me to school every day from now on. Kankong nodded, but there was no joy in his heart. If it wasn't for completing system tasks, he wouldn't go to school. After all, The ninja school was a large-scale brainwashing scene. When he thought of the anime, when Kakashi said that Sarutobi Hidden was the strongest Hokage of all time, he felt sick for a while. When she arrived at the ninja school, Rina took Kankura to complete the admission procedures, and because it was his aunt Sarutobi who made an exception, she was not embarrassed. Walking into the class, the system prompt sounded abruptly. Congratulations on becoming a student of ninja school, rewarded with 0.5 completion degree, activate the new mission Liwei. Hearing this sound, Kane Sora hurriedly opened the system panel, wanting to see what the new task was. Host, Hokage unlock template, Fujitora smile, completion 10.6%. Acquired abilities, perfect level seeing, domineering and domineering. Task 1. Draw the knife 1000 times, reward 0.1% completion degree, unfinished, long-term task, refresh every morning. 2. Liwei, when the host enters the ninja school as a blind person, he will definitely be looked down upon, so the host needs to establish prestige through something. The reward is not fixed, it is determined according to the degree of prestige established by the dormitory. Build prestige. Kong thought about it. What exactly needs to be created to establish prestige? Could it be that they bombed the ninja school directly, so that the students would definitely be grateful to them, and in the future these people would have to call them brother when they saw them? But this idea is also not very realistic. Never mind. Let's find another opportunity. Kong spread out the domineering and domineering, only to find that this class is full of prominent characters in the original book. Uchiha Obito, one of the big bosses in the ninja world, will be blackened in the future. Nohara Rin, who made the entire ninja world pay for her death. Matt K, who almost kicked out the finale. Hong Ui, who has some scandals with Shisui. The sick and thorny ghost, the moonlight, the wind, and the foot are the same, Oba in the mountain city, Urizen. And the heirs of those big families. And, the second son of the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hizen, Sarutobi Izma. G. Kong sneered inwardly, and Sarutobi Hizen divided himself into the elite class, which seemed to be taking care of himself, but in fact he had ulterior motives. The students in the class are all ninjas who will grow into the mainstay of Konoha in the future, and their talents are also much higher than ordinary classes. Therefore, the learning progress will be very fast. Moreover, these people have been studying in the ninja school for several years, and they will have their graduation exams after a while. At that time, Kankura, who was blind soon after entering school, would definitely fail the exam and was ordered to drop out. There is no hope of becoming a ninja in the future. Sarutobi Hizen, this is to kill him completely. However, how could Kong, who inherited the White Fang gene, be so poor in talent? In the past, he couldn't perform the three-body technique because he was blind in both eyes and didn't even know his own appearance. Now that he has a perfect level of knowledge, he believes that he can learn the three-body technique in a short period of time. Look, who's here? Sarutobi Izma was full of ridicule at this time, holding a dog's tail grass in his mouth, with his legs on the desk, looking like a sloppy child. The young Izma was an extremely conceited bad boy, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a playful boy. This is also inseparable from the pampering of his father, Sarutobi Hizen. The few evil youths surrounding him followed the voice and looked over. However, he found out that the transfer student in front of him was actually a blind man from the White Fang family. Isn't this the blind man from White Fang's family? I heard that he contradicted Hokage-sama yesterday. Yeah, I also heard from the elders about this matter. He is really a guy who doesn't know what to do. However, Hokage-sama even arranged for him to enter the ninja school. He is really broad-minded. While talking in the same way, he looked at Izma with a face full of ingratitude. Really a complete licking dog. What are you talking about, a bunch of self-righteous guys? Reina blushed angrily and pointed at them with tender fingers. Ha ha, Hatake Kenku is a dead blind man, what can he say? Asuma's other younger brother, Obayamashiro, was extremely arrogant. You. Reina was about to yell angrily, but she was stopped by Kankon beside her. Reina, don't worry about these people, let's go back to our seats. Kankon said calmly. Oh. Although Reina was a little unconvinced, she followed obediently. But who knows, these people actually intensified, holding shuriken made of paper and flying towards the two of them. Although it is a shuriken made of paper, its power cannot be underestimated. After a long period of training, ordinary people can cut watermelons and even wooden boards with ordinary playing cards. Not to mention the power of paper darts in the ninja world. It's not too easy to cut the flesh. Ah! Reina screamed and closed her eyes in fear. She was trained as a medical ninja and had no experience in actual combat, so in desperation, she had to close her eyes and hold Kankon's clothes tightly with both hands. Kankon's face was cold, obviously a little angry. Since Sarutobi Asuma and the other licking dogs are so ignorant, don't blame yourself for being rude. Exactly, let's use these people to stand up. Defeating Hokage's son will surely increase the degree of completion a lot. Then, Kankon reached out his hand like lightning and took the 4 paper darts directly, one in each of his fingers. All the classmates showed an incredible look. Even a person with sound eyes can hardly catch 4 darts in an instant, let alone a person who is blind in both eyes. It's unbelievable. At this moment, Hatake Chikara said in a cold tone, your Hokage father may spoil you, but I won't, because you have completely angered me. Chapter 8 Lessons from the Son of Hokage. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. The classmates in the class looked at the two with some pity, but no one dared to stand up and say a word for the two because no one dared to anger Asuma and his evil forces. There was once a classmate who angered Asuma because of a trivial matter, and he targeted him to the point of dropping out. Now everyone has only one idea, that is, Hatake Chikara and Hatake Reina are completely finished. Even if the two of them barely survived this time, what about next time? What about later? One day, they will be tortured to the point of madness. When Sarubai Asuma heard Kankon's provocation, he stood up angrily and said, Boy, what did you say? Dare to say it again. The little scoundrel next to him also started booing, as if the villain had the upper hand. Kankon shook his head and said calmly, there's no need for that. You already heard what you said just now. Damn. Sarutobi Asuma slammed his fist on the desk, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being rude, brothers, give it to me. An order? Yamashiro Oba, with the same footing, Shiranu Igzwanji and several subordinates opened up and rushed up quickly. Reina looked flustered, but she still tried her best to stand in front of Kankon, trying to protect the blind brother. However, Kankon pulled her behind him, then flicked his wrist, and 4 paper darts shot out, directly creating a deep wound on the cheeks of the 3 people who rushed up. Especially with the same footing, the wound actually extended from the nose to the base of the ear. Blood was gurgling out, and the scene was a little bloody. And the last paper dart cut the dogtail grass in Asuma Sarubai's mouth in half. The class suddenly became extremely quiet. He actually really dared to attack the son of Hokage. Are you looking for death? At this time, Sarutobi Asuma was completely furious, took out 2 specially made chakra knives from his backpack and stabbed towards Hokage Chikara quickly. Kankon's arrogance of seeing and hearing has already captured his movements clearly. I saw the light of the sword flashed, and Kanwu was directly picked up and flew into the air. Chiba waved the scabbard again, and with a muffled bang, He smashed Asman upside down and flew out. After smashing several tables, he fell into the rubble. Damn it. Asma's eyes widened in anger. He was about to use the fire escape, which the Sarutobi clan was best at, but he didn't expect that Kyu, who was picked up just now, would fall. BFFT. After Kyu slashed his cheek, he stabbed to the ground. Asma was horrified, and the chakra condensed in his mouth also held back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Chikara in shock, and a bit of fear appeared in his eyes. He caught the 4 paper darts perfectly, knocked out his own kunai, and let him fall next to his head. The blind eldest son of the Hatake family, can't he really see anything? The students present were even more shocked. Although Asma's strength is not considered the top level in the workplace, but at least it is at the upper middle level. Even if Kakashi, who graduated early, comes, he may not be able to knock him down. But Hokage did it. What kind of strength is this? The son of White Fang, even if he is blind, he is definitely not mediocre. Under the gazes of everyone, Asma tried to stand up despite the pain. However, the tip of Kankong's knife had already touched his neck. I can't even beat a blind man like me, I'm really weak, a rubbish who can only use the name of Hokage's son to show his prestige. As soon as this statement came out, the surrounding classmates all had a sneering smile, but they were afraid of Asma's identity and dared not show it, so there was a sudden embarrassment in the air. On the other hand, Asma blushed and gritted her teeth, unable to say a word. Seeing that he didn't speak anymore, Kankong put the knife back into its sheath, and she made her movements in one go, pulling Zhao Lingnai back to her seat. At this time, Asma became angry, pointed at Kankong, gritted her teeth, and said viciously, "Wait for me." After speaking, he took his little brothers and left the class. Kankong chuckled lightly, incompetence. As soon as Asma left, there was a huge burst of laughter in the class. Hey, did you see that? Asma was beaten badly. This hateful guy, bullying everyone, he deserves it. That's right. He even changed his seat privately to Hong's side, always harassing her, bastard. The students felt extremely relieved at this time, and the atmosphere in the class became more relaxed. The eyes they looked at Hatake Chikara also changed, all with gratitude and awe. Congratulations to the host, excellent completion of the Liwei task, reward completion rate 1%, host, Hatake Chikara unlocked template, Fujitora smile, completion 11.6%. Acquired abilities, perfect level seeing, domineering and domineering. Task 1. Draw the knife 1000 times, reward 0.1% completion degree, unfinished, long-term task, refresh every morning, 1%. Kankong in the seat was a little excited. You know, he can only get a 0.1% completion rate by drawing 1000 times a day. 1% requires at least 10 days of hard work. Today, just by completing 2 tasks, a full reward of 1.5% is given, which is equivalent to 15 days of drawing a knife. How could he be unhappy? Kankong, I'm starting to look forward to the ability that can be unlocked when the Fujitora Smile template reaches 20% completion. Will it be a domineering armament, or a fruit of gravity? Instead, he hopes that he can obtain the gravity fruit first, and this ability can greatly improve his own strength. Hatakrina had been in a state of daze just now. After being pulled to the seat, she recovered from the shock. Brother Kankong, you were too handsome just now. This sentence, Rina is sincere, not a false praise. Not to mention Rina, in the eyes of the classmates, she is definitely a handsome group. Inherited White Fang's hair color and appearance, and the movement of the knife is very smooth. Although most of the female students did not capture the movement of the knife. But this still doesn't prevent those girls from appreciating Kankong's beauty. So handsome. Many girls have already committed nympho. Kurenayui suddenly stood up, walked over to Kankong's seat with a blushing face, and said gratefully, "Kankong, thank you for helping me out. Without you, I'm afraid I would be forced by Asma to bring me here." Eating out. When Kankong heard these words, he immediately understood something. It turned out that before he entered the class, Esma was forcing Hong to have dinner together tonight. It seems that the marriage between Esma and Hong was not obtained through any legitimate means. "Do it casually, don't take it to heart," Kankong said with a smile. On the other side, Maorizin stared at him, her eyes full of hostility. As a talented swordsman in the class, for the first time, she felt the kendo she had learned, and was hit by an unprecedented blow. If this inner demon is not removed in time, I am afraid it will be difficult to make progress in kendo in the future. Chapter 9. Arrange Yuri read, and find the Yuri Yuan who came to the door when the teacher came to the classroom. He found that Sarutobi Asma and others did not appear in the classroom. But he didn't ask too much, and these guys didn't skip class once or twice. Because he was the son of Hokage-sama, no one dared to care, so he just let him go. Anyway, there are people from Manbu around him who are secretly protecting him, so he is not afraid of danger. It was the smashed desks that caught the teacher's attention. "What's going on here? Are you bullying the new classmates?" There was a look of helplessness on the faces of everyone. "It's not bad that this new classmate doesn't bully us, how dare we bully him?" But in the end no one answered. The teacher didn't pursue it too much. As for the ninja school, it's normal to learn from each other, as long as the injured person is not the son of Hokage-sama. After tidying up the house, the teacher finally started to teach. "Everyone, turn to the first page of the textbook. Today we will revisit the will of fire." The students obediently turned to the first page of the textbook. After the teacher's eloquent explanation, there were sparkling tears in everyone's eyes. It turns out that Senju Hasuma-sama killed his closest friend Madara Uchiha in order to pass on their will of fire. This choice is too touching. Yes, it turns out that the second-generation Hokage-sama wanted to expel the Uchiha clan for the will of fire. And Sarutobi Hizen-sama is the most perfect successor to the will of fire. The children were all discussing fiercely, and there were some hard-to-hide emotions in their words. Only Hatake Chigara sat rationally on the chair and looked at the Konoha Chronicle boredly. This chronicle has no chronology, and the words, "Will of Fire," are written on each page crookedly. He looked carefully. After a long time, I could see the words from the cracks, and the words, "Eat people," were written all over the text. Jushuren. Yides. The day's course is finally over. Kankong also almost completely mastered the three-body technique. 3E rank ninjutsu, for him who inherited Konoha's talent, it is not difficult at all. Well, it's finally over from school. Rina Hatake stretched her body, and her curves became exquisite. Hiss. Kankong sucked in a breath of cold air. He developed so well at a young age, and he might be able to surpass Tsunade in the future. "Yeah, I'm hungry, let's go eat." Wow. When Reina heard the meal, her eyes lit up. "Let's go eat the 3-color balls from Uncle Yile's house." Ah. Kankong hesitated. I remember last time I invited Rina to eat balls, but she ate dozens of skewers. I just shrunk my wallet, and then I ate instant noodles for a month before barely surviving until the next month. This time, although Kankong was a little reluctant, seeing Rina's watery eyes full of anticipation, she felt a little soft-hearted. At the time of the dilemma, Hong Ui's shy and gentle voice sounded, "Kankong. Although it's just an unintentional move, I still want to thank you for helping me out today." When Kankong heard this, he had an idea, and suddenly thought of a way to eat balls without spending money. Yuika's father is Uemako. And Ui Zhenhong is the famous Chunin instructor of Konoha. There must be money at home. Kankong cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Don't worry about this trivial matter. By the way, Rina and I are going to dinner. Do you want to go with us?" When Hiroshi heard this, at first she wanted to refuse. But when I came to Asma to invite her to dinner, she didn't even go. Now that Kankong has invited, but he has gone, what is going on? But then I thought about it. After all, people helped me out. I just took this opportunity to invite the two of them to a meal to repay. Yeah? Hong nodded slightly, blushing slightly. This was the first time she went out to dinner with a boy. Kankong Jinui Hong agreed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. With this wave of myself, she has arranged her in a steady way. The three of them walked under the sunset, talking and laughing. From time to time, Kankong will come up with a golden sentence or two, or come up with some dark humor. Makes Rina Hatake and Kurenayui laugh out loud. Rina didn't feel much about it, after all, he and Kankong have been together for too long. But it was the first time in her life that Hong-ui felt so relaxed. When she was at home, her parents were stern, never scolded, and kept a lot of rules. As a result, her personality is also somewhat introverted, and it is difficult to get along with others easily and happily. But today, when I was with Kankong, I felt a comfort I had never felt before. This feeling is great. Brother Kankong, it's also great. She has never been so comfortable. Soon, the three of them came to the shop of Ichal Ramen. Boss. 20 skewers first. Hatake Rina shouted like a lion. Boss, 3 bowls of ramen, with fish plates, eggs, radishes, bean paste. Plus 10 balls. It's rare to be able to do this once, and of course Kankong wants to eat more. Yuri Hong's little face turned green, she silently took out her bare purse, and after counting it carefully, she weakly said to Uncle Yile, "Uncle Yile, I want a bowl of ramen, I don't add anything, the most the cheap ones." "Okay, please wait a moment." Uncle Yile smiled and went back to the kitchen to prepare. Soon, the food was all served. The three ate while chatting. It's really delicious. Hatake Rina's mouth was bulging, and it was stuffed with sweet and glutinous balls. "Reina, eat slowly, no one will rob you, I'm afraid your jaw will dislocate." Kankong poked her mouth with his finger. With this stab, Rina couldn't hold back any longer, and she almost spat out everything in her mouth. "Brother Kankong, what are you doing?" "Hate it." BFFT. Ui Hong, who looked elegant, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She always had a straight face at home, everyone ate their own meals quietly, and the atmosphere was very depressed. Unexpectedly, today, eating can be so pleasant. "Hong, stop laughing, if you don't eat quickly, Reina will rob you," Kankong reminded. Hong-ui immediately used her thin body to protect her food, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. "Hey, Mom. It's so delicious." At this moment, a purple-haired girl with a gold face walked in quietly. She stared at Shikuhatake, without saying a word. "What's the matter, Zan?" Kankong said calmly while eating noodles. Maori-zan's expression froze. She is most proud of her two specialties, one is the consummate Konoha-style swordsmanship. The second is the infiltration ability that is not lost to the members of Anbu. This is also the reason why she was booked in advance by Anbu for graduating from the ninja school. But now, his actions have been seen through by a blind person. What's the matter? Chapter 10 The Battle of Kendo. Maori-zan's sword heart is damaged. You were able to sense that I was coming? Yuri-zan asked in surprise. It's not difficult. Kankong said slowly after eating the last piece of fish plate, putting down his chopsticks. My movement skills and infiltration ability are comparable to those of Anbu ninjas, but as a blind person, how could you possibly be aware of my existence? Zin looked incredulous. Hearing this, Rina and Yuika were also very puzzled. The two of them didn't feel anyone coming in just now, but Kankong, who is blind, said it very accurately. This is really unbelievable. Chikara smiled indifferently and said, sometimes blindness makes it easier to see things clearly. Maorixi's face was cold, and she said solemnly, since you already know that I'm here, let's have a fight between the two of us. Let's compare, is my Konoha-style swordsmanship stronger, or your swordsmanship is stronger? Ding, activate the mission, the Battle of Swordsmanship, defeat Yuri Uian, and her Konoha-style swordsmanship. Reward Fujitora Smile Template Completion Degree 0.5. Kankong was overjoyed when he heard that the system had released another mission. If you defeat Yuri Uian, this will be the third mission completed today, and the completion rate will also reach 12.1%. If the system releases tasks at this frequency every day, then Fujitora's next ability is just around the corner. Is it for this? Kankong stood up slowly, then I have to remind you, don't cry when you lose. Stop talking big. Maorizin's eyebrows were filled with anger. My Konoha-style swordsmanship will never be defeated by you, the blind swordsman of the White Fang family. Kankong smiled, still calmly said, then, let's do it. Swish. Maorizin slashed with a knife, her purple hair fluttering in the wind, very sassy. Who knows, Kankong just picked up what he just put down chopsticks, then gently sandwiched the sharp sword between the chopsticks. Her sword was tightly controlled, and she could no longer advance half a point. Yurizin's eyes widened, shocked. Chopsticks connected to a white blade? This difficulty is even more difficult than the difficulty of wielding a knife with bare hands. How on earth did he do it? Rina Hatek and Hong Ui were also dumbfounded. You must know that Zen's swordsmanship is the strongest in the class, even stronger than many sword-wielding chunin. But Kankong actually blocked Zen's knife with just 2 wooden chopsticks? Incredible. Damn. Maorizin scolded through gritted teeth, and quickly retracted the sword. When he had already drawn his knife, the opponent used a pair of chopsticks to fight. This is simply an insult to the swordsman. Arrogant guy, who are you looking down on? She shouted, raised the knife above her head, and slashed like a broken bamboo, bringing out an afterimage in the air. Snapped. This knife cut off the chopsticks, and it seemed that he had the upper hand. In fact, Kankong had already blocked the knife, and it was only because the chopsticks were too fragile that they would break. Isn't the knife out yet? Maorizin shouted loudly. Kankong shook his head. I didn't draw the knife, I didn't mean to insult you, just because I was afraid that after you saw my knife, you would never have the courage to pick up the knife again. It's good not to say this, but when she said that, Maorizin became even more angry. This is more insulting than picking up a knife with chopsticks just now. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Kankong gently placed his hand on the handle of the knife, and his thumb slowly pushed the knife out of the scabbard for half a minute. Just this simple action made Maorizin tremble. The person in front of him, obviously just entered the ninja school today, obviously just a blind man who can't see anything, obviously he is a trash that everyone recognizes. But the moment he held the knife, he was like a lonely swordsman standing at the top of the swordsmanship. The coercion it exudes is fatal to ordinary swordsmen. That feeling of oppression, like a rabbit seeing a lion, makes people tremble. In the next instant, there was a flash of cold light, and before Maorizin even had time to react, the knife touched her throat. You lost. Hatek Kankong's face was calm. Then, returning the knife to its sheath, said to Rina and Hong, it's getting late, let's go back. Well. Okay. Rina and Hong nodded stiffly, followed Kankong's figure and left. Maorizin stood on the spot, panting heavily, staring at the knife in her hand with dull eyes. What exactly was the feeling of suffocation just now? Why can an 8-year-old boy who is blind in both eyes exude that trembling sense of oppression? At that time, he was so shocked that he couldn't even move. Too embarrassing. The more she thought about it, the more angry she felt. At that time, she didn't even dare to use a knife. Damn. I haven't come up with my strongest move yet, I haven't lost yet. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship into punk dance of the three suns and moons. She quickly created two shadow clones, and then the main body and the clones quickly came to the front of Hokage and attacked from the left, top, and right at the same time. With three knives, they pulled out three graceful crescent moon swords and slashed towards Kankong. This time, I'm sure to win. Rina Hokage and Kainui were full of fear. Maorizan, he actually used such a powerful sword technique. Did he really want to kill Kankong? The two wanted to speak out to block, but it was too late. I saw Kankong turned around quickly, and the long training of drawing a knife had already made him form muscle memory. In an instant, the three swords were drawn. Boom. The two graceful and beautiful figures turned into white smoke, and the last one was frozen in place. Hokage retracted the knife, holding a bunch of purple hair in his hand, and muttered, "Very beautiful hair color." After speaking, he led Rina Hokage and Hongui away. Only the shocked Maorizan remained. If she dared to advance half a point with her knife just now, it would not be her hair but her throat that would be chopped off. Slap. The knife in her hand fell to the ground, and Maorizan said to herself, "Maybe Kankong is right, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to hold a knife in the future." It was only at this moment that she realized that her swordsmanship and Hatachiku were not at the same level at all. In front of him, his swordsmanship was vulnerable. Chapter 11 Hiruzen Sarutobi's Astonishment, Anbu's Tracking Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hizen was sitting on a chair smoking a cigarette. Two Anbu personnel landed from midair, and half knelt on the ground. "Why is it so late today?" Sarutobi asked impatiently after exhaling a puff of white smoke. These two Anbu members were placed beside Sarutobi Izma to protect him secretly. After the daily protection mission is over, the two of them will come here to report without a hitch. Normally, the two of them should have appeared an hour ago. Today, it's a little late. Sorry, Hokage-sama, something unexpected happened today, so it's a little late. An Anbu ninja quickly replied, for fear of angering Sarutobi Hizen. Huh? Sarutobi Hizen looked at him, worried. Did something happen to Izma? This. Another Anbu ninja hesitated whether to tell what happened today. Hurry up and say, what happened? Sarutobi Hizen yelled loudly. Lord Naruto, Master Izma, he didn't have any major problems, but today in class, he was beaten by the son of the White Fang family. Anbu ninja said quickly. Kakashi? Didn't I send him out on a mission? It stands to reason that he will be leaving today. Hiruzen Sarutobi was full of doubts. No. It's not Kakashi, but another son of White Fang. Another son? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "You're talking about the blind eldest son of the White Fang family, Chikuhatake?" That's right, it's Chikuhatake who just entered school today. Anbu ninja replied. When Sarutobi Hizen heard this, the pipe in his mouth became unstable, and his eyes were full of astonishment. What's going on? If Anbu said that his son was defeated by Hatake Kakashi, that would be a perfectly normal thing. After all, Kakashi is a genius that Konoha has rarely seen for many years, and he is infinitely better than White Fang when he was young. But what he heard now was that his son was defeated by Chikuhatake. He was beaten up by a bastard who was born blind in both eyes and who had just entered the ninja school for a day. This made Sarutobi Hizen inevitably a little angry and cursed loudly. This incompetent guy. He actually lost to a blind man. He must have been lazy again when he was cultivating. You bastard, I must teach him a good lesson when I go back. At this time, Anbu Ninja whispered, Lord Naruto. Recently, young master, he has not been lazy in his cultivation. It is the sword of the eldest son of White Fang that is too fast. Even I can't see his movements clearly. What? Sarutobi couldn't help but coughed, his face full of shock. Ninjas who can enter Anbu have at least the strength of Chunin and above, and they excel in some aspects. For example, the Anbu ninja in front of him, although only Chunin, but his swordsmanship is very sharp, so he was recruited into Anbu. But he said that even he couldn't see Hatake Kankong's swordsmanship. How advanced is Hatake Chikura's swordsmanship? I'm afraid I've got the true biography of White Fang. It's just that he was born blind in both eyes, so what method did he use to fight? This is really surprising. Damn. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table. I didn't expect this blind man to be a genius in swordsmanship. Your genes, White Fang, are really powerful. You have 2 sons, all of them are geniuses. His old eyes were full of jealousy. He is clearly a Hokage, and the 2 sons he gave birth to are so mediocre in aptitude. Especially the second son, who is not only mediocre in aptitude, but also rebellious in character. If it wasn't for Hokage, I would have been beaten many times by others. Asuma's injury, is it okay? Sarutobi asked worriedly. Master, he is fine. That's good. Sarutobi nodded, and then instructed, from today onwards, the 2 of you will be in charge of staring at Chikura Hatake, and I will arrange additional staff for Asuma. Understood. After the 2 responded, they disappeared into Hokage's office. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, his expression full of vigilance. Hagaichiku, although I don't know what method you used to fight with your eyes, but if you have a different opinion towards me and Konoha, then sooner or later, I will completely obliterate you. Kainchu sent Hongui and Rina Hatake back to their residences, but she was not in a hurry to go home. Because he noticed that 2 auras had been appearing around him from the beginning. Moreover, the distance control is quite precise, always keeping a position of 150 meters from himself. This position is the best distance for tracking ninjas. It is neither easy to lose the target, nor easy to find. Even if found, at this distance, it is very easy to escape. The other party must be professional. If it weren't for Kankong's domineering arrogance with the perfect level of knowledge, he would never have discovered the 2 of them. Although I went say domineeringly detected the 2 people, due to the distance, it was impossible to detect the other's clothing and appearance. As for why the other party followed him, he was not quite sure. Therefore, it is necessary to investigate clearly. Otherwise, there were always 2 flies behind him, and he couldn't sleep well. Ding, activate the task, catch the fly. The host has been targeted by 2 annoying flies. Please kill the 2 flies, and reward Fujitora's smile template with a completion degree of 0.5. Kankong was very happy when he heard that the system released the mission again. Then, let me see what identities these 2 flies are. After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the woods at the border of Konoha Ninja Village. The 2 Anbu ninjas who had been following Kankong all the time were stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Why did this kid suddenly turn around and walk into the woods? Another Anbu ninja shook his head. I don't know, but you can see that he walks very calmly, more stable than normal people, and he doesn't look like a blind person at all. The ninja took a closer look and couldn't help but be very surprised. Different. He really doesn't look like a blind man? What should we do? Shall we follow? Of course, Hokage-sama wants the 2 of us to keep watch over this blind man. Okay then. The 2 Anbu ninjas chased after them quickly, but kept the distance at about 150 meters. Chapter 12 Bringing out annoying flies. Kankong walked unhurriedly, and after walking for a long time, He arrived in the woods. Spreading out the domineering and domineering, he found that the two of them were still about 150 meters away from him. If it was possible that it was a coincidence just now, then now, these two are definitely coming for themselves. What is their purpose? Whoosh! Just as Kankon was thinking, a dark shadow kept running through the woods. With only a few dozen meters away from him, he could completely detect the other person's clothing and appearance. I saw that ninja, wearing a black tights, with a forehead with 4 stripes on his head, and he was very agile. This is the scout of Uin village. Ever since the Second Ninja World War, Hiruzen Sarutobi became Hokage. Kirikin village saw Sarutobi his uncowardly and suspicious character. Therefore, Kirin village often sends scouts to Konoha Ninja village to investigate, and if possible, they will go back with 1 or 2 heads. In the past 2 years, there have been many incidents of scouts sneaking in and killing people. Every time, Sarutobi has said that he would investigate this matter thoroughly, but every time it ended without a hitch. This also caused the ninjas in Kirin village to be even more reckless. Thinking of this, Kane Kong suddenly had an idea. Since the ninjas of Kirin village often come to Konoha to harvest human heads, can he kill the 2 flies that were stalking him, and then put the blame on that Kirin village ninja? He felt that this method seemed feasible. Kankon was walking, when he deliberately stepped on a dry branch. Just listening to the click, the sound of the branches breaking in this silent wood was particularly harsh. Everything around was frozen in an instant. The scout of the hidden Kiri village and the 2 tracking ninjas all stopped immediately. After a breather, the Uin village scout hid behind a sturdy tree, stuck out his head and looked at the place where the sound was made just now. I saw a silver-haired boy standing there quietly, and he looked as if he was still blind. The Uin village scout suddenly became extremely excited. A child who looks only 8 or 9 years old, is still blind. What does that mean? It means a lot of bounty and military exploits. Kirin village has long stipulated that after sneaking into Konoha Ninja village, if you can kill additional Konoha people, then there will be a lot of bounty. Kill a civilian, reward 1,000. Kill a genin, the reward is 10,000. Kill a chunin, the reward is 100,000. If you can kill a genin, the bounty is 1 million. At the same time, you can also get a lot of military exploits. The boy in front of him, although not wearing the forehead protector representing Konoha Ninja village, was equipped with ninja gear all over his body. She should be a student who hasn't graduated from ninja school. To kill a ninja seedling, the bounty is not low. At least 5,000 taels. The Kirigakura ninja licked his lips, showing a greedy look. He himself is only a chunin. He would never dare to do anything when he encounters a shangnin, and it is difficult to defeat him when he encounters a chunin. But to deal with a student who hasn't graduated from the ninja school, isn't that crushing? This is simply sending money. This time, when I return to the village, I can drink flower wine to find a woman again, and I have been unrestrained for a while. Kankon captured the change in the other party's expression with a domineering look, and secretly said in his heart, it seems that the other party treats him as a lamb to be slaughtered, but that's fine, it's more conducive to the implementation of his plan. At this time, the scout of Uin village had come over unscrupulously, and the footsteps were getting closer. The 2 Anbu ninjas who were following also saw it at this time, and a ninja was approaching Senchi. It's the scout of Kirin village, and he must have come to investigate the information of Konoha village again, said an Anbu ninja wearing a cat mask. Furthermore, he seems to be going to kill the eldest son of the White Fang family. Should we both take action? As he said that, he was about to rush up with the knife, but someone pressed his shoulder. Anbu ninja wearing a Black Panther pattern pressed his shoulders, shook his head and said, "Cat, don't you understand why Hokage-sama let the 2 of us monitor him?" The cat shook his head and looked at the Black Panther with some doubts. Black Panther spoke again. This young man named Hokage contradicted Hokage-sama at White Fang's funeral, and injured Sarutobi's young master, and expressed his will to Konoha's core spirit of fire. Very disgusting. Do you understand what I said? Hyoarmao still looked puzzled. He's just a child. Isn't it normal to be rebellious, and isn't Lord Hokage's son also very rebellious? Black Panther sighed helplessly. Can the young master of Lord Hokage be the same as the son of White Fang? Lord Hokage asked the two of us to follow Master Asma some time ago to protect him, and let the two of us follow Chikuhatake, but to let the two of us find a chance to kill him. You don't even know the subtext. Why are you messing around in Anbu? Huh? The cat's reaction was a little slow, but Hokage is big. He didn't issue an order for the two of us to kill him. Bullshit. Black Panther said angrily. Lord Hokage will of course not issue such an order, and neither of us will ever get rid of Chikuhatake by ourselves. I'm looking for an opportunity. I'm looking for an opportunity to understand. You don't have to do it yourself, and you can let Hatake die, understand? Now, it's such a perfect opportunity. When the ninja from the village of Kirigaz kills Hatake, the two of us will kill the ninja of the village of Kirin, all of which will be very reasonable and perfect. In this way, Hokage-sama can take no responsibility at all, and be able to achieve his goals, just like when White Fang died. Cough. When he said this, Black Panther hurriedly coughed. He obviously said something shameful just now. Isn't White Fang's death an accident? Hyoarmao asked in shock. Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Black Panther scolded angrily. Of course White Fang's death was not an accident, it was a necessity. At that time, Lord Hokage personally instructed himself and 3 other Anbu ninjas to secretly create public opinion maliciously slandering White Fang in the village. This caused the entire village to start a malicious attack on Konoha's hero White Fang in a short period of time, which led to the death of White Fang. Killing without blood, what a clever method. Now the mission of the two of us is to wait for the ninjas of Kirin village to kill Chikuhatake, and then take action. Black Panther added again. Understood. Hyoarmao nodded wisely, did not ask any further questions, just watched quietly. The figure of the ninja of Kirin village is getting closer and closer to Hatake. Chapter 13 only used. A knife. Both Anbu ninjas and Kirigara ninjas have their own calculations in their hearts, and they all think that they are the Oriole who can win. As everyone knows, all this has already been calculated by the seemingly harmless young man. Arrange. Kankong secretly paid attention to the location of the ninjas in Kirin village. When he was still 10 meters away, he suddenly said, "Is there anyone here? I'm a blind man and got lost in the woods. If there is someone here, can you please take me home? I will definitely thank you very much." Blind? When the ninja of Kirin village heard this, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is simply sending money. Little brother, I'm afraid you won't be able to go home, because you will be killed by me soon, he said proudly. What? Kankong pretended to be afraid. You? Who are you? Why did you kill me? Hee, brat, I'm an elite chunin in New Iron village. If you meet me, you can only count as bad luck. Come on. The New Iron village scout took out a kunai and stabbed Kankong. Heart. BFFT. Kankong's face was full of pain, his heart was directly penetrated, and he fell straight to the ground like a wooden stake. The unstoppable smile on the face of Kirin village ninja. I really didn't expect that God would drop by and hit him on the head. Quickly cut off this guy's head and return to Uian village for a reward. Saying that, he used Kyu to stab Kankong's neck. The other side. Two Anbu ninjas, the cat and the Black Panther, are quietly lurking in the darkness. When I saw Kankong was stabbed to death, I felt a little strange in my heart. This kid, When he was fighting with Master Orochimaru, his swordsmanship was very sharp. How come he has no resistance now? Doubts are doubts, but at this time Kong is dead, and they have to do something. Otherwise, it will be too late when the Uin village scouts cut off his head. Go. After the Black Panther said, the two moved instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind the Uin village scout. The ninjas of Uin village trespassed on my Konoha territory and killed the students of the ninja school. Do you know the consequences? Black Panther's eyes were sharp, and a murderous aura emerged spontaneously. Damn it, you dare to kill the people of Konoha village, it seems that we have to take you down. The cat also growled angrily. In the words of the two, there was anger at Kong's death. The Kirikin village ninja was shocked when he saw the two masked Konoha ninjas. This is from Konoha Anbu. The ninja who can enter Konoha Anbu have the lowest strength and are also chunin, and they must also have specialties in a certain area. It's definitely not a good thing for me to be entangled by these two. Must run away immediately. After this idea came to his mind, the kunai in his hand quickly cut off Kong's head, and turned around to try to escape. But at the next moment, the head in his hand unexpectedly slammed, and after a burst of white smoke came out, it turned into a severed steak. The rest of the body became another steak. This is a substitute technique. The Kirigara ninja and the two Anbu ninjas were all shocked to the extreme at this time. The three chunin were deceived by an E-rank ninjutsu. And he's still a kid who hasn't graduated from ninja school yet. Damn, when? We too have been staring at him. Black Panther cursed. Oops, if we let him run away, then our plan will be revealed. Mau's expression was a little solemn. The Kirigara ninja was extremely resentful. Not only did he not get the head, he was also targeted by two Anbu ninjas. It's really a loss for the lady and the soldiers. Exactly, while these two Anbu ninjas were stunned, run quickly, maybe they can save a life. Thinking of this, he threw a smoke bomb directly at the two of them, and then quickly fled into the distance. Damn, he actually let this guy take advantage of it. Not only did he lose the man, but he also let him run away. When he goes back, he will definitely be blamed by Hokage-sama. Cough, cough, cough. As the two of them spoke, a violent coughing sound came out. This is caused by the inhalation of smoke into the lungs. Just as the ninja of Kirian village ran out of 2 steps, he ran into a silver-haired boy head-on, the one he met just now. It's you. Damn guy. How dare you make fun of this uncle? When he saw this kid again, he was furious in his heart, and he directly took out 4 kunai and shot it forward. Kong's face was calm, and in the state of perfection level seeing and hearing domineering, he could clearly see the trajectory of the 4 kunai flying. With just a few slight swaying of his body, he avoided all this fatal kunai. Thank you for helping me draw out 2 flies, he said indifferently. Then gently draw the knife. A very thin line of blood appeared on the neck of the Kirian village ninja. The movements of the Kirigara ninja were as if the pause button had been pressed, frozen in place and motionless. His eyes were red and bloodshot, full of fear and shock, as if he had experienced something terrifying in his lifetime. Kong slowly retracted the knife. In fact, when he stepped on the wooden branch and when everyone was paying attention to the wooden branch, he used the technique of acting as a substitute. The main body melted into the darkness, and the wooden stake stand-in remained in place. Everyone didn't find out and was deceived by this ingenious way. Phew. A gust of wind blew past, and the smoke was blown away. The two Anbu ninjas, Black Panther and Flower Cat, were already disheartened and were ready to go back to accept the blame. However, when the smoke dissipated, the Kirigara ninja didn't even run, and only stayed a dozen meters away from the two of them. And he still turned his back to the two of them, motionless. I didn't even run. Are you too confident in yourself, or are you confident in defeating the two of us? The Black Panther smiled, feeling much better. Although he lost Chikuhatake, bringing back the head of the ninja from Kirigara village will definitely offset some of Naruto-sama's anger. Black Panther, the two of us should hurry up, or things will change later. Yuamao reminded. Yeah? Black Panther nodded. The two rushed over quickly, but before they made any attack, the Kirigara ninja slowly felt to the two of them. What's going on here? Why did he fall by himself before he started? But what happened next shocked the two of them. I saw a silver-haired boy who was blind in both eyes, holding a short chakra knife, standing quietly in front of him. Hatake-senshi! The cat and the Black Panther screamed in shock. There were no obvious signs of fighting around, indicating that there was no fierce battle just now. Except for the wound on the neck, the Kirikin village ninja had no other injuries. The description only took a knife. The two were shocked. A ninja who can become a scout is at least at the level of a chunin, and his sneaking skills and speed are definitely far superior to ordinary chunin. And Hatake Chikara killed him with just one knife. Has his strength reached this level? Finally, you two flies were brought out. Kankong raised his head. Although he was blind, there was still a strong killing intent inside. It made both of them shudder. The author has said, dear readers, a wave of free gifts stilled. Chapter 14 White Fang Swordsmanship, Breaking the Air. You're not dead? Black Panther's eyes widened, and even the mask was a little distorted. What? Kankong said coldly, I'm not dead. You two seem very unhappy. In fact, just now, the words the two of them said when they were planning the conspiracy were all captured by their own perfection-level arrogance. Including the conversation about the death of White Fang. This made Kankong, who was still skeptical, suddenly became extremely angry. It turned out that the public opinion attacking my father was really deliberately created by someone with a heart. For the purpose of killing people. Saryutobi hidden slash. Hatake Chikara was so angry that she was about to bite her teeth into pieces. One day, I will use the sword in my hand to cut through this hell-like darkness. No. No. Yuamao replied embarrassedly, it's just a little bit of an accident. Really? Kankong looked gloomy. I followed a village to the woods on the border of Konoha, and kept it at the optimal tracking distance of 150 meters. Is this also an accident? Konoha Zanbu Ninja. You discovered us a long time ago? Then why did you just say it now? Black Panther was shocked and couldn't believe it. For the ninjas who can enter Anbu, not to mention their strength, the ability to sneak in and hide must be far superior to ordinary ninjas. But the two of them were discovered the moment they started tracking. What kind of insight is this? Even white eyes may not be able to do this. It's been exposed a long time ago, so why bother the two of you? Are human flies drawn out? Kankong replied calmly. After the black cat and the flower cat heard this, they were shocked. Does this sentence mean that everything that happened here was arranged by him? So what kind of shrewdness and scheming? After the two looked at each other, a decision was instantly made in their hearts. He heard about the death of White Fang, and he must have hated Konoha and Sandai Hokage in his heart. If you keep him, it will be a big trouble in the future. Therefore, this child has to be removed. Little devil, you can deceive the eyes of both of us. I have to say that you still have some means, and because of this, you must die today. Black Panther threatened viciously. Now that the matter has been revealed, there is no need to hide it. Haha. Kankong sneered, I'm sorry, in my calculation, the two of you will surely die. When faced with a real life and death struggle, his heart became crazy. The arrogance spread out, and the two Anbu ninjas were locked firmly. The skeleton, muscles, heartbeat, body temperature, the flow of chakra, all these information were perfectly presented in his mind. This is killing intent. An unstoppable killing intent. The two Anbu ninjas couldn't help but froze for a moment. This feeling is like being targeted by a poisonous snake. The two suddenly felt that their bodies had been chopped to pieces. But he immediately regained his senses and couldn't help but laugh. What if you could kill the scouts in New Iron Village? The Anbu ninja they trained in blood. A blind little devil, for them, is not enough to be afraid of. Go! Black Panther shouted loudly. After the two distanced themselves, they instantly pulled out their ninja swords from behind. Black Panther began to calmly analyze. Although the enemy is blind, he can detect the tracking of the two of us, indicating that there is a special way to perceive the surrounding things. Being able to kill a ninja in Korean village with one blow shows that he is skilled in swordsmanship, but he is still young, and his strength is his biggest weakness. Understood. Kioya nodded, already knowing how to fight. As expected of Anbu. Even Kankon couldn't help but admire this kind of analytical ability. Then he slowly drew out his chakra knife. At the moment when the knife was unsheathed, it seemed that a beast came out of its cage, revealing its most ferocious fangs. The Black Panther and the tabby cat couldn't help being shocked when they saw the scene of drawing the knife. This action seemed to be the way White Fang had drawn his sword before his death. After a moment of loss, the two quickly regained their composure. No matter how similar the action is, it is impossible to perform the sword technique of White Fang. Cat. Suppress. Black Panther shouted. He himself is relatively thin, but his mind is flexible, and he is good at analyzing intelligence on the battlefield and conducting assassination missions. And the cat is strong and powerful, and is good at confronting the enemy head-on. Understood. After Kioya replied, he raised his knife and attacked Kankong. Although the skill and angle of this knife are not so tricky, it is very powerful. The two have a very clear combat intention. First use the power of the links to suppress it, and then the Black Panther will look for opportunities to attack on the periphery. Humph. Kankong snorted coldly. This is indeed the most correct way to fight, but you have no chance to cut this sword. The perfect level of seeing and hearing is domineering, and it is directly locked. The opponent's next move was clearly predicted. Before Kioya's slash could be cut out, he cut out a sharp slash ahead of time. This time, if the cat continues to make a knife, then its head will move. In a hurry, he had to quickly withdraw the knife, and then forced himself to retreat 5 or 6 meters. Damn. He moves faster than me. Kioya said with a livid face. Recalling the scene just now, if he hadn't retracted his knife fast enough, he would have become a corpse. Damn. After the Black Panther scolded viciously, he said again, "Let's go together." It is good. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them rushed up quickly, and the seals were quickly tied in their hands. Art fire escape ho fireball. Wind done, a big breakthrough. The ninjutsu of the two was released at an extremely suitable time. Wind and fire are perfectly combined, and the power has been expanded several times. Let 2C rank ninjutsu use the power of B rank ninjutsu. At the same time that the raging flames swept away towards Kankong, the Black Panther made a seal in the hand again, to done, to Lubai. A grey-black earth wall quickly rose behind Hatake Senshi. This time, his escape route was completely cut off. In the dark night, Senku's face was flushed red by the firelight. But he didn't look flustered at all. I see he slowly raised the arm holding the knife, and with a stab, a penetrating white light suddenly appeared on the short chakra knife. Father, thank you for teaching me the swordsmanship patiently over the years, and I did not disappoint you. Starting today, White Fang's swordsmanship will resound throughout the entire ninja world. White Fang's swordsmanship, break the sky. Swish. Kankong slashed vertically with his sword. There seemed to be an invisible wall of air in the space. Divide the surging flames and devour them towards both sides. A large piece of trees on both sides suddenly turned to ashes. And Hokage was unscathed. Chapter 15. Listen. White Fang whispers. When the flames dissipated, the cat and the Black Panther saw that Hokage was standing quietly on the spot. The sword with white glow in his hand was particularly dazzling. White Fang's swordsmanship. The faces of both of them were incomparably horrified at the moment. Even the flames were cut off. The swordsmanship left by White Fang was too powerful. "Did you hear that?" Cancon said coldly. "This knife my father left, it whispers. It longs to kill his master's murderer himself, and then drink the murderer's blood." Cancon's face is hideous, like an evil azure ghost from hell. When the two Anbu ninjas heard this, their bodies trembled unconsciously. This kind of fear came from the depths of their souls. At this moment, they seemed to have really heard the deep groaning of the knife. "Pay back my master's life, pay back my master's life." Black Panther said in fear at this time. "I didn't expect that he actually learned White Fang's swordsmanship. This time it was us." "What's next?" asked the cat. "Retreat immediately, and inform Hokage-sama of the situation here. I believe he will make a decision. Hokage will surely die." "Clear." The two nodded slightly to each other, then turned around quickly, trying to escape from here by virtue of their excellent movement. But only a faint voice sounded, "White Fang swordsmanship, //." The next moment, the silver-haired boy appeared in front of the two of them, and at this moment, the two lost control of their bodies at the same time. Puff. He collapsed to the ground with a shocked expression on his face. Cancon shook the chakra knife in his hand, and the blood was immediately shaken to the ground, forming bright blood flowers. This action is called blood vibration. It is an action before the sheath is drawn in swordsmanship. Next, Cancon put the sword back into its scabbard, and the white light on the blade was hidden in the scabbard. Father's swordsmanship is really powerful. No wonder all countries are so afraid of the name White Fang. Although he was born blind, White Fang had no intention of giving up on himself. On the contrary, when his father taught himself, he was more attentive than Kakashi, and taught himself the proud White Fang sword technique. However, although Cancon has learned the sword technique, he cannot use it because he is blind in both eyes. But now, with the domineering blessing of the spectacle, everything has changed. If it wasn't for the blessing of the White Fang sword technique just now, I'm afraid I would have been burned to ashes by now. "Father, you saved my life again," Cancon muttered to himself, and then went home. The battle in the woods on the border of Konoha was quite moving, and it had already alerted Konoha's guards. Half an hour later, the three members of the Anbu Light team landed at the place where the battle took place. The codename of this team is Terwala. In the original book, when Pain invaded Konoha, he and Saibus blocked the split dog and the big rhino from the animal realm. The strength has reached the level of the peak of Chunin, but it is one level worse than that of Shangjin. "Captain, the cat and the Black Panther are dead. It's very simple." Tuyui, a member of the Lantern team, reported. "Yeah?" Captain Feng nodded with a solemn expression. "Such a fast knife has not appeared in a long time." "Captain." The team member codenamed Le shouted, "There is also a corpse of a ninja in the village of Hidden Mist." Captain Feng hurried over to check and found that there was only one fatal wound on this man, and that was the knife mark on his neck. Now, he seemed to have a judgment in his heart. Kiryuki village sent a team to spy on Konoha's information, but was discovered by the ninjas of Anbu, and a fierce battle ensued. All Anbu ninjas were killed, and one Chunin died in Kirigara village, and the rest escaped wounded. This explanation seems reasonable, but there seems to be something wrong. Because the stab wounds of these three people are very similar, as if they were done by the same person. This is a little strange. After thinking for a while, Captain Feng still didn't have any clues, So he ordered the two team members, "You two, take the corpse back, and I will report to Hokage-sama. It's no small matter that two Anbu ninjas died." Understood. Two and less sealed the three corpses in the scroll and left. Captain Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Hokage office. Orochimaru seemed to be arguing with Sarutobi Hizen, and both of them seemed a little unhappy. At this moment, the door of the office was opened. The leader of the Anbu Light Squad walked in. "If there is nothing important, just leave first. I'm discussing something with Orochimaru." Feng was stunned for a moment, and after hesitating for a while, he finally decided to say it. "Lord Hokage, I do have something important to report." "Then, I'll leave first, Mr. Sarubai," Orochimaru said impatiently. "No, since you have already suspected that I have distrusted you, in order to prove yourself, you can listen to Anbu's report today with me." Hijan Sarutobi frowned. There was obviously a very heated debate just now. "All right then, Sarutobi-sensei, I'll be more respectful than to obey." Orochimaru did not refuse and stood quietly in place. "Lord Hokage, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Feng glanced at Orochimaru, a little wary. Since the second Hokage established the Anbu agency, apart from Hokage, no other person has been able to listen to Anbu's report. "It's okay, just say it directly." "Okay. Okay," Feng responded, and then started reporting. "Lord Hokage, there was a fierce battle just 30 miles south of the center of Konoha village. It is suspected that the ninjas of Kirin village have invaded. Our Anbu ninja, the Cat and Black Panther, died in battle, and one ninja from Kirin village died, and there should be others who escaped. Cat and Black Panther. Ninja invasion of Kirigara village." Sarutobi Hizen picked up his pipe and began to think. Suddenly, he realized that things didn't seem so simple. Didn't the Cat and the Black Panther send out to monitor Chikuhage before? How did he fight with the ninjas of Kirin village, and he was killed? Is there anything suspicious at the scene? He hurriedly asked. Yes. The wounds of the three people who died are very similar, as if they were done by the same person. Feng said the information he found. This time, his Aunt Sarutobi's eyes became weird, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Could it be that Chikara did all of this? The author has said, there will be later. Chapter 16. The Master and Disciples Love, Kakashi's shock. Lord Hokage, Kirin village has been arrogant for so long, and has already killed many compatriots in Konoha and Ninja village. If we don't take some action, the people in the village will probably be dissatisfied. Feng suggested. When Sarutobi Hizen heard this, he became impatient and shouted angrily, "Are you teaching me to do things? Find out who you are. Take action against other villages? Impossible. Non-existent. What if you anger the shadows of other villages? What if the enemy unites to attack Konoha? The reason why Konoha was able to survive the Second Ninja World War was entirely due to the wealth left by the second Hokage. Not because of his own commanding ability or super strength. This point, Sarutobi Hizen is still very clear in his heart. If the war really broke out because of such a trivial matter, he would not be able to lead Konoha to victory. Then, his prestige will definitely be greatly reduced, and it will not be so simple to secure the position of Hokage at that time. So, the strategy I have to take now is to be patient. As long as the surface peace can be maintained, what is the point of killing some people? Yes, I'm sorry Hokage-sama. Feng Ban knelt on the ground, his body trembled slightly, and he didn't dare to say another word. Yeah? Sarutobi Hizen nodded, seeming to have noticed that he was a little rude just now, so he quickly explained it earnestly. It's not that I'm cowardly, but that Konoha Ninja Village has just experienced the Second Ninja War not long ago. The whole is poor and weak, what needs to be recuperation, People's livelihood is the most important thing, and we must not start wars easily. I'm focusing on the overall situation, for the good of the village. Orochimaru, who was standing aside, showed a faint smile. Sarutobi-sensei really has you. He was able to say the word counselors, from the heart, and said it for granted. It has to be said that this is an advanced technology. However, he had no intention of exposing Sarutobi-Hisan's lies on the spot. Because now he is one of the default Hokage candidates. He must not do anything out of the ordinary at this juncture. This subordinate understands. Feng looked very submissive. They have been brainwashed by the will of fire for a long time, and they no longer have their own ideas. Very well, you can step back first, Orochimaru, and I have something to talk about. Sarutobi-Hisan nodded with a kind smile, as if he was satisfied with the answer. When Feng was about to leave, he suddenly added, by the way, this matter must be kept secret and not mentioned to anyone, understand? Yes. After saying that, Feng turned into a shadow and left here. At this time, Orochimaru said with a playful look, Mr. Sarubai, you seem to be a little worried about this matter. He. Sarutobi-Hisan smiled. As expected of you, Orochimaru, you can see my mind at a glance, and I don't know how stronger than the two idiots Jiraiya and Tsunade. Teacher, you have won the prize, I just want to share your worries. Orochimaru's smile was gloomy and infiltrating. Not bad, not bad. Sarutobi-Hisan praised him a couple of times, and then went straight to the subject. I do have a task for you. And that is to keep an eye on Hatake Senku and find out his strength and details. The eldest son of the White Fang family? Orochimaru said in surprise, do I remember that he is not blind? Why did you send me to stare at him? Yes, he is indeed blind, but it is not as simple as he imagined. There seem to be many hidden secrets hidden in him. For example, being able to defeat Inuko Sarubayasma while blinded in both eyes, and get rid of the pursuit of two Anbu ninjas. Even I think the incident just now has nothing to do with him. I see. Orochimaru licked his lips and narrowed his eyes. This child named Hokage I aroused his interest. If that's the case, then leave this matter to me, Sarubai-sensei. When Hatake I returned home, he was exhausted. Usually in life, he just adjusts his arrogance to an intermediate level. Although only a vague outline can be seen in this way, it is undoubtedly the most energy-saving way. But in the battle just now, Kankon directly raised the domineering arrogance to the perfect level, achieving the effect of temporarily predicting the future. Powerful, but also extremely exhausting. Just a short while ago, he was already exhausted. It seems that more training is needed. Then, he turned on the system again to check. The flytrap mission has been completed. Fujitora's template completion rate also reached 12.6%. He is very satisfied with this growth rate. Suddenly, the door was opened. Kankon subconsciously spread out the domineering arrogance of what he saw, and only after finding out that it was his younger brother Hatake Kakashi, did he feel relieved. I saw that Kakashi dragged his body into the house in a disheveled manner, and there were several stab wounds on his body. Kakashi, are you injured? Kankon hurriedly stepped forward to help him, his face very worried. His father died, and the only blood relatives he had left were his younger brother. Therefore, he must not have an accident. Yeah? Kakashi nodded, his tone very weak. I suffered a little injury while performing the mission, but fortunately the mission was completed. Why don't you go to the hospital for treatment? Kankon asked. Hospital? Too expensive. Kakashi shook his head and smiled again. Brother, you can't see, so I'm thinking that with the development of Ninja World technology, eye transplants will definitely be invented in the future. Operation. So, I want to save more money now. When the eye transplant surgery is invented, I will take you to transplant your eyes. and then you will be able to see. After Kankong heard these words, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Kakashi, sometimes it's a blessing to be invisible. Brother, you are talking nonsense again that I don't understand. Kakashi felt helpless. Maybe it's because of my brother's natural disability, so I feel a little dark inside. Kainku smiled gently, took out some trauma medicine and bandages from the locker, and helped Kakashi wrap it up. At this moment, Kakashi's nose suddenly smelled a bloody smell that didn't belong to him. Brother, you murdered. Kankong didn't hide it, and admitted generously, well, I killed 3. Who did you kill? Kakashi was a little nervous. Murder in Konoha Ninja Village is not a good thing, and you must be punished by law. In more serious cases, the death penalty is possible. 1 scout from Kirin Village, and 2 Anbu ninjas. Hate Kankong replied indifferently, as if killing someone was as simple as drinking water. But Kakashi couldn't sit still after hearing this answer. His first reaction was not what kind of crime his brother would commit if he killed 2 Anbu ninjas. But my brother was able to kill a scout from Kirin Village and 2 Anbu ninjas. How far has his strength reached? I'm asking for a gift I'm asking for a gift a small free gift the author will add more Chapter 17 Draw the sword and cut off the cherry blossoms and fight against Orochimaru immediately. Kakashi came back to his senses and said with a look of horror, Brother, why do you want to kill Anbu ninjas? Those are our compatriots. It is only natural to kill the scouts of Kioya village who came to spy on Konoha's information. If Hokage-sama knew about this, he would definitely be highly praised. What he couldn't understand was why he killed 2 Anbu ninjas. To know. Anbu ninja is directly governed by Hokage-sama. Its importance is evident. And my brother, he actually killed them, 2 of them. Could it be that my brother wants to be a traitor? No, I must stop his crazy idea. At this time, Kankong opened his mouth to explain the cause and effect. Also, Kakashi, I heard from them with my own ears that my father's death was not an accident, but a conspiracy planned by his and Saryutobi. What? Kakashi's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. No. It's impossible, how could he do such a thing, Hokage-sama? It must be brother, you heard it wrong. Yes, you must have heard it wrong. After being brainwashed at ninja school, the image of Saryutobi his splendor has penetrated deep into Kakashi's heart. Therefore, when Kankong said this at this time, in the absence of conclusive evidence, he absolutely couldn't believe it. Brother, it may be that your father's death has had too much impact on your spirit, so you have some hallucinations. Recently, I will ask Auntie Nayu to do a psychological evaluation for you. After speaking, Kakashi went back to the bedroom to rest by himself. Kankong, who stayed where he was, sighed deeply. It seems that the younger brother has been poisoned too deeply by the so-called will of fire. I must find an opportunity to let my brother see the hypocritical Hokage and the darkness of Konoha clearly. In addition, since we already know that my father's death was not an accident, we must investigate this matter thoroughly and let the truth be revealed to the world. And the key person who can make him do all this is the ninja who was on the mission with his father. However, for that kind of top-secret mission, the list of people performing the mission is kept secret. Once father and Hokage knew about the accident, no third person would know about it. It seems that it is not so simple to let the truth be revealed to the world. Kankong fell into deep thought in the living room, and before he knew it, it was already past the early morning. Daily tasks are also refreshed and completed at this time. Kankong thought about it for a while. Anyway, he can't sleep right now. Why don't he take advantage of this time to finish the daily tasks first? Arriving in the yard, the moonlight was extremely clear and quietly sprinkled on the whole earth, adding a lot of interest to this dark night. If Kankong can see the moon at this time, then he will definitely think of things and people, and think of his father. But, fortunately, he is blind. Drawing the knife, swinging the knife, returning the sheath. The wind brought by this set of actions caused the cherry tree beside him to shake gently. A few pink cherry blossoms gently fell from the tree. Kankong drew his sword again, and this time the tip of the sword stayed at the right position, just so the few cherry blossoms stayed on it. "Can you keep lying by drawing a knife?" he said softly. At the same time, a small white snake climbing on a cherry tree swallowed a red letter. Suddenly, before the red letter could be retracted, his head slipped down, and blood spurted out, dyeing the pink cherry blossoms red. A thin figure came out from behind the tree, and his face, which was already very pale, looked even more bizarre under the moonlight. "Kankong-kun. You really deserve your reputation." Orochimaru licked his lips and showed a cruel smile. "If I couldn't believe that Kankong-kun was able to kill the two Anbu ninjas just now, then after that move just now, I was able to confirm that you have this strength. You killed the cat and the Black Panther, Kankong-kun." Orochimaru narrowed his golden vertical pupils, exuding a sinister aura all over his body. It was as if he was really being targeted by a poisonous snake. If ordinary people were locked by this infiltrating breath, they would have trembled and lost their ability to move. But Kenku's face was still calm, but he had the template of Fujitora's smile. While inheriting his strength, he will also inherit his imposing manner and courage as a naval admiral. So at this moment, he has no fear. One knife, only one knife, and I killed both of them. It's really weak. Kankong faced Orochimaru directly, without evading the question at all, and directly admitted it. Hearing this sentence, Orochimaru not only didn't get angry, but laughed instead. The perverted brain circuits are indeed different from normal people. He, Kankong-kun, your answer really surprised me. However, you should know the consequences of killing Anbu ninjas, right? Orochimaru showed a cold and dignified smile, slowly raising his hand, ready to seal at any time. "Of course I know," Hokage smiled, "however, you should also know the consequences of experimenting with children, right?" He calculated carefully that during this period, Orochimaru should have already started human experiments with children's bodies. This matter has not yet been discovered by Sarutobi Hizen. Once discovered, he will not only lose his identity as a fourth-generation Hokage candidate, but will also be punished extremely severely. It is possible that he will never be able to get out of Konoha's prison in this life. This is the trump card that Kankong dares to be so unscrupulous. Little devil. Orochimaru's expression became gloomy. "No matter how you know about this, I won't be able to keep you today." After he finished speaking, he hooked his finger lightly, and the wound of the beheaded little white snake started to swell up with white flesh. After these pieces of meat were formed into meatballs, they turned into dozens of giant python heads. The python's head was as fast as lightning. All of them opened their bloody mouths, and instantly attacked Hokage. Kankong frowned slightly. Is it actually using the dead little white snake to use the hidden shadow snake hand? As expected of Orochimaru. While speaking, the white pythons that were bitten had turned into pieces of meat. So fast. Orochimaru said in surprise. When he made his move just now, he was already concealed enough. If he were an ordinary person, he would never have noticed it so quickly. Even if he noticed it, he would definitely not be able to react, and then he would be swallowed by the hidden shadow snake hand. But this blind Hokage seemed to have anticipated his next move, and directly cracked this move perfectly. Orochimaru looked into Kankong's eyes, and under such close observation, he was sure that the silver-haired boy in front of him was indeed a blind man. This made him even more shocked. What secrets does his body hide? The author has said, there will be more. Chapter 18 Threatening Orochimaru, delicious snake soup. In addition to being shocked, he did not intend to stop the attack. I saw that Orochimaru made a seal on both hands quickly, and in a blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen seals, chakra surging all over his body, and he was able to perform ninjutsu with only the last seal. At this moment, Kankong put away the knife and said, "Orochimaru, do you really want to do it? I believe that after I performed the knife just now, you should have an understanding of my strength. Even if you use all your strength, you will not be able to defeat me in a short period of time. But during our battle, the movement caused will definitely attract Konoha's guards. If I tell you about your human experiment with children, guess what?" Hearing this, Orochimaru stopped his movements and said with a smile, "Kankong, are you threatening me? Aren't you afraid that I will turn you into an experimental subject?" Threat. Kankong also smiled. "You can think so too, but I think it's more appropriate for us to talk about a deal." It suddenly occurred to him that Orochimaru is currently Sarutobi Hizen's confidant, his most trusted apprentice, and a candidate for the 4th generation Hokage. If it hadn't been for him to experiment with living people, and if Minato Namikaze had risen to prominence, the 4th Hokage would definitely be him. In short, the current Orochimaru is a popular person around Sarutobi Hizen. Just now, Kankong was still in distress, unable to know who the ninja was on the mission with her father. Just taking advantage of this opportunity, I asked Orochimaru to help him steal the confidential document. Deal? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and seemed to be very interested in the content of this transaction. "Could it be Kankong-kun? Do you also want to be my experimental subject?" "Exactly, I'm also very interested in the secrets on you. If you want, I can promise you to help you restore the light." Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled evilly. "Don't think about Orochimaru, the deal I'm talking about is, you help me steal a top-secret information, and I help you keep the secrets of human experiments, as well as the secret activities of you and Danzang. I will not say it," Kankong said. Orochimaru's face turned gloomy instantly. "You help me keep the secret, and I will help you steal top-secret information? It doesn't mean that you don't pay anything, and I have to risk a huge risk to help you steal top-secret information. Prostitute me for Orochimaru. Moreover, after I stole a piece of information for you, you will still be endless in the future. What should you do if you use this matter to blackmail me into doing things for you?" Orochimaru's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. Only the dead can keep secrets perfectly. But now, he couldn't kill Hatechiku, at least not in the village. "This transaction doesn't seem to be fair. You didn't pay anything at all." Orochimaru, who never lost his temper, could not restrain his emotions at this moment. "Ha ha!" Kankong sneered. "All right then, the deal is cancelled. Now, I want you to help me steal a top-secret information, otherwise, I will expose your secret and let the whole village know about your dirty experiment. By the way, this time it's not a transaction, it's a threat. You." Orochimaru was about to explode with anger. "My little snake, I have always only threatened others. When have I ever suffered this kind of grievance? However, it is not enough to not agree at this time. If his secrets are really exposed, Konoha will not tolerate it, and his immortality experiment will have to be interrupted. Since he was young and witnessed the death of his parents with his own eyes, he had an absolute obsession with immortality. Now, for the eyes of the forbidden technique, immortal rebirth, it has reached a critical stage. If it is forced to be interrupted, everything will have to be restarted. He would never allow this to happen." Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils stared at Shikuhatake, rehearsing in his heart how to kill the young man in front of him with one blow. After rehearsing hundreds of times, he finally gave up. "No matter what method or angle you use, you can't do it. they would all be stopped by his fierce swordsmanship of drawing a sword and slashing cherry blossoms. In the end, Orochimaru shook his head and gave up the idea. Kankong also felt Orochimaru's surging killing intent, but not at all afraid. The perfect level of seeing and hearing is domineering, allowing him to predict Orochimaru's actions in advance. No matter what angle he attacks him from, he will be stopped by his own sword. This is Kankong's greatest support. Things have not been out of his control. So, what is your decision? Orochimaru gritted his teeth and said, I need some time. After speaking, he left angrily. After he left, Kankong smiled smugly. Now, the last straw that crushed my father can finally be found. When I thought that I was able to kill the blood feud, I felt a lot better. Then, he started drawing his sword under the moon and continued to complete today's daily tasks. When the host completes the daily task of drawing a knife, the completion rate of the Fujitora smile template will increase by 0.1%. He didn't stop drawing the knife until the moment the system prompted the task to be completed. The template completion rate reached 12.7%. Kankong also felt sleepy, took a shower and prepared to go back to the bedroom to sleep. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that there were some small snakes that had been chopped off on the ground. His first reaction was not to waste it. Due to the death of his father, the family has no regular income. Kakashi was too stingy again, so he had to save money to help him treat his eyes. Therefore, the two of them's life can be regarded as a difficult one. Now with these excellent sources of protein, how can you let it go? It just so happened that Kakashi was injured and needed nutrition. Let's cook snake soup for my brother tomorrow. After speaking, he picked up all the pieces of meat, washed them, and stuffed them into the empty refrigerator. The next day, when Kakashi woke up in a daze, he smelled the fragrant smell. Brother, what did you do for breakfast? Why is it so fragrant? He just smelled the fragrance, and he unconsciously secreted a lot of liquid in his mouth. At this moment, the chef Kanku came out of the kitchen with a grey-black earthen pot. Kakashi, you were seriously injured yesterday. I made a special meal to supplement your nutrition so that your body will recover faster. Saying that, he put the crock pot on the table. Kakashi couldn't wait to open the lid, and the fragrance burst out. I saw inside white gravy and soup with colorful vegetables. The color is very attractive. Is it lean meat porridge? It looks delicious. I'm starting. After speaking, he filled a large bowl of lean meat porridge and devoured it. Seeing that his brother was eating so deliciously, Kankong nodded with satisfaction. However, he didn't even eat a bowl, only some steamed buns and pickles. God knows, will these little snakes summoned by Orochimaru have any sequel after eating them? Let's ask my brother to add some more nutrition. The author has said, have you ever eaten snake soup? Tasty? Can you tell me? Chapter 19 Gentle Orochimaru. After the meal, Kakashi said contentedly, Brother, I have no task to perform today, so I just happened to take you to Aunt Nono's place for a psychological evaluation. Kankong tapped Kakashi's little head. I said, don't you really think that I have a mental problem? Kakashi shrugged, showing the expression that you are mentally ill. Brother, listen to me, father's death is really not an accident, but a conspiracy. Kankong quickly explained. Okay, I know, all of this is a conspiracy, so, follow me to Aunt Nono's place. Kakashi said helplessly. My father's death hit my brother too hard, causing him to have a bit of a magical barrier. Alas, I really don't want to let me be a little brother. In the end, Kankong was dragged out of the house by force. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at the orphanage run by Yakushi Nono. I saw a big plaque that said, Konoha Orphanage. Seeing this plaque, Kankong suddenly felt that the children inside were all transmigrators. Anyway, the probability of transmigrators becoming orphans is much higher than that of ordinary people. It's recess time and most of the children are playing on the playground. Among them, not only the children of Konoha, but also orphans from other countries. Most of them lost their relatives in the Second Ninja World War and were adopted by Nono. One of the great behind-the-scenes bosses in the original book that is enough to influence the entire ninja world, has not yet entered this big family, and will not join until after the Battle of Kioya Mountain. Hatakrina was sitting quietly on the bench beside her. Her mood was a little down. Damn brother Kankong, today is obviously Sunday, but you didn't even come to see Rina. It's really abominable. In the past, he came to play with me every weekend. Could it be that he went out to play with Uehiro, who I just met 2 days ago? HMPH, I knew that the woman must have a purpose in approaching brother Kankong, otherwise why would she be so kind to invite me to dinner? Hatakrina's eyes became bitter and resentful. Why hasn't brother Kankong come yet? I'm so annoying. Hatakchikara, who had already arrived at the orphanage, had already caught Reina's aura with a domineering look. He was just about to say hello, but he overheard these words unexpectedly. Hiss. Such a young girl already knew that Sparring was jealous. The girls in the Naruto world are indeed very precocious. Reina. What are you thinking about here? Kankong walked up to her and said calmly. Ah. Reina raised her head in panic, and immediately blushed when she found out that it was brother Kankong. No. Nothing. Sure enough, brother Kankong still came to see me. He still likes me the most, and he will not be deceived by the coquettish goods outside. She calmed down her excitement and asked pretendingly, Brother Kankong, what are you doing here at the orphanage? Kakashi answered first. I brought my brother to Auntie Inayu for a psychological evaluation, not to play with you. This. Rina's expression instantly turned petrified, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Kankong put his hand on Reina's little head and said gently, when I finish talking with Auntie Inayu, I'll come out to play with you, okay? Yeah? Rina nodded happily. At this moment, a beautiful woman with brown hair and a white nurse uniform came out of the room. Kankong, Kakashi, you are here. Inayu smiled gently. His eyes narrowed into slits, looking very warm. In the original novel, Nonayu was a super kind and gentle woman. Because of pity for many homeless children who suffered from war, an orphanage was established in Konoha Ninja Village. In this orphanage, regardless of country or race, everyone can live happily together. It can be said to be an ideal world. But the good times didn't last long. The orphanage is a money-burning thing. Coupled with Konoha's rejection of children from other countries, no funds will be given at all, so the funds will soon be unable to turn around. Now, Inayu should be in a dilemma of extreme lack of money. Hello, Auntie Inayu. Kankong said hello. He still has a very good impression of Inayu. After his mother died, Inayu gave the two brothers one of the few heirs. Moreover, my father often donated money to the orphanage before his death, and the two even came together for a time. Unfortunately, such a tragedy happened in the end. Auntie Inayu, this is the reward I got for my recent mission. You can use it first. Kakashi took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and handed them over. Huh? Kankong blinked his blind eyes. I said that treating your eyes definitely won't cost you that much money. So you spent the rest of your money here. My little brother, he looks indifferent on the surface, but he is actually very loving. Zarina, who was on the side, saw this scene, and her view of Kakashi also changed. It turns out that he is not a selfish person. No. Inayu quickly refused. White Fang has already helped me a lot during his lifetime. I can't ask for any more money from your two children. Auntie Inayu, this is my little intention. You can accept it. No, I really can't. When the two were arguing, Kankong said, Auntie Nayu, my father often funded this orphanage before he died, and the two of you almost came together, so to our brothers, you are equivalent to the role of mother, so you should accept it. Hearing these words, Yi Nayu's eyes suddenly flashed with crystal tears, and he said with a weeping voice, Hold. I'm sorry, I couldn't prevent White Fang's death. Auntie, it's not your fault. Kankon comforted. Well. Yi Nayu nodded and stopped crying. By the way, what's the matter with you coming here? There are indeed some things. Kakashi said, because of the death of my father, my brother seems to have been hit hard in his heart, and he became confused, always thinking that his father was killed by someone. Is that so? Yi Nayu nodded. Come to my room. Kankon followed and walked into the house. Kakashi didn't stay here, but rushed towards the mission hall. He wants to take on more tasks and make more money. Chapter 20. It turns out to be a woman with a wild heart. Kankong and the pharmacist Nonayu entered the room. Kankong scanned the entire room with a domineering look. The furnishings of the house are very simple, only the furniture and supplies necessary for life. Tables, chairs, wardrobes, beds, and more. What's on the bed? Fat Times, it's still pink. Hood, lace. And, there's more than one set. Unexpectedly, Auntie Nayu was an ascetic and gentle elder sister on the surface, but inside she was a manic little wild horse, waiting for someone who was destined to conquer and ride her. Yi Nayu actually noticed the messy personal items on the bed, but she knew Kankong was blind, so she didn't care too much. Kankong, is there something wrong? It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly felt that it was too presumptuous to come here. You didn't even have time to clean up the bed. Kankong said with a smile. Ah. Yi Nayu's cheeks turned pink, and he squeezed his hands into his legs, looking very embarrassed. This. What's going on? How does he know that I haven't tidied up the house? It's impossible to see it in the sky. Didn't he see the messy fat time on my bed or something? Damn, so shameful. Thinking of this, Nonayu waved his hand in front of Kankong's eyes. After confirming that he was really blind, he was relieved. I'm sorry Kankong, I've been busy recently, so I don't have time to clean up. She quickly explained. Well, let's talk about your psychological issues. I don't have any problems in my heart, but Aunt Nono seems to have encountered something difficult recently. Kankong said calmly. As a medical ninja, you will never be a sloppy person. Even if you are too busy with work, you will keep the house clean, especially that kind of personal belongings. How can they be placed in a mess on the bed? Therefore, Kankong guessed that it was very likely that Danzo's roots had put some pressure on her and made her upset, so she didn't even have the mood to clean up. In the original work, Yi Nayu was originally a member of the Root, but because he couldn't stand Danzo's centralization and bloodshed, he chose to quit the Root and created an orphanage. But the ruthless Danzo didn't plan to let her go. He was always looking for an opportunity to control her. No. It's nothing, it's Kankong, you think too much. Yi Nayu looked to the other side and said hesitantly. Recently, because of the funding problem of the orphanage, she lowered her face and wanted to ask Danzo to give some funding. But Danzo put forward a condition, that is, let her continue to serve and go to other countries as an undercover agent. Otherwise, not only will they not be given funding, but the orphanage will be forcibly demolished. For Yi Nayu, the orphanage is the only hope for her to survive. If the orphanage is gone, then there is no point in living. So, it doesn't matter if the orphanage can survive. That's good. If there is any difficulty, Auntie, you must tell me. Kakashi and I will definitely find a way. Kankong comforted. Well, okay. Yi Nayu nodded with a blushing face. For some reason, The young man in front of her brought her some long-lost sense of security, just like White Fang. At this moment, a few hoarse crows suddenly sounded outside. Yin Ayu's expression tightened. This voice was a signal that the root was visiting. She hurriedly said, "It seems that there is nothing wrong with your mind, Kankong. If you have nothing else to do, go back first. Then I won't disturb you, Aunt Yin Ayu." Kankong said goodbye and opened the door to go out, but he did not leave, but hid outside the house and observed the situation inside. As soon as he walked out on his 4 foot, there were 3 strange auras in the room. This breath carries a kind of weird, dark. Obviously a member of Danzo's roots. Sure enough, Aunt Yin Ayu deliberately set herself aside. But Kankong didn't plan to act rashly. If these few people didn't do anything too much to her, it would be better for him not to provoke the bloody factory at the root for the time being. Yone Ayu, how are you thinking? Do you want to rejoin the root group? One of the root members asked in a low voice. Nonayu looked flustered, and clung to his skirt tightly with both hands. In the future, with the support of the 2 brothers Kakashi and Kankong, the funding problem was solved. So, he definitely doesn't want to go back to the evil and bloody place at the root. Please tell Danzo-sama, I'm afraid I'm no longer suitable to work at the root. The root member immediately became a little angry. Yone Ayu, I think you are mistaken, this is not a request, but an order. Master Danzo explained to me that if you don't join, then you will be completely wiped out. After all, you know too many secrets of your roots. Yin Ayu's face instantly turned pale and fearful. No, I will never reveal any information about the roots, please believe me, I just want to run the orphanage well and live a peaceful life. Hee, you have no choice. The root member pulled out the ninja sword behind him, but hesitated. Isn't it a pity to kill such a beautiful woman directly? He glanced at the messy personal belongings on the bed, and smiled evilly. I didn't expect you to look so gentle and intellectual, but at heart you are a coquettish woman. I must be very good at serving men, hee. You. What do you want to do? Nonayu subconsciously covered his chest with one hand, while the other hand assumed a fighting posture. After such a set of actions, the 2 big white rabbits on their chests shook several times. The eyes of the root ninja were even more evil. Is this the legendary gangster's excitement punch? Senchi, who had been observing outside the house, was extremely angry at this time. Danzo, this old dog, will he force people to death if they don't obey him? And this root ninja actually wanted to insult Aunt Nono. Father never did anything to her before he died. A dog with roots, is he worthy? I had to tear him to pieces. Just as he was about to rush in, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, activate the quest, and rescue Yin Ayu. The pharmacist Yin Ayu was made difficult by every means for disobeying Danzo's orders. Please rescue the host immediately. The task completion reward Fujitora issue template completion rate is 1.5%, even if the system hadn't released this mission, Kankong would have rushed forward without hesitation. He slowly pulled out the short chakra knife behind him, poured the chakra into it, and a sharp white glow appeared on the blade. White Fang swordsmanship, instant slash. When the voice fell, Kankong had already appeared behind the root member. And the body of the root member suddenly stagnated in place, a bloodline extending from the forehead to the lower abdomen. His whole body was cut in half from the middle by this knife. Chapter 21 Washington Facial Cleanser Cane. Kankong. Yin Ayu's face was flushed, with gratitude written on it, but he immediately said in fear, Kankong, you killed the ninja at the root, Danzo will not let you go. Now, hurry up and run. I'll take care of it all. Kankong sighed inwardly. Aunt Yin Ayu is really a kind and silly woman, no wonder she died so miserably in the original book. No need, Aunt Yin Ayu, I'm not afraid of this old dog Danzang, and I won't let you be bullied in the future. At the same time as she spoke, she spread her arrogance to her, wanting to see are there any injuries. But this time, it was discovered that Aunt Chinayu's clothes had been torn and tattered, exposing large areas of whiteness. Especially under the loose trousers, it is actually wearing a battle-wearing black silk. Is this the legendary little tip for meeting your boyfriend? However, the figure is so good. It's really impressive. Thank you, Kankong. Yinayu shed tears of emotion. Thanks to your Hatake family, this orphanage can survive. Saying that, she rushed up and hugged Chiku Hatake directly. Because Kankong is relatively short, his entire head is buried in the soft nai, and it exudes a refreshing smell. Washington facial cleanser? Hiss. Isn't this every LSB's dream? Kankong rubbed left and right and side, and after washing his face thoroughly, he came out satisfied. Yinayu seemed to feel the squirming of Kankong's head, and his face immediately flushed. Then let's dispose of the body first, otherwise it will be easy to be found. It is good. The two carried the body to the open field and burned it to ashes directly with fire. Only then did I feel relieved and returned to the orphanage. Nonayu expressed deep gratitude to Kankong. Kankong said, "Can I still come here and use the facial cleanser in the future?" Nonao blushed and said yes. Only then did Kankong leave with satisfaction. In the courtyard, Hatakrina had been waiting here for a long time. "Brother Kankong, why did you go in for so long?" Kankong didn't know how to answer for a while. "I went in and washed my face with facial cleanser." "Oh, what is facial cleanser?" "Facial cleanser is a kind of face washing thing." Kankong glanced at Reina and found that the development was really good. "Reina, can you also let me wash my face in the future?" "Of course. However, Brother Kankong, you have to invite me to eat meatballs." Kankong thought about it carefully. Since he had already let himself wash his face, it would be fine to invite her to eat meatballs. "Okay, I'll treat you to eat enough for today." "Great." The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards Uncle Yile's ramen shop. Halfway through, Kankong suddenly sensed that there was a little white snake following him all the time. "It seems that the things that I let Orochimaru steal yesterday have been lost. I have to say, Aunt Snake's work efficiency is really good." Kankong took out several bills from his wallet and handed them to Reina. "Reina, take this money and buy meatballs, I'll wait for you here." Reina, who got the money, was very happy. She didn't think much about it, she jumped all the way and left. After she disappeared at the end of the street, the little white snake hidden in the dark, its abdomen began to swell, and then its mouth opened 180 degrees. A pale arm covered in mucus stretched out from the mouth of the little white snake. Then came the head, waist, legs, until Orochimaru's entire body came out. "Kankong-kun, we met again." Orochimaru smiled pitifully, holding a red scroll in his hand with the word, "Top Secret," written on it. "Orochimaru, can't you change to a normal way of appearing? Do you have to be so underworld?" Kankong retched for a while and almost vomited. I can't help it either. After all, stealing top-secret information would be a serious crime if someone discovers it. Aunt Snake was a little helpless. Okay, since you're so afraid of being discovered, give me the scroll and leave quickly," Kankong urged. Orochimaru licked his lips, narrowed his eyes and said vigilantly, "Of course I can give you things, but how can I confirm that you won't reveal my secrets? What do you want?" Kankong's face instantly turned cold. "Recently, I'm doing an eye transplant experiment. Why don't you become my test subject, Kankong-kun, and I promise to let you rebuild the light." Orochimaru showed a fanatical smile on his face. "Ha ha." Kankong sneered, "Don't think I don't know, You're working with Danzo to help him transplant Shenyan, right? If you want to use me as a guinea pig, I think you made a mistake. When Orochimaru heard this, his expression instantly became wrong. Only the two of them knew about his secret cooperation with Danzo. And how did Kankong get this news? How did you know? Orochimaru asked cautiously. Kankong smiled calmly and said, "You don't need to worry about this, you just need to know that everything about you is under my control. If you have any other thoughts about me, you should dismiss it as soon as possible, because you fight but mine." Damn. Orochimaru was so angry that his teeth were about to be shattered. My little snake actually suffered this kind of grievance again. Blue skinny mushrooms. But there is nothing to do. Hagichiku, you are a little too deceiving. Orochimaru growled. Kankong smiled, "It's just bullying you, what can you do to me?" Orochimaru was angry, but he really couldn't do anything with him. All she could do was get angry, stomped her feet, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Rina ran over happily with a large handful of balls in her hand. Orochimaru, who was just about to leave, squinted, his whole body turned into a white python, opened his bloody mouth, and dived towards Rina. Oops. Kankong's head tightened. Rina doesn't show up early, she doesn't show up late, but it happens in show up this time. The conversation just now was originally a secret conversation and absolutely cannot be heard by a third person. Now, Rina is here. Regardless of whether she heard the conversation just now, Orochimaru would not let her live. His body emerged from the white python and looked at Rina with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a corpse. Ninja, hidden shadow multi-snake hand. Orochimaru's arm instantly turned into hundreds of grey-brown pythons, biting forward. Rina was stunned, the ball fell from her hand, and her body became extremely cold. A fear of death permeated her body. Suddenly, a sword beam stopped between Orochimaru and Rina. The heads of those ferocious pythons that swooped in were chopped off, and blood splattered all over the floor. Kankong held the knife in one hand and caught the ball that was about to fall to the ground in the other, and said indifferently, "This person, you can't move." Chapter 20 To defeating Orochimaru Hokage-senshi. Orochimaru roared frantically, and the anger that had been suppressed for a long time finally burst out. "Do you know what you are doing? What happened today? If it was spread out, the two of us would definitely be in a state of doom, do you understand?" Kankong held the chakra knife and felt a dangerous aura. "Of course I understand that if it's someone else's child, it doesn't matter to me whether you kill him or arrest him as a test subject. Killing Nai, she is one of the few members of my Hate clan. I absolutely do not allow anyone to hurt her. This is my bottom line. Hokage, don't deceive people too much." Orochimaru was indignant. "I am Orochimaru, but one of Konoha's three ninjas, both in terms of strength and prestige. He is at the pinnacle of Konoha. Why should I listen to you, a little brat? Maybe I was a little weak before, so you think I'm good at talking." Kankong knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he said indifferently, "Then I'll have to accompany you. Little devil, you will regret it." Orochimaru took out a shuriken from the ninja bag, shot it forward, and then formed a seal with both hands. Shadow shuriken technique. Bang bang bang. A large amount of white smoke appeared out of thin air, and in the white smoke, the shuriken turned into hundreds in the blink of an eye, pouring down like a rain of swords. Rina was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. When did she see this battle? This is really going to put them both to death. Kankong didn't panic in the slightest. This ninjutsu can even be easily taken over by his unsatisfactory younger brother, so how could it have an impact on him? He directly turned on the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing to the greatest effect. In an instant, all the details within the visible range were magnified several times, and everything became clear. temperature, wind speed, flight path, space. No matter how perfect an attack is, after being magnified countless times, it will find subtle flaws. And the key to the battle is whether you can use this flaw as small as dust to defeat your opponent. Victory and defeat are always in an instant. At this moment, after seeing the infinite details captured by Shiwensei domineering, and a lot of calculations in his mind, Kankong finally found a perfect attacking route. Immediately afterwards, the chakra all over his body began to burst out. Crackling. Above the robe, even a blue electric arc as thin as a hairspring flashed. The content of White Fang's swordsmanship is not only as simple as the swordsmanship. It also includes ninjutsu, which can make the speed faster, otherwise, it can't be compared with Namikaze Minato with only one sword technique. This ninjutsu is similar to the Raikage's Raikage Chakra mode. It's just that compared to the rough use method of Raikage of the 4th generation, the ninjutsu invented by White Fang is more refined and ingenious, and requires higher control over the details of chakra. The difficulty of learning is correspondingly more difficult. But if it is fully mastered, its speed and power are no less than that of Thunder Dun's strongest armor, or even higher than it. Kankong has practiced for 2 years and is only at the intermediate level. However, it is enough to deal with the Orochimaru at this time. White teeth surgery, white teeth. Stab it. The blue electric arc on Kankong's body surged, and the speed reached an extreme. Quickly take out the knife, slashing 1,000 strikes. One after another dazzling white slashes formed an airtight sword net directly in front of him and Rina, cutting off all the shuriken and bouncing away. Then it turned into a white light, approaching the door of Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru's complexion changed drastically. How can it be so fast? Amazed to be amazed. But as Konoha-sanin, he is naturally not a vegetarian. The movements of his hands are flying, and the seals are quickly knotted out. But all of this is already under Kankong's grasp. How could he let the other party leave the seal alone? I saw a flash of white light. Orochimaru directly separated his hand that was making the seal, and the cold sweat broke out on his face. If I hadn't stopped the seal in time just now, I'm afraid my hand would no longer be on my body. Damn. He cursed fiercely. Since the release of ninjutsu will be interrupted, then it is better to compete with taijutsu. Believe in your own strength, it is impossible to lose to a kid. He held a kunai in each of his hands, and the Kusanagi sword spit out from his mouth. With the blessing of these 3 weapons, he will definitely be able to block the next slash. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils kept spinning, watching Kankong's every move. Suddenly, Hatake-Chikura's movements stagnated for a while. He seized this fleeting opportunity and poured chakra into the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword suddenly stretched and pierced into Kankong's body fiercely. However, under his gaze, the figure began to gradually fade until it disappeared. It's an afterimage. Orochimaru had a horrified expression on his face. What, have you seen through all my actions? As soon as he finished speaking, Kankong's sword slashed towards Orochimaru's head. At this point, it was impossible to completely escape. Orochimaru had to use software modification to stretch his neck to 1 meter before the knife slashed on his shoulder. With a puff, blood splashed. He covered his shoulders in pain, his face full of hideousness. Orochimaru, I said just now, the person I protect, you can't move. Kankong took the knife back, and didn't plan to continue entanglement. This time, the reason why he was able to gain the upper hand in the battle. It's also because in the village, Orochimaru didn't want to make too much noise and cause unnecessary trouble. You know, he still has many secret and forbidden techniques that are useless. If he really used his full strength, Kankong would not have any chance of winning, at least not now. Orochimaru covered his shoulders in pain, his face full of horror and shock. Although I still have a lot of esoteric ninjutsu and forbidden arts that I haven't used. But in terms of physical skills alone, he has already exerted his full strength. As one of the three ninjas, even if he is not strong in physical skills, he is definitely not weak. Even so, he was defeated by Hokage I. How could he not be horrified? The talent of this young man is a little too terrifying. Suddenly, after Orochimaru was extremely angry, he showed a strange smile, endured the pain and said, "Kankon-kun, you really keep making surprises for me. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Although I fell into your hands this time, you have to be careful next time, you may be caught as an experiment at any time." After speaking, he left here in an instant. It's not a good thing to be stared at by this annoying guy. It seems that I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Kankon murmured. At this moment, the system prompt sounded unexpectedly. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, defeating Orochimaru, and rewarding Fujitora Yeshu template completion rate of 1%. Chapter 23 Father's Murderer, Kakashi's Killing Intent. Kankon felt a little inexplicable after hearing the sound. Can you also get rewards for defeating enemies? Why wasn't there a reward for killing those ninjas in Anbu and Genji before? System, please come out and explain it to me. Have you swallowed my degree of completion? Hint, only by defeating the famous ninja in the original book can you get the achievement reward, and the greater the fame, the more rewards. I see. After such an explanation, Kankon let go of his doubts. Otherwise, he would have thought that the system really took a kickback. The current Fujitora Yeshu template completion rate has reached 15.2%, and it is only 4.8% short of new abilities. Think about it, it's really exciting. Kane. Brother Kankon, are you not injured? Reina recovered from her fear after a while, and she paid attention to him for the first time. Kankon smiled gently, and handed her the ball in his hand. No, don't worry, eat the ball now. Reina's eyes flashed with tears. She took the meatball and took a bite. The meatball was still a little warm. After the two chatted together for a while, Kankon sent Reina back to the orphanage. He himself rushed back home. After arriving home, he saw that Kakashi was eating the snake soup that made the morning, and it was called an incense. Kankon suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. He wondered if my brother would kill me if he knew the truth. Kakashi, didn't you go on a mission today? It's not like your style. Kakashi replied while eating, it's a bit late today, so there are only some sea-level tasks left, helping the old woman find the lost kitten and puppy. I'm too lazy to take it, I'm sick of it. Well, it just so happens that I have something to tell you. Kankon took out a red scroll from his arms. Kakashi glanced at it and saw the word top secret written on the scroll. Brother, where did you get this scroll? This is a top secret scroll, and stealing it without authorization will result in a felony. Give me the scroll quickly. As long as the wax seal on it has not been destroyed, it means that no one has opened it. In this case, take it back to Lord Hokage, and he will definitely forgive us. Kankon shook his head helplessly. This little brother of his is really worrying. You don't want to know what is recorded on this scroll. I'm not interested in what is recorded above. I only know that if you dare to open this top secret scroll, both of us will be in a doomed situation. Hurry up and give it to me. Saying that, Kakashi stepped forward to grab the scroll. His head was wrinkled, and he kicked him away with a bang. After Kakashi smashed the dining table, he fell into the sawdust, and a smear of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. My stupid brother, you are so ridiculous. Let me tell you, this scroll contains the information about the man who killed my father. Even so, don't you dare to open it. The moment he heard these words, Kakashi's expression tightened and he hesitated. Why doesn't he hate the ninja who killed his father? Just under the brainwashing of public opinion, I subconsciously believed that the root cause of all this was my father's wrong choice, and it had nothing to do with other people. Therefore, he never thought about revenge. Now, a chance for revenge is in front of him. How should he choose? I saw that Kakashi stood up slowly, shook his head and said, "Brother, father's death is not that person's fault, it's all caused by him. So, let go of the hatred, brother, as long as we don't give up our mission for our companions like my father did, we won't end up so miserably." When he heard these words, Kankong was furious. This stupid younger brother, until now, still thinks that all this is his father's fault. In the end, should you say that you are naive or trash? Moreover, the information about killing his father's enemy was clearly in front of him, but he didn't even dare to look at it. Coward. Trash, I'm ashamed to have a younger brother like you. How did my father give birth to such an unfilial son as you? Don't be stupid, brother. Your heart has been in darkness, why can't you free yourself? Believe in Lord Hokage again, and believe in the will of fire again. Kakashi shouted loudly. Fart. Kankong swung his fist over and smashed it on the door in front of him. Kakashi stumbled and fell to the ground again. What bastard will of fire, it's just a tool for brainwashing. Saying that, Chiku tore off the wax seal on the red scroll and opened the entire scroll in front of Kakashi. Show me a good look, and remember the person above. I'll take you tonight to uncover the truth of the matter. Kakashi's eyes widened, only to see the information of the two people written on the scroll. Participating personnel list: elite join-in, Hatake Seikumo. Sex, male, blood type, O-type, height, 181 centimeters, weight, 65,9 kilograms, constellation, Virgo. Below White Fang is another ninja who is on a mission with him. Elite Chunin, Sibitha. Sex, male, blood type, type A, height, 193.5 centimeters, weight, 88 kilograms, constellation, Pisces. Kakashi looked at the person's profile and fell into deep thought. It turned out to be him, it turned out to be him. In the process of performing the mission, he had a lot of contact with Sanibiksi of the interrogation department. The latter is always polite to himself. Unexpectedly, the murderer who killed his father was actually him. In the past, Kakashi didn't know who the murderer who killed his father was, so he could control the anger in his heart. But now that all the information about that person is clearly known, the anger in his chest can no longer be suppressed. This damn guy, his father obviously saved him, but he blamed his father in turn. I'm going to tear him to pieces. When Hokage Kankong heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you angry? Anger is right. If a man does not feel angry when facing the enemy who killed his father, he is basically a waste. In fact, Kankong did not expect that this person was actually Saibis of the interrogation department. However, if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable to be able to do such a thing according to Saibis's cruel character. Now that you know who the murderer of your father is, the next step is to take revenge. Kankong's expression suddenly became cold, and even the surrounding temperature dropped a bit. The system beep sounded again. Ding, activate the mission. Revenge, the revenge for killing the father must be reported. Completion of the task reward: Fujitora smile template, completion rate 2%. Chapter 24: Kankong's strategy to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Brother, what should we do? Should we rush over and kill him immediately? Kakashi's eyes were full of red blood, and he was about to go crazy. Although he has always shown indifference to his father's death on the surface, he deeply respects and loves White Fang. Kankong shook his head. Kakashi, although my father's death is not related to Sebiksi, he can't do such a thing alone, there must be a bigger black hand behind it. If we rush into the interrogation department to kill at this moment, it is equivalent to exposing the fact that the two of us know the truth. Then the mastermind behind the scenes will definitely not let the two of us go. At this moment, we need to calm down and plan slowly until the culprit behind the scenes is completely uncovered. Brother. Kakashi roared, why are you talking about conspiracy theories all day long? This matter is obviously a matter of Ibiki Mori, so why does it always involve other things? Ugh. Kankon sighed helplessly. Even if things develop to this point, he can't change his stupid brother's naive idea? Ridiculous. However, it is understandable when you think about it carefully. I have lived 2 lives, and I have read the original Naruto, so the darkness of Konoha is so clear. Kakashi was brainwashed by the will of fire almost from birth, and it is understandable that it is difficult to change for a while. Just as he was thinking, the system issued the task again. Ding, activate the mission, Dirty Will of Fire, investigate who is behind the scenes, and let Kakashi realize the darkness of Konoha. Quest completion reward Fujitora smile template completion rate 5%. 5%. After seeing this mission, Kankon couldn't help being a little surprised. You must know that the completion of the Tengu Xiao template has reached 15.2%. If this task is completed, the completion rate can directly exceed 20%, and the next ability can be awakened. At that time, his strength will have a qualitative leap. Kankon was secretly excited for a while, and said to Kakashi, Kakashi, since you still don't believe that there was a mastermind behind the father's death, then I'll prove it to you. How to prove it? Kakashi was a little puzzled. Kankon said calmly, actually, it's very simple, but I need you to cooperate with me. Then what should I do? Although Kakashi didn't believe that there was a mastermind behind the scenes, now that his brother has come up with a way to prove it. That's not a bad idea. I just took this opportunity to kill my father's enemy and eliminate my brother's inner demons. Kankon said solemnly, first of all, I need you to win a chance to carry out a mission with Ibiki Mori, and the mission level should be as high as possible, understand? At that time, during your mission, I will hide my identity and appear on the battlefield, and I will fight with Cybis, and push him to a desperate situation. But you absolutely cannot rescue. At this time, you are facing the same situation as your father at that time. To save your teammates, you should continue to complete the task. And Kakashi, your first choice must be to choose to complete the mission. At this time, if Ibiki Morino, who was cornered in a desperate situation, doesn't ask for help, it means that his words and deeds are consistent. But if he asks for help, it means that he is simply a person who is greedy for life and fear of death, and the remarks that accused his father were all hypocritical. Kakashi suddenly realized that there was a bit of strangeness in his expression. This strategy is simply perfect. First, let Morinai Ibiki fall into the same predicament as before, and the right to choose again falls into his own hands. Then, after experiencing the death of his father, he would definitely choose to complete the task first. At this time, if Morinai Ibiki is not greedy for life and fear of death, he will definitely respect his choice and let him continue to complete the task. However, if he asks me to save him, then it means that the actions he accused of his father were all false, and there must be someone behind him. Kakashi glanced at Kenchi, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Unexpectedly, my brother is not only proficient in swordsmanship, but also so deep in the city. Maybe one day I was sold by him, and I even counted the money for him. Brother, I understand, just do as you say. Yeah? Kakashi nodded. As long as this plan can be successfully implemented, the truth of my father's death will definitely be revealed. For the next few days, Kankon worked hard to complete the daily tasks every day. Although the 0.1% completion rate is relatively small, No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Moreover, you can also use the drawn sword to hone your swordsmanship. After more than 10 days, his understanding of White Fang's swordsmanship has deepened. White Fang's body technique and chaotic White Fang also broke through the bottleneck at this time and reached an advanced level. Before, he was afraid that his strength would not be enough to push Morinoi Ibiki into a desperate situation, but now, this worry can be completely put down. Kakashi has not been idle these days. I have been looking for opportunities to perform tasks together with Ibiki Mori. This action can't be too deliberate, it must be more natural, so that the plan can be executed perfectly without revealing any flaws. But, I don't know what's going on these days. Ibiki Mori has always been in the interrogation department and didn't go to receive any tasks. Therefore, Kakashi is also waiting very anxiously. The two sons of White Fang's family were both running their own way for this plan. Finally, after a few days, Kakashi stepped into the noisy quest receiving hall. Found a man in a black cloak talking to the mission release staff at the window. Kakashi quietly approached. Didn't I say that I'm not in the mood to perform tasks recently? Why did you send me tasks again? Ibimori said impatiently. Mr. Ibisi, this is not our staff's decision, but Hokage-sama's decision. The staff patiently explained. Damn. Ibisi cursed. This old guy, didn't he say that after the last mission was over, he wouldn't assign himself a mission? Why is it his turn again this time? But why must it be me? The staff member said, because this mission is quite special, it is necessary to interrogate the enemy on the spot and bring back useful information, so, the first choice for this task is you. Okay. Although he was reluctant, he finally chose to accept it. Then have my mission companions been selected? Ibis asked. The staff replied earnestly, although this mission is quite special, the difficulty is not too difficult. It's just B-level, so this time you can perform the mission with 2 Chunin. In view of the particularity of the mission, Hokage-sama did not designate those 2 companions. You can choose the most suitable person by yourself. Kakashi's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this. Here comes the opportunity. Chapter 25 The action begins. Kakashi rushed over and said sincerely, Uncle Ibisi, I just saw that the remuneration for this task is relatively high, and I have been short of money recently, so can you bring me with you? Ibiki Mori looked down slightly and found that it was White Fang's son, Kakashi Hatake, who was speaking. His eyes were a little dodgy, and his expression was a little nervous. The son of White Fang, why did he suddenly go on a mission with him? Could it be that he knew what happened in the first place? However, Ibitha immediately regained her composure. This matter is a top secret, only Hokage-sama knows. How could a child like Kakashi know about it? Uncle Ibisi, what's wrong? Kakashi asked suspiciously. Sanai laughed dryly and said, Kakashi, although the reward is a lot for this task, it also means that the risk factor is high. You should perform some simple tasks. Kakashi said with a face of dissatisfaction. What? Uncle Ibisi, are you doubting my strength? I am now, but the elite is forbearance. Elite Chunin. Morimai couldn't help but widened her eyes. You must know that Kakashi is only 8 years old now. At this age, he is promoted to an elite Chunin, and his talent is unbelievable. The Uchiha family's children are just like that. But thinking about it carefully, this guy had already graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6, and it is not surprising that he was promoted to Chunin at the age of 8. Look at Kakashi, and think about his own son. He is really more popular than anyone else. Ibiki Mori was about to say no, but thought about it. In this mission, only 2 Chunin were recruited. The strength of the Chunin was uneven, and the gap was huge. Some Chunin can be as powerful as special Chunin, and even have a few tricks with elite Chunin. But some Chunin are just cannon fodder, and they can't even beat genin. After all, the Chunin thing is not a representative of strength, and it is also possible to survive through qualifications. And Kakashi can be promoted to the elite Chunin at such a young age, which shows that his strength is definitely strong enough. Kakashi, since you want to carry out this mission so much, I'll add you. Okay, thank you Uncle I busy. Kakashi said thankfully, then turned around and left to go home and pack up. Next, I busy recruited another powerful Chunin, named Hyuga Steelgate, a member of the Hyuga family, who has already opened his eyes. The three agreed to meet at the gate of the village 2 hours later, and then rushed directly to the mission location. When Kakashi returned home, he found that his brother was still practicing knife drawing under the cherry tree. "Brother, are you still exercising?" "Oh, Kakashi is back." Kankon didn't stop drawing the knife in his hand, and crystal beads of sweat were thrown from his silver-white hair. "How is it going?" "Brother, I have successfully joined Ibizi's team. I will go on a mission with him in 2 hours. Please prepare well, brother." Kakashi said coldly. "Did you succeed?" Kankon suddenly stopped drawing the knife in his hand, and his eyes became serious. "I understand." Originally, he didn't have much hope, because after that mission, Ibiki Mori became very cautious, hiding in the interrogation department and never going to perform the mission. But now, Kakashi has really caught such an opportunity. At this time, Kakashi took out a marked map from the ninja kit. "Brother, this is the location for this mission." Kankon took the map and glanced at it, and found that a red circle was marked on a hill at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. This should be the location of this mission. "Well, I see. You should hurry up and gather now, lest Ibimori is suspicious." "Understood." After saying that, Kakashi left here in an instant and hurried to the entrance of the village. Kankon also returned to the room at this time, changed into a black stealth suit, and wore a centipede mask on his face. He was holding the map given by Kakashi tightly in his hand, and he was already extremely angry in his heart. "Father, I can finally avenge you." Then, he turned into a shadow and left the room. "Kakashi, how come you are so slow?" Ibitha got a little impatient while waiting. "Sorry, because there is a blind brother at home, so I have to explain a few more words." Kakashi replied indifferently. "So that's how it is." Ibiki Mori suddenly realized, and then she remembered that it turned out that White Fang not only gave birth to a son of Kakashi, but also had a son named Shikuhatake. However, this eldest son is an utterly blind man. For this reason, White Fang was often ridiculed and ridiculed. "Have you explained everything about that?" Hinata Gangman asked. "Well, everything has been explained, and you can perform the task with peace of mind." "That's good. Since everyone has arrived, let's go," said Ibisi Mori, who is the team leader of this mission, and he is responsible for everything in the team. Next, the three of them rushed towards the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. On the way, Sebiksi patiently explained the purpose of the mission. Probably the content is: there is a group of bandits, ninjas pretending to be Konoha who often go to the Land of Grass to burn, kill, loot and do all kinds of evil. Because the country of Kusanagi believed that he was a ninja of Konoha, he did not dare to arrest him without authorization, so he negotiated seriously with his Saryutobi. I asked the bandits who pretended to be Konoha ninjas to immediately evacuate from the country of grass. After Saryutobi Hizen heard about this, he immediately launched an investigation and found that the group of self-proclaimed Konoha ninjas were just bandits. But the country of grass did not believe this statement and demanded evidence. Therefore, Hizen Saryutobi dispatched Ibiki Morino to directly torture the group of people and make them admit their identities. In this way, Konoha can completely put aside his responsibilities. A few people rushed for about a day's journey, and finally arrived at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. On a hill in front, there was a stockade built of wood, and there was a plaque on it that read, "Konoha Ninja Camp." We seem to have reached the target position. Kakashi reminded. His eyes instantly turned cold. This shows that he can finally kill his father's enemy with his own hands. Yeah? Ibiki Mori nodded, noticing the change in Kakashi's eyes. But he didn't take it too seriously. After all, who wouldn't want to get rid of such a vicious bandit? As everyone knows, this look is specifically aimed at him. If that's the case, let's start the action. Ibiki Mori said. Chapter 26 Fighting in the cottage on the hill. There are 2 watchtowers, and a bandit with a machete is standing on each of the watchtowers. In order to look more like a Konoha village ninja, these bandits even put on green vests and tights. It's just that these imitations look a little funny when they wear them. Kakashi, Hyuga Steel Gate. At this time, Ibiki Mori instructed, "You 2 sneak in and kill the 2 bandits who are in charge of the lookout." Clear. The 2 nodded and took out the dark kunai from their ninja kits. Then he jumped up and disappeared in place. After a while, 2 shadows landed on the left and right watchtowers. When the bandit in charge of the lookout saw the person who suddenly appeared, his eyes widened. He was about to report to the boss, but found that he could no longer make any sound. The throats of the 2 bandits were cut. With a thud, the 2 fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Sanai nodded, then joined the 2 of them and entered the stockade. At this moment, where he lurked just now, a slightly thin figure in a black robe suddenly appeared, observing everything that was happening around him. The other side. Moronoi Ibiki, Hyuga Steel Gate, and Hate Kakashi have entered the stockade. There are about a dozen tents in the stockade, all of which are flashing with yellow lights. Through the shadows on the white tent, you can see what the bandits are doing inside. Some are toasting, some are chatting, some are wiping weapons. Wait. There is a tent that seems to be very special. Judging from the shape of the shadow, it should be a man and a woman. The men are in the back, and the women are in the front. And the 2 of them were still shaking violently. The man was swearing while shaking, and the woman was making bursts of screams. Kakashi frowned slightly. Is this domestic violence? Scumbag. Hyuga Steel Gate, you are responsible for cleaning up the enemies in the 3 tents on the left. Ibiki Mori ordered. Understood. Hyuga Steel Gate reluctantly left from the domestic violence tent and locked the 3 tents on the left. Kakashi, you are responsible for clearing the enemies in the 4 tents on the right. Understood. What about the tent inside? Kakashi pointed to the tent where domestic violence was taking place. Cough, cough. Ibiki Mori coughed twice. I'll take care of that. After speaking, the 3 of them immediately started to act. These bandits are almost all ordinary people with stronger bodies, let alone 3 chunin. Even if they are 3 genin, they have no power to fight back. This is the difference between ninjas and ordinary people. Soon, a large amount of blood splattered on the white cloth of the surrounding tent. One by one, the bandits in the tent were beheaded. This action was carried out quietly, and the bandits didn't even react. Finally, after cleaning up all the bandits, the 3 gathered together. Captain Ibisi, all the enemies on my side have been cleaned up. Hyuga said. Me too. Kakashi echoed. Very good. Sen nodded, then looked at the only stone-built building in the center of the cottage. There should be the place where the bandit lead our lives. After we rush in, we must not kill the bandit leader, but catch them alive. I want to bring the key information back to Konoha, understand? Understood. Kakashi and Hyuga nodded. Afterwards, the 3 walked cautiously towards the center of the cottage. Kakashi seemed very worried at this time. According to the agreement, my brother should have appeared long ago. The mission is almost over, no one has been seen yet. Could it be that my brother is in any danger? Never mind. Kakashi shook his head. If his brother didn't show up, he would kill this Morinoi busy himself. Even if you betray the name of betrayal. When a few people arrived in the house made of stones, there was no light in it, not even a single candle. This bandit leader is very healthy and sleeps very early. Hyuga Steel Gate, open your white eyes and observe. Ibiki Mori ordered. Okay. Hyuga Goalkeeper chakra surged above his eyes, and blood vessels around his eyes burst out. White eyes, open. The darkness in front of him suddenly disappeared, and things gradually became clearer. A man was lying on the ground, and the blood was almost completely drained. And beside this man, stood a man in a black robe and a centipede mask. There is a situation. Hyuga shouted to Gangman. Ibiki Mori immediately took out a fire stick, stroked it lightly on the wall, and ignited it. The flames lit up the surroundings. The things in the room suddenly became clear. Elder brother. Kakashi's eyes suddenly became excited. It turned out that my brother had already arrived at the scene and was ready. Who are you? Ibiki Mori seemed to feel the hostility of the person in front of him, and the whole person trembled. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to understand that I have what you want in my hand. Saying that, Hatake took out a scroll from his cuff. The actions of these bandits were not spontaneous, but were instructed by the Kingdom of Wind. This scroll is the order given by the Kingdom of Wind to the bandits. Huh? Moriyoshi heaved a sigh of relief. Since this person took out the scroll on his own initiative, it means that he is not hostile. Then, please give us this scroll. Haha. Kankong, who was wearing a centipede mask, sneered, I think you made a mistake. I'm not here to help you. On the contrary, I'm here to wipe my ass for the land of wind. If you want it, grab it. What? Snai's expression instantly sank, and she said decisively, do it. Hyuga Steelgate opened his eyes and rushed forward instantly, softboxing, gossip and 32 palms. He ignited white chakra flames in both hands and shouted, Bagyuts hang. SHHHHH. Kankon turned his body slightly to the side, and skillfully avoided these two palms. When Hyuga Steelgate saw that both palms failed, he was unwilling to the extreme, and all the remaining moves were released. Bagyu 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. But there was no single blow that could touch Kankon's clothes. Kakashi couldn't help but feel very surprised when he saw this scene. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to escape the Bagyuts-hang of Hyuga's family unscathed. But as a blind elder brother, he did it. It seems that my brother's strength has improved a lot from before. Chapter 27 The Choice of Snai Ibishi Hyuga Gangman saw that all his 32 palms had failed, and it would be meaningless to continue fighting. He quickly took 2 steps back and prepared to retreat to prepare for the next round of offensive. But how could Kankon miss such a good opportunity? He quickly slapped the steel door on the head with the scabbard. Bang! The Hyuga steel gate was shot and flew out backwards, hit the wall, and fainted. The reason why Kankon didn't want to kill is because his target this time was Ibisuki Mori, and he didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Moreover, the main clan and branch of the Hinata clan are also full of darkness and blood, and these people are the objects that he can win over. It was so easy to defeat the steel gate. Snai Ibixi became nervous, looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, hold him for me, I will find an opportunity to grab the scroll. Kakashi nodded, showing a contemptuous smile. This cunning guy, Ibisi, clearly wanted to hold back the enemy, and then he would grab the scroll if he had the chance, and run away if he didn't. Very good at calculating. But all this is a trap for our two brothers. Thinking of this, Kakashi rushed up with Kanwu, in order to make the performance look more real, and also to test the real gap between himself and his brother. He did not retain any strength. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. In an instant, his hands were sealed, his cheeks bulged high, and a huge fireball spewed out of his mouth, violently crushing Kankong. Kankong couldn't help showing a bit of bitterness on his face, asking you to act, but not for real. You are really my brother. Then he gently pushed away his chakra knife with his thumb. A knife is gently cut out, and an invisible wave of air instantly rushes the arrogant fire. The ball split in half and flew towards both sides, leaving him unscathed. This time, if he used the White Fang sword technique, the slash could even cut the entire stone-built house in half. But at this time, Kankong couldn't reveal that he knew how to use the White Fang swordsmanship, which would reveal his flaws. Don't be distracted when fighting. At this moment, Kakashi charged over with Kanwu in hand. After Kankong spread out the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing, he found that the person in front of him was simply a shadow clone, and the main body had already circled behind him. This kind of trick can't fool me. After avoiding the stabbing kunai, he directly stabbed the chakra dagger into the heart of Kakashi Shadow's clone. Boom. After the shadow clone showed a painful expression, it completely turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated with the wind. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombs. Behind Kankong, a giant dragon made of water rose up with a chilling aura. But before the water dragon bomb hit, it was completely cut off, bursting like a balloon filled with water. Kakashi, who was standing under the water dragon bullet, was shocked. He didn't even see the movement of his brother's knife just now, and the water dragon bomb actually exploded. Ibiki Mori, who was standing on the side and was constantly observing, was even more shocked. His knife is so fast. Even the 3 ships of the Iron Country are nothing more than that. If he still had the idea of snatching the scroll just now, then after seeing this sword technique that has reached the realm of transformation, there is only one thought left in his mind, and that is to escape. It doesn't matter what the task is. As long as you can survive, no matter what. When things developed to this point, he suddenly thought of the time when he and White Fang went on a mission together. The scene where he fell into a desperate situation and begged White Fang to save him. Who would have thought that White Fang would really give up such an important task in the end to save himself? Ibiki Mori showed a sly smile. White Fang and White Fang's son are as stupid. The other side. Kakashi and Chiku are still fighting. But in fact, Kakashi was defeated the moment the water dragon bullet was smashed to pieces. It's just that the play still needs to go on, so that's why this meaningless battle continues. Suddenly, Kankong revealed a fatal flaw. Kakashi seized this opportunity and kicked Chikura's belly, and the red scroll slipped down. He grabbed the red scroll, took a dozen steps back, and retreated to a place that was further back than Sebiksi. The scroll is already in hand. It doesn't make sense to continue fighting. Let's retreat quickly. Kakashi said. Sanai's eyes brightened, she nodded and said, "Give me the scroll, you can drag the enemy." Kakashi gave him a cold look. Your strength is not enough to protect this scroll, you should break it later. What did you say? Sanai was furious. I'm the captain of the squad, how dare you not listen to me? A captain who only watches from behind? You. When the two were arguing, Kenku got up from the ground, and in a flash, he put the knife directly on Ibiki Mori's neck. Kakashi, hand over the scroll, or I'll kill your teammates. Ibiki Mori's eyes widened, and she said in fear, Kakashi, give him the scroll quickly. Kakashi sneered and shook his head. Uncle Ibiki, my father was condemned by people in the village because he gave up his mission. In the end, he committed suicide in shame. I will never be the same as my father. So, sorry, I chose to complete the mission. After speaking, he took the scroll and slowly backed out. Snai busy roared angrily, damn. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded. When I went on a mission with your father, he gave up the opportunity to complete a top-secret mission and came to rescue me. Don't tell me, do you really want to abandon your companions? When Kakashi and Kankong heard this, their faces suddenly turned gloomy. It turned out that you and your father went on the mission together. Kakashi's tone was extremely cold, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Since my father saved you, why did you go to the house to insult him? I didn't mean it, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, please save my life. I pleaded bitterly, looking very pitiful. Kakashi shook his head, I'm sorry too, this sentence can't be the reason for me to save your life. After speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Kankong laughed coldly, since you are not going to hand over the scroll, then you should die. He waved the short chakra knife in his hand, which was bound to cut off Ibizi's head. Kakashi, in fact, someone was behind this incident. I can't help it. Ibizi's eyes widened and he pleaded. Kakashi's mood became extremely complicated when he heard this. It turned out that there was really a mastermind behind this incident. The real innocence is me, not Brother Kankong. Chapter 28 Defection? No, we're going to ruin Sarutobi's reputation. Kakashi turned around and exchanged glances with Kankong, then continued to ask, then, who is the mastermind behind the scenes? If you tell me, I don't mind handing over this scroll. Ibikimori hesitated. If he told this secret, he would definitely be targeted by those interest groups when he returned to the village. If you don't say it. He suddenly felt the knife on his neck cold again. It's Sarutobi Shinosuke, the son of Hokage, the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Dark Army Hibiki. Ibikimori couldn't care about anything else, and just wanted to live on. He ordered me to go to White Fang's house to accuse me of abuse, and promised me a promotion afterwards. Sarutobi Shinosuke. The faces of the brothers Hokage and Hokage Kakashi instantly became extremely cold. There is no doubt that Shinosuke, the Dark Force, is the eldest son of Hizen Sarutobi. And Anbu is directly under the jurisdiction of Hokage, which is also the rule set by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. So now, it is clear at a glance who is behind the scenes. Everything is a conspiracy of Sarutobi Hizen. Kakashi gasped heavily. Originally, he thought that even if there was a real mastermind behind the scenes, it would most likely be Danzo and his roots. But when he heard the news with his own ears, his whole three views were overturned. That kind and amiable, the three generations of Hokage who kept talking about the will of fire, turned out to be the murderer behind the death of his father. The will of fire, which he has always believed in, turned out to be just a tool for his brainwashing. Damn. 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 Kakashi's silver-white hair fell, and his anger was about to explode. Dirty Hokage. Dark Konoha. It's my fault. I still believe in the will of fire so much. It turns out that it's all a lie. It's a lie. Kakashi roared wildly, and his whole body fell into a state of madness. Kankong calmly looked at Kakashi, who was close to collapse, and did not make any movement. When the things that are firmly believed in the heart are broken and doubted, most people will collapse, and only a few people will be reborn. He believed that Kakashi would be reborn and become stronger. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Kankong's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Dirty Will of Fire quest, and reward Fujitora with a smile of 5% completion rate. Host, Hokage unlock template, Fujitora smile, 21.2% completion. Acquired abilities, perfect level seeing, domineering, gravity fruit. Task 1. Draw the knife 1000 times. Reward 0.1% completion degree, unfinished, long-term task, refresh every morning. 2. Revenge, the revenge for killing the father must be avenged. Completion of the task rewards Fujitora smile template completion rate of 2%, unfinished. Every 10% increase in the completion degree, you will get a template ability, and when the completion degree reaches 30%, the next template will be unlocked. At the moment when the mission was completed, a strange power suddenly appeared in Kankon's body. This kind of power allows him to change the surrounding gravity. Phew. Kankon let out a long sigh of relief. It feels good to feel stronger. There are more things that I can master. Kakashi, I've already told you all the information I know, now can I hand over the scrolls for my life? Ibe Mori looked expectantly. Kakashi raised his head slowly. His eyes completely changed from before. Haha, in exchange for your life, who will exchange my father's life? Huh? He chose to bear a huge infamy to save your life, but you forced him to death. Tell you, if I save you today, my father Izumi knows, will he forgive me? Kakashi asked loudly with bloodshot eyes in his eyes. Brother, kill him, and then the two of us defect together. One day, the entire Konoha village will be destroyed? Elder brother? When Sabishi turned his head, Kenku had already taken off the centipede mask. It's you. The blind eldest son of the White Fang family. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Only at this time did he realize that he had been tricked. But it was all too late. What do you two want to do? I tell you, if I die here, the two of you will never get rid of the relationship. It will definitely be investigated by Hokage-sama. A white glow appeared on Kankon's chakra dagger. Kakashi, what are you waiting for? White Fang swordsmanship. Pierce the heart. Done, Chidori. The two of them penetrated Ibiki Mori's chest one by one. Ibe Mori was overjoyed and fell to the ground with a thud. At present, Kakashi has only researched the A-rank ninjutsu called Chidori. As for the S-rank Rachel, he has not yet researched it. Brother, let's defect. Kakashi said in a low voice, I really don't want to go back to this dirty Konoha. Kankon shook his head. Kakashi, although the two of us already know about the darkness of Konoha, too many people in the village are still kept in the dark. Unite together, form a huge force, and finally overthrow the entire Konoha regime. Let that filthy Saruto be accused and insulted by everyone in the village, so that he can avenge his father. Kakashi's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, you're right. Father's grievances haven't been cleaned up yet. That bastard Saruto is still making a fortune in Konoha. The two of us you can't defect. You must let more people realize the darkness of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kankon nodded with satisfaction. Now that his younger brother's concept has changed, the next thing will be much easier. Sarutobi-san, just wait for your reputation to be ruined. Brother, then, what should we do next? Kakashi asked. Kankon picked up Ibiki Mori's forehead and calmly said, go back to the village first. I will place this forehead in front of my father's tombstone to pay homage to his old man. After speaking, Kankon vanished in place one step ahead of schedule and hurried to the village. Kakashi, who stayed where he was, waited until Hyuga Steelgate woke up and explained the situation to him. What, has Ibiki Mori died in battle? Hyuga Gangman looked regretful. Yeah? Kakashi nodded. Ninja casualties are inevitable, but fortunately, I have grabbed the important documents. The two of us, the top priority is to go back to Konoha and give this scroll to Hokage-sama. When talking about Hokage-sama, he felt sick in his heart. Okay, let's go back quickly, we can't waste time here. Chapter 29 Gravity Fruit. Danzo's visit back in the village. Kakashi and Hyuga Steelgate went directly to the Hokage office. "Why are you two the only ones back, Ibiki Morino?" Hizen Sarutobi asked suspiciously. "Lord I busy." Hyuga Kamen paused for a while and continued, "He unfortunately died during the mission." "Huh?" Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brows. "A while ago, a top-secret information about Ibishi Mori was stolen. Now, he would actually die for such a B-level mission. Between these two things, it seems that it is not as simple as it seems." Although Sarutobi Hizen is hypocritical, as a politician, his city government is definitely no less than anyone else's. Otherwise, Danzo wouldn't have been pressed to the roots for so many years. He suddenly said, "Kakashi, what's going on in this matter? Tell me in detail." Although Kakashi already hated Sarutobi hidden in his heart, after Kankong's education, he has become ecstatic. "Lord Hokage, Uncle Ibisi was in a desperate situation at that time. If I choose to save Uncle Ibisi, I will not be able to complete the mission. So, I finally chose to complete the mission, and Uncle Ibisi died in battle." After Kakashi finished speaking, he took out a red scroll from the ninja bag and handed it over. After Hizen Sarutobi heard this, he immediately accused, "Kakashi, why didn't you save Ibisi? He made a lot of contributions to Konoha." Facing the accusations, Kakashi's face was still calm. "Lord Naruto, isn't my father being accused by everyone because he gave up his mission to save his companions? Why did I make the opposite decision this time? Why are you accusing me?" This. Sarutobi Hizen looked a little embarrassed. He was at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "You're right. I lost my temper just now. Of course it's the ninja's duty to complete the mission, and you haven't done anything wrong." After Kakashi heard these remarks, he sneered in his heart. Sure enough, it was the same as what my brother said. It doesn't matter what choice my father made in the first place. The important thing is that his father has seriously threatened his position. Therefore, it must be removed. Hizen Sarutobi, you old dog. If my brother hadn't woken me up in time, I don't know how long I would have let your will of fire deceive me. Thank you Hokage-sama for your compliment, Kakashi said emotionlessly. Okay, leave the scroll, the two of you back down first. Yes. After the two left. A man with his upper body covered in bandages walked out of the shadows. "Sarubai, things don't seem to be that simple," Shimura Danzo said in a hoarse voice. Sarutobi Hizen nodded. "I suspect that there is some connection between the loss of top-secret documents a while ago and this incident. It is very likely that the blind eldest son of the White Fang family did it." "Hagaichiku?" Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Isn't that kid blind?" Hizen Sarutobi shook his head and exhaled a puff of white smoke. "Last time this blind man defeated my incompetent son, Sarutobi Asma, at the ninja school." "What?" Shimura Danzo's eyes became vigilant. "As far as I know, Asma has the qualifications to graduate from the ninja school. How could she be defeated by that blind kid? Even if he inherits White Fang's kendo talent, but he can't see, he's not just a waste." "I don't know either, but what is certain is that he must be hiding some secrets." Sarutobi Hizen suddenly felt that it was a wrong decision to let Hagaichiku enter the ninja school. If he didn't open his mouth, then Hagaichiku would never be able to become a ninja, and he would not be able to perform many tasks. In the future, no matter how powerful he is, he can only be buried in the crowd. But now, he really seems to be able to graduate from ninja school. "Danzo," Sarutobi Hizen suddenly said, "regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with him, in order to avoid for Whitmore trouble in the future, he must start from the woodwork." Leaves disappeared. Since Konoha's fire can no longer illuminate this young man's heart, let the darkness at the roots swallow him. Shimura Danzo turned around and disappeared into the darkness. After Kankong returned to Konoha, he didn't sit still, and went straight to the small woods on the edge of the village to exercise. All he has to do now is to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you control more things. The current Kenku has acquired the ability of the gravity fruit of Fujitora Smile. This ability, as the name suggests, is the ability to manipulate gravity and generate gravitational waves. You can use the ability to arbitrarily manipulate the strength and direction of gravity, and you can also make objects float weightless. In the original One Piece novel, Fujitora can even instantly lift gravity to a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers from the ground and pull down the meteorite with high temperature and flames. This ability is simply absolute. If you are trained to perfection by yourself, you can even compete with Madara's heavenly obstruction star. With a knife, meteorites fall directly from the sky. Kankong felt excited just thinking about it. When the time comes to destroy Konoha, isn't it just a matter of a few meteorites? However, in order to achieve this effect, it is necessary to exercise regularly. Thinking of this, Kankong found an open space, calmed down his heart, and prepared to experiment with his abilities. He stood still on the open space, then adjusted his breathing, feeling the power newly integrated into his body with his heart. After a while, the fallen leaves and stones under his feet slowly floated up. This is part of the gravity fruit's ability to make objects float. Next, it's gravity strengthening. Kankong pushed his chakra knife away with his thumb, and a purple halo immediately spread out in a circle. Swish! The floating stones and fallen leaves hit the ground at a fast speed. Bang bang bang! The fallen leaves fell on the ground, creating deep pits. Afterwards, the place shrouded in the purple halo trembled even more, as if being smashed down by a mountain. The ground with a radius of 2 meters collapsed directly, forming a pit half a meter deep. Kankong felt this domineering power, and was extremely excited in his heart. Is this the ability of the gravity fruit? It's similar to Higi's weighted rock technique, except that the ability of the gravity fruit is developed to the extreme, and it is more than a star and a half stronger than the weighted rock. At this moment, a gloomy and old man walked out of the darkness. Clap clap clap. He applauded lightly and said in a hoarse voice, "It's really a very special ability, the blind eldest son of the White Fang family." Chapter 30. Can you bear the anger of this knife? Hearing this voice, Kankong's brows suddenly sank. Just now, I focused all my attention on the ability to experiment with the gravity fruit, and turned on the arrogance of seeing and hearing to a minimum. Unexpectedly, the old dog, Danzo, took advantage of it to enter. However, the two of them are still at least 50 meters away. If he suddenly makes a move, he will have time to deal with it. Danzo, you came here to find me. Probably not just to praise me, right? Kankong put the knife back in the scabbard with a look of indifference. Ha ha. Tuanzang sneered twice, of course not, I'm here to give you a chance to live. A chance to live? Kankong showed a mocking smile, my life is always in my hands, no one can give me a chance to live, including you, Danzo. Shimura Danzo couldn't help narrowing his eyes when he heard this. Although the blind eldest son of White Ya's family was only 8 years old, he was very mature, and he was more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Little devil, don't be in a hurry to reject me, I'm giving you not only a chance to survive, but also a chance to flourish. Tuanzang said with a stern face. Oh? Kankong smiled. Then I want to see how you made me soar. It's very simple. You have 2 choices now. One is to join my roots and plant my tongue-busting technique. I'll keep your life safe, and the sky will rise. Secondly, if you refuse, I will keep you dead. His last words of death were serious. Tuanzang paused for a while, then continued, actually, I originally came to take your life this time, but I just saw the ability you showed, and I had the idea of cherishing your talents. This is an exception to allow you to join the root. Join the root, and the sky will rise. Cherish talent? Exception? Kankong laughed when he heard these words. Danzo will have the idea of cherishing talents? This is really an international joke. How many talents of Konoha will be persecuted by the root in the future? No one knows this. Uchiha Shisui, Pharmacist Pocket, Pharmacist Yinayu, etc. These people will die in the future, and those who defect will defect. If they all stay in Konoha, then there will be a fourth ninja war? Ridiculous. It's so funny. Hee hee hee. Kankon laughed. Danzo, you don't need to cover up. Hasn't Saryutobi instructed you to come, right? As Konoha's absolute justice, he couldn't do anything to a child like me, so he sent you, a guy hidden in the dark, to kill me. Ha ha ha. You really see my Hatake clan as a thorn in your side. The stab, even the blind man of the Hatake family will not spare me. However, I have to tell you that your level of brainwashing is much worse than that of Saryutobi Hisn. No wonder you can't be Hokage. You're only worthy of doing some shitty things in the dark. What did you say? The crutches in Danzo's hand slammed on the ground. I originally wanted to recruit you with the idea of cherishing talents, but you are so ignorant. As for the matter of succeeding Hokage, it was a thorn in his heart. Usually, it would not be enough for his subordinates to mention it, but today he was mocked like this. How could he bear this? If that's the case, then die. He left such a sentence and turned to leave. At the place where he left, 3 figures of the root members suddenly appeared. Murder is such a dirty job. Naturally, Danzo doesn't need to do it himself, just let his dog do it. Moreover, if Danzo killed himself, it would have a great impact on him if it was spread out. Kankong's sense of seeing and hearing domineeringly locked on the 3 members of the root, with no fear on his face, and his whole body was already exuding a cold killing intent. Now, he has obtained the ability of the gravity fruit, plus the White Fang swordsmanship and the White Fang movement technique. Even if Danzo made his own move, he might not be without the power to fight. Not to mention 3 dogs with roots. Little devil, you shouldn't refuse Danzo-sama, we will make you regret it, said one of the root members. Ha ha. Kankong sneered, it's you who should regret it. You arrogant fellow, die. The 3 root ninjas simultaneously pulled out the ninja swords behind their backs and flew towards Hatake Chiga at the same time. Formation B. The captain of the 3 shouted. Received. The other 2 immediately flew in different directions, pulling away. Almost in an instant, the 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded Hatake Chiga. Wind done, the art of wind cutting. The root member standing behind Kankon quickly formed a seal, and a dozen wind blades spewed out of his mouth. Without any hesitation, Kankon directly activated the perfect level of knowledge and domineering, and clearly captured the flight trajectory of these dozen wind blades. Then he pulled out the short chakra sword from the scabbard, and the blade was covered with a white glow. White Fang's swordsmanship, break the air. Swish. A white sword chi flew out, cutting the wind blade in front of it into a messy airflow. At this time, the root ninja on the left had already descended from the sky holding a ninja sword. This root ninja is very smart, and quickly found Chiku's weakness. An 8-year-old child, no matter how skilled the swordsmanship is, strength is a fatal weakness after all. His own slash fell from the sky. He must not be able to withstand the slash of this power, and even his sword would be knocked into the air. Without a sword in his hand, a swordsman is no different from a cripple. After spinning several times in the air, he drew a graceful arc and fell. The power of this knife is bound to cut down this little devil in front of him. Little devil, you can't bear the power of this knife. A sneer appeared on the corner of Kankong's mouth, and he shouted angrily, "Can you bear the anger in my sword?" After speaking, the white light above the blade was suddenly shrouded in purple. Clang! At the moment when the two knives collided, a large number of sparks erupted, reflecting Kankong's determined face. "Do you feel it? This is my anger." The voice just fell. Suddenly, the body of the root ninja shrouded in a purple halo trembled wildly. An unprecedented huge force continuously pulled him down, as if to pull him into hell. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, and a huge deep hole was smashed into the ground. That ninja at the root, like being crushed by Mount Tai, can't even move his fingers. Kankong gently pressed down the knife in his hand. Boom! Click, click. There was a sound of bones breaking from the body of the Anbu ninja. Then, the whole body finally couldn't bear the pressure of this gravity, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His internal organs were all crushed. "It seems that you can't bear the anger of this knife," Kankong said calmly. Chapter 31. Beheading. The other two root ninjas were horrified to the extreme when they saw this scene. Gravity. His knife can actually control gravity. And he even used this power to directly crush that companion and die. How could he have such a powerful force? The two of them couldn't help fighting a cold war, and the first thing they thought of was the technique of aggravating rocks by Tianxianping Onogi from Yanin village. But suddenly I felt something was wrong. The technique of aggravating the rock had to touch the place before it could continue to exert pressure. And Hatake Chikara can continue to increase the opponent's weight without touching it, and in the end, even his body can't bear the weight. And they could clearly feel that it wasn't their companion who became heavier just now, but that the gravity of the small area increased. Is the gravity of a small area that directly changes? The root team leader analyzed. Next, the two of us must not approach him. Once we are entangled by the means of changing gravity, we will end up dead. The same as the fallen comrades. Understood. Another root. The ninja nodded. Although the two of them were afraid of Kankong's strength, they didn't have the slightest fear. Because the ninja at the root has long been trained to become a killing machine, there is no emotion at all, and he doesn't even know what fear is. Only know to complete the task. Kankong also made a rough assessment of the strength of the three while the two were analyzing on the spot. 3 elite Chunin. Although they are only Chunin, they have cooperated with each other for a long time and have formed a tacit understanding. With the cooperation of 3 people, one can even behead a Chunin. Just as he was thinking about it, the root troop leader suddenly moved, and the seal was quickly formed in his hand. Done, 4-pillar bondage. As soon as the voice fell, 4 pillars shining with lightning rose up from the ground, and there was a continuous accumulation of lightning on the 4 pillars, which might erupt at any time. Once this formation is formed, the 4 pillars will explode with huge thunder and lightning, which will explode towards the enemy in the middle. Although this lightning is not fatal, it is enough to paralyze people and make them unable to move. After that, the enemy in the pillar will become a lamb to be slaughtered. Give me down. Kankong drew his knife instantly, and the purple halo spread rapidly toward the surroundings, covering all 4 pillars shining with lightning. Suddenly, these 4 pillars, their upward stance, suddenly stopped, and they could only keep trembling in place. The Dark Army commander's expression was extremely solemn. After using this ninjutsu so many times, some escaped, some were smashed, and there has never been a situation where the thunder pillar could not come out. In desperation, he had to continue to increase the output of chakra. But those thunder pillars reached the load-bearing limit, and with a bang, they cracked open, and the stones flew in the sky. Strangely, none of these huge stones fell to the ground, all of them were silently suspended in the air. Drink! Kankong shouted violently, waving the short knife in his hand for a week, and the purple halo quickly spread out. This time, He used the horizontal repulsion wave to spread out with himself as the center. The stones suspended in the air sputtered out like bullets. Damn. The Root Corps commander gritted his teeth and scolded, and then directly cast a dirt wall to block him. Bang bang bang. The huge stones smashed the earth wall into pieces, and the earth was about to collapse. The stones blocked it. But the vision in front was also caught in a blind spot. White Fang swordsmanship, instant slash. All I could hear was a low, trembling voice from behind. Before he could turn around, he was blocked by a sword. The last Root ninja saw the tragic death of two teammates, and his emotions did not fluctuate. In their eyes, the companions were just tools for fighting together. No one is sad when the tool is broken. Success. At this moment, the last Root ninja rushed behind Kankong and slashed down with a sharp knife. At this moment, Kankong smiled contemptuously. I thought you knew that my eyes were blind. When these words reached the ears of the Root ninja, he instantly widened his eyes. Yes, his eyes have been blind since birth, which means that he does not rely on his eyes to observe things at all. So, it's pointless to sneak attack from behind. When he was shocked, a short knife with a white glow had penetrated his heart. The white horn on the knife, after entering the body of the Root ninja, seemed to have life. Inside the body, it was like thousands of short swords, frantically scurrying and cutting. After a while, the white light destroyed all the meridians in the Root ninja's body. Kankong took out the chakra knife, looking very excited. White Fang swordsmanship. At the intermediate stage of cultivation, a white glow of chakra will appear on the blade, both sharpness and power will be greatly improved. At the advanced stage, the white light on the knife can flow along the enemy's chakra, enter the enemy's body, and destroy the enemy's internal meridians. As for the current Kankong, it was during this battle that he realized the advanced use of the White Fang swordsmanship. The last Root ninja fell to the ground slowly, with the horrified look on his face before he died. Kankong slowly retracted his sword, his expression unusually calm. As if killing someone is like chopping vegetables and melons. Of course, this is only aimed at the ninja at the root. These ninjas can no longer be called human beings, they are just Danzo slaughter machines. It seems that the previous actions have already made Saryutobi Hisn and Danzo notice me. Kankong murmured in a low voice. However, they only dare to do something to me in secret. On the bright side, Hisn Saryutobi would never have dared to attack himself in order to maintain his Hokage's glorious image. Once a blind man is shot, the image he has managed to build up in the village will collapse suddenly, and the position of Hokage will be taken away by other competitors. Saryutobi Hisn definitely wouldn't dare to take such a risk. However, in secret, he will definitely suffer from his constant targeting and calculations, just like this time. However, they didn't dare to make too much noise, they could only use this kind of petty trouble to disgust themselves, so as not to be noticed by the people in the village. Kankong stood there thinking for a long time. In the end, I still felt that things were not out of my control. No need to defect yet. Moreover, if he defected at this time, the grievances on the father's body will never be washed away. Since this is the case, then the soldiers will come to block it, and the water will come to cover it. Under the moonlight, Kankong swaggered towards his home. As for today's fight, the rest of the village will never know. Chapter 32. After returning home, Kakashi hadn't fallen asleep, and had been sitting quietly in the living room. "Brother, why did you come back so late today? Did you encounter any trouble?" Kakashi smelled the blood on Kankong's body. Kankong didn't plan to hide anything after all, the two brothers are already on the same front now. "Well, I killed the 3 dogs at the root of Danzo." "What?" Kakashi looked worried. "Brother, if you do this, will they order you to be arrested?" Kankong shook his head. "The root is just a little devil hiding in the dark. In the entire Konoha village, less than 5% know the bloody factory of the root, and they will never be exposed to the sun when they do things, let alone be made public. Already. Also, Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo will never allow this matter to spread. Once this matter gets out, what will everyone think? Hokage-sama and Shimura Danzo, the two core leaders, united to target a blind child? If you say it out loud, you will be laughed at. Hizen Sarutobi thinks his face is very important. After listening to Kakashi, he thought about it and said worriedly, "But brother, I'm afraid that if you continue to stay in the village, they will do bad things to you." Kankon smiled gently, put her index fingers and thumbs together, and gently tapped Kakashi's forehead. "Don't worry, brother, the matter is still under my control. Not only will I protect myself, but I won't let you and Rina get hurt a little bit." After he finished speaking, he walked towards his bedroom. The moment the door was closed, he suddenly asked, "Kakashi, if the two of us are in a desperate situation, will you choose to continue the mission or save me?" This time, Kakashi didn't hesitate and said with a charming smile, "Nothing is more important than my brother's life." Hearing this sentence, Kankon's heart was very moved. "Stupid brother, you are finally enlightened. Kakashi, brother, I will never put you in such a dilemma." After Kankon said something, he closed the door gently and rested. With a smile on his lips, Kakashi murmured, "Brother, I probably already understand what you want to do. Do it with confidence. I will definitely support you with all my strength, even if you risk mine life." This was the first time White Fang felt the warmth of his family since his death. The next day, as soon as Kakashi woke up from the bed, he smelled the fragrant smell of lean meat porridge. He stretched leisurely and let out a comfortable whisper. "What? Days when you don't have to perform tasks are really cool. Every morning, I also drink the delicious lean meat porridge made by my brother. How can I live such a happy life? It would be better if my father was still there." Kakashi walked out of the bedroom and saw brother Kaneko and Rina Hatake already waiting for him at the dining table. "Zhao Lingnai is here too." "Yeah? Today is the day of the graduation exam for the ninja school. Brother Kaneko and I went there together." Rina Hatake said with a small fist, "I can finally become a ninja." Graduation exam? Kakashi couldn't help showing a mocking smile when he heard these four words. "Isn't this all you need to do?" Rina immediately showed a look of contempt. "Che, what's so amazing?" "Yeah, of course it's nothing special, that is, graduating from the ninja school early at the age of 6, setting the record for the earliest graduation. After graduating, it took 2 years to become an elite Chunin. It's really nothing special." Kakashi gave Vesai a direct meal and turned back. When Reina heard this, her head was covered in black lines. She turned her head and looked at Kankon pitifully and said, "Brother Kankon, Kakashi is bullying me again." Kankon smiled gently and said softly, "I'll tell you quietly, Kakashi hides a book of intimacy under his pillow." BFFT. When Reina heard this, she laughed like a copper bell, pointed at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be so indifferent and strict, but you like to read Liube's books. It's a shame." Ha ha ha. "Brother." Kakashi's face turned red to the root of his neck, and it was hot enough to boil water. "Brother, who made you mess with my things?" Kankon smiled. "When you usually go out, the bedroom door is always locked, but I have never sneaked in." "Then why do you know that I have affection?" "That thing." Kankon didn't answer. Can he say that he learned it from the anime? "Okay, don't make trouble, let's eat quickly. After dinner, Reina and I have to take the graduation exam." He put the food on the table. In front of Kakashi was a large bowl of lean meat porridge. In front of Kankon and Rina, there is only some rough food. Kakashi said puzzled, "Brother, Why are you only giving me lean meat porridge? Why don't you to drink it? Rina showed a hint of cunning. Kakashi, you perform tasks all day long, you need to eat better, and the two of us don't need it. HMPH, you are considered sensible. Kakashi drank lean meat porridge without any psychological burden. Eating it is called a fragrance. The fragrance. After eating, Shiku and Rina went out to the ninja school. Kakashi was very leisurely because he had no assignments. He was just about to go back to the house to watch the masterpiece of Intimacy Paradise, and then have a tryst with the Five Fingers girl. Suddenly think of. It seems that I haven't given my brother any money for a long time. It stands to reason that the money in my brother's hands should have been spent a week ago. How come there is still meat to eat every day? Could it be that my brother hid his private money? It is necessary to confirm. If my brother really has his own small treasury, he can save all the commissions from performing tasks in the future to finance the orphanage and help his brother treat his eyes. Thinking of this, Kakashi walked into the kitchen and opened the lower level of the refrigerator. The scene inside shocked him. I saw that the large pieces of snakes were neatly stacked in the refrigerator. One of them was half used and had not been completely frozen. Apparently, it was just used this morning and put back in again. Yuck! Yuck! Kakashi saw this scene, his appetite surged, and he was extremely disgusted. Who would have thought that the lean meat porridge I ate for a month turned out to be snake meat? Crash! After seeing the snake's head showing its fangs, he couldn't help but spit it out. Hagichiku. This revenge is not a gentleman. Kakashi held the toilet with both hands and shouted miserably. Chapter 33 I made you a chicken, what did you become? Kenku and Rina walked into the classroom chatting and laughing. Seeing that everyone was nervous, especially Obito and Matokai, it would not be an exaggeration to say that their faces were ashen. One of them is the tail of the crane in the class, and the other is specialized in physique. Wanting to pass this exam. It is indeed difficult. Soon, a teacher wearing sunglasses walked into the classroom and announced in public, I'm Jai, a U-girl from the U-girl clan, and I'm in charge of the graduation assessment for this elite class. The content of the test is the three-body technique, which is the avatar technique, the transformation technique, and the stand-in technique. A score of 60 or more is considered a pass. You can successfully graduate from the ninja school and become a Konoha. The students, who were still nervous at first, all showed anticipation when they heard that they could become ninjas. After studying at the ninja school for so many years, the time has finally come to bear fruit. After Kankon noticed the emotional changes of these people, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What if you become a ninja? Only a very few people can achieve anything, and most of them will only be the grass cut by the lawnmowers on the battlefield. Some people will become victims of politics. Reina tightly clasped Kankon's hand, sweating in her nervous palms. Reina, don't be nervous, as long as you show your usual level, you will definitely pass the exam. Kankon comforted. Yeah? Reina nodded heavily, suddenly feeling more confident in her heart. After Oil Girl Shigeru finished talking about a lot of rules, she finally announced the beginning of the exam. The one who reads the name below will take the test ahead. The first test is the transformation technique. As for what it becomes, I will randomly choose an item. The classmates nodded, all acting very seriously. Moonlight Blast. After hearing the name, Moonlight Blast immediately walked up the aisle, bowed to the teacher, and said respectfully, Teacher, what do I want to become? Oil Girl I stared at the table in front of her, and said, Let's be a chair. Yeah? Moonlight Gale nodded, and then the seals in his hands kept changing. Transfiguration. With a bang, a cloud of mushroom-shaped white smoke appeared out of thin air. After the white smoke dissipated, a brand new chair appeared in front of everyone without any flaws. About half a minute later, UNV Jihei wrote a few strokes on the form, 85 points. The white smoke appeared again. Moonlight Blast returned to its original form, gasping for breath. Just half a minute of change has consumed a lot of his chakra and physical strength. Next, Redui. Next, Urizen. Next. More than an hour later, more than half of the students have passed the exam, including Rina Hatake. Basically, there is no lower than 60. On the one hand, this is an elite class with a good foundation. On the other hand, there are constant wars between countries, which requires a large reserve of ninjas. Therefore, the exams were relaxed a lot. Next, Uchiha Obito. Obito, who had been making jokes with Rin Nohara, immediately became nervous after hearing his name. Lin, I'm going to take the exam. Yeah? Nohara waved her small fist and said with a smile, "Come on, Obito." With Lin's encouragement, Obito's confidence was immediately established. He thought, "This time, I must do a good job in front of Lin to win her favor." Thinking of this, he raised his confident smile. Isn't that the transformation technique? I am a dignified Uchiha clan, and I can't even handle this E-rank ninjutsu. How can I use Lin in the future? How to be Hokage? Teacher, what do I need to change? Obito said confidently. Oil Girl Jihei frowned. The dozens of students just now have already changed everything in the classroom, and nothing new has changed. It's really a headache. After thinking about it for a while, he finally came up with an idea. Since there is nothing to change, let's become some cute little animals. So he blurted out and said, Uchiha Obito, then you can become a chicken. Uchiha Obito? Rin Nohara? Sarubayasma? Hatake Chikara? Everyone in the class had big question marks on their faces. Do you have a lot of question marks, little boy? But Jihei, the oil girl in front, kept staring at the table in her hand, not noticing the changes in the students' emotions at all. Why haven't you started yet? Uchiha Obito was extremely embarrassed. Teacher, can I change it? Stop talking nonsense. If you change, you will change. If you don't change, well, keep repeating. All right. Obito blushed, and began to form seals in his hands. Transfiguration. Bang, a lot of white smoke erupted. Before the white smoke had dissipated, Kankong had already detected the shape of what was inside with a domineering look, so scared that he quickly covered Reina's eyes. Brother Kankong, what's the matter? Why are you covering my eyes? I'm here for your own good. In front of the classroom, the white smoke gradually dissipated. What? Rogue? Gross. Yuck, the students screamed in horror one after another. Some female classmates even ran out of the classroom in fright. The boy turned his back and forth happily and rolled on the ground. Ha 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 ha, this crane tail is really amazing. It's cheating and cheating. This will be a scene that will be included in the history of the ninja world. Whoever brought a camera, hurry up and take a photo, hurry up, hurry up. Kankong shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that he would really turn into a chicken? Obito's brain circuit is too outrageous. No wonder it was blackened after being fooled by Madara with a few words. The oil girl Jihei was also shocked by everyone's movement at this time. Looking down, he almost died of anger. He was so frightened that he quickly slapped him. I made you a chicken, what are you becoming? 0 points, unqualified. Let's study for another year. A bang. Obito returned to his original state, with an extremely resentful expression, and returned to his seat with a desolate expression. After continuing the test for a while, everyone in the class has passed the exam, only Chikara Hatake is left. Kankong was just about to start at the front of the aisle, but heard the oil girl Jihei say, "This exam is over." When I go back and do some statistics, the results will be sent to everyone soon. Those who pass the exam will become Konoha's genin. After saying that, he was ready to leave. Kankon directly stood in front of him. Teacher, why didn't you read my name in the graduation exam? Chapter 34 The amazing speed of printing. Oil girl Jihei stopped and looked at the form in her hand. All the students had already ticked off, and none of them were missed. This classmate, what's your name? He asked strangely. Hokage Chikara. Chikara replied calmly, but at this moment he had realized that this matter didn't seem to be that simple. Hokage Chikara. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. Oil girl's eyes under black sunglasses began to search on the form, and after a while he said suspiciously, classmate, you are really in this class? Yes. Your name isn't on the form. How is this possible? Reina ran over at this time. Big brother, he was specially approved by Naruto to enter the ninja school. Did you make a mistake, teacher? Absolutely impossible. The list on the form was made by Hokage-sama's secretary himself. There can be no mistake. As for why you don't have your name, I don't know the reason. Oil girl Gang said. Then what should big brother Kankon do? Can't he take the exam? Reina asked anxiously. Humph. Sarutobiasma snorted coldly. He's just a blind man, he can't pass the exam, he's a waste. That's right, a blind man. It is already a gift from Hokage-sama to let him go to ninja school. What kind of test is he going to take? Is he worthy? Even if you barely pass the exam, what can you do? You'll be nothing more than cannon fodder on the battlefield. Sarutobiasma and his evil forces sneered viciously. Kankon ignored them and said calmly, then teacher, can I still take the exam? Sorry, people who don't have a name on the list are not eligible to take the exam. Oil girl Jihei said coldly. Ha ha ha. You don't have the qualification exam, get out of here. You are no longer worthy of being in this classroom. Yeah, go home and be a waste in peace. Blind man. The boys, led by Sarutobiasma, scolded again. Sarutobiasma showed a sinister and playful smile. When Reina saw this expression, she instantly became angry. You dead monkey, is it because brother Kankon beat you up last time, so you are doing tricks in secret? Sarutobiasma gave her a disdainful look. Che, it's Chikuhate who's a piece of shit and doesn't have the qualification exam. What does it have to do with me? You sinister villain. Although Rina was angry, she really couldn't do anything without evidence. You're courting death. Asuma's younger brothers were all angry. Even if Hokage Chikara takes the exam, how can he be able to perform the three-body technique even if he is blind? Reina's eyes were watery and she was about to cry. At this time, Kankon suddenly raised his hands and sealed the seal at a very fast speed. Separation technique. Boom. After the two puffs of white smoke, there were two figures exactly like Kankon. Before everyone could react, he had already completed another seal in his hand. Boom. The white smoke appeared again. The three Hatachiku suddenly turned into the appearance of Oil Girl Shikaro. Everyone present was shocked. The avatar technique can separate two identical avatars, and when the transformation technique is performed, not only the main body can be transformed, but two avatars can also be transformed at the same time. If this kind of proficiency is placed on an ordinary Chunin, everyone will only feel that it is mediocre. However, at this moment, it was cast by a blind man, Chikara Hatake. Moreover, the speed of the seal was a little too terrifying. Not only the classmates, but also the oil girl Jihei showed their expressions of amazement. But what he marvels at is not the skilled clone technique and double technique, but the speed of the seal. You must know that the speed of the printing does not only represent the speed of the printing. If so, no matter how stupid a person is, as long as they practice diligently, they can increase the speed of printing. The printing speed represents the precision of a person's control of chakra and the speed of mobilizing chakra. The faster the seal, the stronger the control over chakra. And take chakra in front of him, his control over chakra is astounding. This reminded him that Kakashi, who graduated 2 years ago. No, the talent of this young man in front of him is above Kakashi. As expected, he was indeed the son of White Fang. He was so talented. Okay, there is definitely no problem with your performance, but your name is not on the list. I need to report to Lord Naruto before I can give you an answer. Kankong nodded, and then the 3 figures disappeared at the same time, turning into 3 wooden stakes. This is a substitute technique. Then let the teacher bother. Kankong's voice sounded behind him. The oil girl Jihei was even more shocked. When was the clone technique performed? Even he didn't notice it. If this is on the battlefield, I am afraid that he has already become a corpse. If this kind of genius is not allowed to pass the exam, it will be Konoha's loss. Wait for me in the classroom. I'll report to you right away and give you an answer soon. Having said that, the oil girl Jihei strode out. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi came over in a robe of Hokage, and stopped Shigeru, the oil girl. No need to report, I'm here in person. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage is here. All the children in the class cheered. For them, it was a great honor to meet Hokage. Sarutobi Hizen showed a kind smile and said kindly, "Children, how are you doing in today's exam? You will soon become a ninja in Konoha village. Remember to pass on the will of fire." Hearing these words of encouragement, the children immediately cheered. At this time, the oil girl Jihei asked weakly, "Lord Hokage, there is a child named Kenkuhatake, who is very good, but his name is not on the assessment form. May I ask?" "Don't ask, that's what I mean." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Hizen Sarutobi. "Oh. Hokage-sama, so it was you who meant it, but I was a little abrupt." Oil girl Jihei quickly said with an apologetic smile. Sarutobi hidden slash. After Hagachika heard Sarutobi Hizen's words, his expression became indifferent. Sure enough, the absence of his name on the assessment form was not an accident, but he did it on purpose. "Then may I ask, Naruto-sama, I'm also a student of the ninja school, why is my name not listed on the assessment list? Is it because I'm a child of the White Fang family?" Faced with such a question, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not panic at all, and answered with ease, "Kankong, you must understand my painstaking efforts. I am doing all this for your own good." Chapter 35 In front of Sarutobi Hizen, beat his son violently. Haha. Kankong sneered, "Since Hokage-sama is so considerate of me, why didn't you let me take the exam? Everyone has seen my talent with their own eyes, even the oil girl Jihei teacher is in the position." Amazed, "But you didn't even give me a chance to take the exam. Is this what Hokage said? Is it good for me?" Kankong didn't mean to show weakness at all. Ever since Sarutobi Hizen asked Danzo to assassinate him, the conflict between the two has long been irreconcilable. It's just that this kind of contradiction is buried deep in the ground, hidden in the darkness. Once published crowd, it's not good for either of them. Therefore, the two of them are very tacit and have no open contradictions. When the students in the class heard these words, they all turned their heads to Hizen Sarutobi with a puzzled look on their faces. Shouldn't being nice to others be helping him? Why does Hokage-sama seem to have turned around? Although Sarutobi Hizen was extremely disgusted in his heart at this time, he still had a kind smile on his face. He put his hand lightly on Kankong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Yes, that's what I say for your own good. Although I know that this decision is likely to lead to your plan, after thinking for a long time, I finally made up my mind and decided not to let you graduate." For a time, the people in the class were even more strange. For his own good, why not let him graduate? What is the logic? When everyone was wondering, Sarutobi Hisan spoke again. He deliberately turned up the volume and said loudly, "In the decades since the establishment of the major shinobi villages, the war has never been interrupted. Every year, a large number of ninjas die in various ninja villages due to war. Konoha is one of the 5 major ninja villages, and the number of ninjas who have died is countless. So, being a ninja means being ready to sacrifice your life at any time. And you, Hatachiku, were born blind. Even though your performance just now was very good, the ninja school is not a battlefield, and the exam just now wasn't a real life and death struggle. In a real life and death battle, you, who are blind in both eyes, simply do not have the ability to fight, and in the end you can only become cannon fodder. White Fang has died, though not so gloriously, but I am obliged to be responsible to his son. So, Kankong, give it up. You who are blind are not destined to become a ninja, and I must protect your safety. Everything I do is for your own good, for the good of the Hatake family. If you believe that White Fang has a spirit in the sky, he will agree with me." After hearing this impassioned speech, the students present were all moved. I have to say that the talent Hatachiku showed just now is absolutely unique. But what's the use of that? He is a blind man. When a blind man arrives on the battlefield, he will not only be unable to protect himself, but will also drag down his teammates. It is a burden at all. Unexpectedly, Hokage-sama thought so much before making this decision. The oily girl Jihei on the side also looked regretful. It's a pity that such a good genius seedling is blind. At this moment, his aunt Sarutobi looked at Kankon with a fleeting playfulness in his eyes. As if to say, "A stinky boy, dare to fight with me?" It really makes people laugh out loud. I can kill White Fang without bloodshed, and I can destroy his genius son without bloodshed. Hatachiku expression has become gloomy, like a beast that is about to come out of the cage. This damn guy, he just said he was nothing, but he even insulted his father. What does it mean to die without honor? What is a spirit in the sky? If my father had a spirit in the sky, he should first cut you into pieces. Hypocritical guy. Thinking of this, he suddenly used the ability of the gravity fruit. The purple halo quietly wrapped around the shoulders of Chikara Hisan Sarutobi's arm. Sarutobi Hisan only felt that the whole figure was carrying a weight weighing 1,000 kilograms on his back, and the whole body was extremely heavy. The wooden boards under his feet screamed hoarsely, on the verge of collapse. Subconsciously, he wanted to leave Hokage Kankong's body. But Kankong's hand pressed firmly. "Hinzaki Sarutobi, my father's death was disgraceful, and I don't need your evaluation, and what he wanted most before his death was that I became a ninja. If you don't let me take the test at this time, father, if you really have a spirit in the sky, I'm afraid I won't let you go." Kankong opened his eyes, which had been tightly closed. Although the eyes were invisible, the pupils still existed. At this time, his eyes were like a volcano about to erupt, and he was extremely angry. Sarutobi Hisan, this hypocritical guy, first tried to find Danzo to assassinate him without success, so he thought that he would not be able to take the exam and become a ninja, thus ruining his entire life. How vicious is his intentions? When Sarutobi Hisan's eyes met this look, he was lost for a moment because of fear. This look is so terrifying. After adjusting his emotions, he said kindly, "Before I made this decision, I knew that you would definitely have emotions, but it doesn't matter, I will not change this decision." He. Kankon laughed. "What if I could prove that I have the ability to fight? Then would you allow me to take the exam?" "Sorry, I won't let a blind man on the battlefield, so you have no chance to prove your ability," Sarutobi Hisan said with a playful smile. This time, all his paths were blocked. Hokage, in this life, you can be a piece of shit with peace of mind. Is that so? I don't think so. Kankong laughed angrily, and then with an instant technique, he arrived in front of Sarutobi. As the second son of Hokage-sama, Sarutobi is naturally not bad, and the test just now was very good. He will definitely pass this test and become a ninja. If I can, does defeating him mean that I have the strength to become a ninja? Sarutobi's expression instantly became tense. Hagichiku, what do you want to do? Kankong showed a cold-blooded smile. I didn't do anything, I just wanted to show my strength in front of Hokage-sama. HMPH, Hokage, the last time you defeated me was purely because you didn't react. This time you thought I would be afraid of you. Boom. Before Sarutobi could finish speaking, a fist smashed into his lower abdomen with a purple halo and strong wind. Yuck. Asuma was beaten and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 36. Hokage-sama actually compromised when Sarutobi saw this scene. He clenched his fists, and his teeth tickled with hatred. But he couldn't make a move at this time, and the dignified Hokage made a move on an 8-year-old child. What is this? Too bad for the image. The classmates in the class were all stunned at the moment. Could it be that Hokage's courage is beyond the sky? He even dared to hit his son in front of Hokage-sama, and even vomited blood. Hokage, stop. This is a classroom, how can you fight anyone casually? Oil Girl Jihei scolded sharply. However, Hokage doesn't like this at all. Toward Sarutobi was a violent fist. He beat Asuma with blood all over his face and fainted. Enough. Sarutobi saw his son being beaten like this, and finally couldn't restrain his emotions. Hokage, have you had enough trouble? Hey, of course not, Hokage-sama doesn't believe in my ability yet. Kankong smiled, a strong killing intent emanating from his body. It was this fleeting killing intent that was caught by the sensitive Sarutobi. This stinky boy actually wanted to kill his own son? How dare he? Facts have proved that Hokage really dared. His hand was already on the hilt of the knife. As long as Sarutobi dared to say nothing, he would immediately chop off Sarutobi's head. As for what would happen after Asuma was killed, he hadn't thought about it yet. Anyway, right now, we absolutely cannot let this hypocritical guy be at the mercy of him. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Kankong used his thumb to slowly push the knife out by half an inch. Sarutobi suddenly panicked. If he didn't give in, this guy would really kill his son. Kankong, since your desire to become a ninja is so strong, then I can give you a chance. Hearing these words, Kankong retracted the half-inch blade that he pushed out into the scabbard. Then he showed a beautiful smile. Lord Hokage seems to recognize my ability, so thank you Hokage-sama. Quick, call the medical class over here. Shigeru Oil Girl hurriedly ran out of the classroom holding Asuma Sarubai, who had lost consciousness. At this time, Sarutobi couldn't show his iconic smile anymore, and shouted loudly, Hagichiku, what you just did was a little too much. Oh? Kankong smiled playfully, isn't it too much for Hokage-sama to instruct 3 dogs to bite me? Isn't it too much for Hokage-sama to deprive me of my right to be a ninja? If you don't think it's too much, then what I just did isn't too much. You. His Aunt Sarutobi's eyes widened, and his whole body became furious. But at this moment, he didn't dare to say anything excessive. Because he didn't want anyone to know about these things, which would have a great impact on his image. When the surrounding classmates heard these conversations, they were all a little cloudy and foggy. How is this going? Hokage-sama still keeps dogs at home, and let these dogs bite Hokage-senshi. Naturally, they couldn't understand these secret words. However, the two parties are well aware of it and tacitly understand each other. It seemed that he felt the change in the expressions of the children, and Saryutobi Hizen realized that he had lost his way, and quickly adjusted his emotions. Kankong, the strength you showed just now is indeed shocking. However, it is still somewhat difficult for a blind person to become a ninja, much more difficult than a normal person. In order to test whether you really have the ability to go to the battlefield, in 3 days, I will arrange a battle on Konoha's duel arena. This battle will try to simulate a real life and death fight, and I will personally select the personnel. The major families of Konoha will watch the battle. If you win the game, I will let you pass the test. Only in this way can you be assured that you will become a ninja. After Kankong heard it, he sneered twice, and was extremely contemptuous in his heart. Saryutobi Hizen, I knew that even if you agreed to let me take the exam, you wouldn't let me pass easily. At this time, the system prompt, which had been silent for a long time, sounded. Ding, host activation mission, Road to Ninja. Faced with the many difficulties of Saryutobi Hizen, fight back bravely and become a real ninja. Completing the quest will reward Fujitora with a 3% completion rate. The mission was actually activated again. The rewards for the tasks released by the system this time are actually quite generous, with a direct reward of 3% completion. This is equivalent to drawing a knife for 30 days. After beheading Moronai Ibiki, the completion rate has now reached 23.5%. Coupled with the establishment of this task, the completion degree can directly reach 26.5%, less than 4% to unlock the next template. Kankong is still looking forward to who the next template will be. Yes. Kankong said with a cold face, it's just that if I win, don't go back on it, Hokage-sama. That's natural. When did I go back on what I said, Hizen Saryutobi? After Saryutobi Hizen finished speaking, he left here directly. After turning around, his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely ferocious. Take Chikara, if you dare to hit my son in front of me today, I will definitely make you pay the price. Kankong looked at Saryutobi's back and showed a mocking smile. No matter what conspiracy it is, I will crush it one by one. Brother Kankong, are you all right? At this moment, Rina ran over and grabbed his hand. The tit-for-tat appearance between Brother Kankong and Hokage-sama just now really startled her. Kankong-jan showed a gentle smile, stroked Reina's hair and said, it wasn't me who was beaten just now, how could I be in trouble? Well, I'm just worried that Big Brother Kankong contradicted Hokage-sama just now, and something bad will happen in the future. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. Even if I don't contradict him, nothing good will happen. Well, but Hokage-sama's evaluation of Uncle White Fang was indeed a bit too much. Uncle White Fang has done so many things for the village, and Lord Hokage actually said that Uncle White Fang died a disgrace. Even Rina was a little angry. Kankong helped Lingnai stroke her hair and said with a smile, Lingnai is right, that's why we have to seek justice for my father. Yeah? Rina nodded heavily, still looking slightly nervous. Okay, don't worry, in order to celebrate Rina officially becoming a ninja, let's go eat balls today. Okay, okay. Reina was instantly happy. And then she thought that although there were no problems in today's exam, but the forehead protection has not been issued, it means that you have not yet become an official ninja. Isn't it too much to celebrate now? A bit early. Brother Kankong, I don't have a forehead protector yet. It's okay, let's celebrate in advance. Chapter 37 Blood Red Pepper, Whirlpool Kushina. During the 3 days that he returned home to recuperate, Kankong did not sit idle, but went to the jungle at the Konoha border every day to hone his swordsmanship, and practiced the gravity fruit that he had just acquired to make him more proficient. Although the 3-day period is a bit short, the improvement in strength is not obvious, but even if there is a slight improvement in strength, he must do so. God knows what opponent Saryutobi Hizen will choose to embarrass him, So he must plan ahead and not miss any opportunity to become stronger. 998, 999, 1000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of drawing the sword. Reward Fujitora Yeshu template completion rate 0.1%. After completing the 3-day task of drawing the sword, the completion rate of the current Fujitora Yeshu template has reached 23.8%. Without the completion of the task, the increase is still a bit slow. Kankon wiped the sweat from his forehead at will, ready to go home and have a good rest before tomorrow's battle. But at this moment, his arrogance suddenly sensed that there was a person outside the woods looking at him, but he could not feel the hostility of this person. It shouldn't be to assassinate himself. Since you're so interested in me, come out, there's no need to hide. Hee hee hee. A copper bell-like laughter sounded from the outside of the woods. Obviously you are a blind person, but you can sense that someone from a few dozen meters away is watching you. It's really amazing. At this moment, a girl with bright hair like flames jumped out. Vortex Village, Vortex Clan, Vortex Kushina. Is it her? For this guest's visit, Kankong actually felt a sense of sympathy for each other. When Vortex Kushina was very young, Vortex Village was destroyed, and all of her parents died. After being brought to Konoha, she was also cultivated according to the 9-tailed container, and no one showed concern and love to her, except Namithing Minato. Gee. She is also a poor woman. You are the blind eldest son of the White Fang family? It seems that you are not the same as what the outside world says is a waste. You are a very powerful swordsman. It's really intriguing. You are obviously blind, but you can see more clearly than people with healthy eyes. Vortex Kushina blinked her big watery eyes with a look of curiosity. Did Saryuto be Hizen sent you here? Kankon said with a cold face. At this juncture, it's hard not to think of that monkey. Saryuto Hizaki, that old monkey? Uzumaki Kushina put her index finger on her mouth, a little puzzled. I think you're overthinking it. I just happened to pass by here and just saw you draw your knife. That's right. Because he didn't feel any hostility, Kankong didn't think about it any further. However, I heard about you recently. Kushina smiled and said, it is said that you went toe-to-toe with the old monkey at the ninja school, and even knocked the little monkey unconscious in front of him. Now. Speaking of which, she suddenly laughed cheerfully. Kankong felt a little strange in her heart. Kushina would be so happy to be against the Saryutobi family. Could it be that she also understood something? And you seem very happy that the monkey is against it? Ha ha ha. Kushina's laughter was very unrestrained. Of course, I don't know why I feel awkward about that old monkey, and it keeps forcing me to do things I don't want to do. It's too hateful. Your performance a few days ago can be considered a bad breath for me, thank you so much. The thing she said she didn't want to do was naturally the matter of becoming a 9-tailed man. Yeah? Kankong murmured, who would want to be a container for the beast of 9 tails? As soon as the words fell, Vortex Kushina couldn't help but widen her eyes with a look of shock on her face. When Vortex Mito transferred the 9 tails to himself, it was done in secret. Only a few high-level Konoha officials knew about it, and even Sanin didn't know the news. How did Hatake know? How did you know? Uzumaki Kushina's face was solemn. This is the top secret in the village, and now I have reason to suspect that you stole the top secret documents in the village. Kankong smiled and shook his head. Sister Juxinai, you are too naive. You are indeed a woman with big nerves. Don't you understand? From the moment you were brought to Konoha village, you were destined to be the container of that beast of 9 tails. Why? Why do you say that? Kushina's face was full of disbelief. He was taken to Konoha village. Wasn't he starved by Konoha's ninjas because of the destruction of Edi village? Kankong laughed coldly. Since you don't understand, then I'll explain it to you. Excuse me, who is the first container of the 9 tails? Naturally it's the Whirlpool Mito mother-in-law. Then, what about the second vessel of the 9 tails? The second container, didn't you already know? Kushina was inexplicably nervous. So is there anything in common between the first term and the second term? Have something in common? Kushina thought for a while, what exactly did she have in common with her mother-in-law Mito? Whether it is personality, hobbies or ninjutsu skills, there is nothing in common. The only thing they have in common is both of them are members of the Vortex clan. But this is what they have in common. And many more. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly widened her eyes, and her heart became clear. Granny Mito and herself are both members of the Uzumaki clan, and the biggest feature of the Uzumaki clan is that they have a large amount of chakra and are extremely good at sealing. Having a body with these 2 points is the best choice to become a human pillar. Could it be that he was really designed to be the container of the 9 tails from the beginning, so he was brought to Konoha? No. Kushina shook his head. Although that old monkey is a little hypocritical, he is not so calculated, and the senior officials of Konoha have a good attitude towards me. And Konoha Ninja Village and the Uzumaki clan have been friends for generations, and the Uzumaki clan's logo is printed on the Konoha joinin's costume. Kankon couldn't help but let out a sneer. Naive, to naive. When Konoha was in power of the Senju clan, he really had a good relationship with Utsumura. But when it comes to Sarutobi Hisan's generation, it might not be possible. This guy, when many countries and ethnic groups besieged Washoe village, did not send a single soldier to rescue. After the war ended and the Uzumaki clan was about to be wiped out, a few ninjas were sent out symbolically, but only one Uzumaki Kushina was brought back. How ridiculous. Since we have been friends from generation to generation, why did Konoha say that he didn't have it when the village of Kwacha was wiped out? Chapter 38 The day of the duel. Hearing this sentence, Uzumaki Kushina stood dumbfounded. Before she could react, Kankon continued, if Konoha has never sent reinforcements, it's fine, you can make any excuses, such as lack of troops or something. You can even directly state that the 2 villages have broken off relations. Attitude, from now on, the Uzumaki clan and the Konoha ninja village will be cut off from each other, and there will no longer be any friendship at all. But why did Konoha's reinforcements arrive at the end of the war? Only one person has been saved by you, and none of the inheritance of the sealing technique of Vorokao village has been left behind. After I've said this, do you still have any illusions about Konoha or Sarutobi Hisan? What Kankon wants to do now is to let more people understand the hypocrisy and darkness of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and try to win over those who have been persecuted by Hiruzen Sarutobi as much as possible, so as to strengthen his own power. In this way, the success rate of clearing up his father's injustice will be higher. When the time comes to tear his face with Sarutobi Hisan, he will be able to have more preparations and trump cards. After hearing this, Vortex Kushina's expression froze, her chest heaving violently, and her whole body was on the verge of collapse. She suddenly recalled the day when Wujou village was bloody massacred by the major ninja villages. Everywhere he went were the corpses and screams of the clansmen. Kushina saw that her biological parents were hacked to death by the people of Kirin village with their own eyes. At that time, she hid under the table and shivered, not daring to make any sound. Father. Mother. Kushina suddenly collapsed to the ground and cried helplessly. At that time, they could obviously save more people. Seeing her like this, Kankon couldn't help feeling pity. She was brought to Konoha alone since she was a child, without relatives or reasons. How helpless it is to be often bullied. Fortunately, the guy Minato Namifing appeared in time, otherwise it would be too pitiful. The past cannot be changed, but the future can. Kankon squatted down, patted Kushina on the shoulder, and said softly. Having read the original book, he would feel extremely angry every time he saw Naruto being bullied but left unattended. If Kushina was still alive, she would definitely stand up for Naruto. After all, the name of Blood Red Pepper is not for nothing. When Uzumaki Kushina heard these words, she slowly raised her head, her tearful eyes stared at Kankong, and murmured, "The future." Kankong. Her eyes suddenly became firm. "Actually, it's not that I don't know what you said, I just kept deceiving myself and didn't want to think about it. I didn't expect that today, this layer of window paper was pierced by you." Kankong replied calmly, "Then, Sister Kushina, what are you going to do next?" Kushina's eyes became more and more firm. "I want to completely expose that hypocritical guy Sarutobi-san, and give justice to our Uzumaki clan." Kankong smiled faintly. "With the support of the nine-tailed man Yulai, it will be a considerable force. This is for you." Uzumaki Kushina suddenly took out a red scroll from his arms, with 4 black characters, 5 elements seal, written on it. "Then, I'm welcome." Kankong directly pocketed the scroll. He will not miss any opportunity to become stronger. "We will meet again." After Kushina said something, she left here. After Kankong returned home, he didn't toss and turn because of the duel tomorrow, and his sleep quality was better than before. If you want to do great things, you have to make sure that Mount Tai collapses in front of you without being surprised. The next day, after the 3 of Kainku and Kakashi Reina got up and washed up, they went straight to the arena in the center of Konoha village. When we got to the arena, there was already a lot of people talking and it was extremely noisy. The stands watching the game were already full of spectators. Among them are the patriarchs and clansmen of many large families. The Hinata clan, the Kudo clan, the Nara clan, the Uchiha clan. Konoha's famous family was forced by Sarutobi-Hisan's Hokage status, so except for those who performed the mission, almost all of them were there. There were also many ordinary people and ninjas who came to hear the news. They all wanted to see how the blind eldest son of the White Fang family fought. After all, the fuss that happened at the ninja school 3 days ago has already spread all over the streets of Konoha. They were all very curious as to how Sarutobi-Hiden/ would end. Under everyone's attention, Kankong stepped into the venue with the chakra knife left by his father. "Brother Kankong, come on, you will graduate successfully." Rina cheered with her small fists. "At that time, I will become your exclusive medical ninja." At this time, Kakashi's face was not very good. "Brother, you should understand Sarutobi-Hisan's character. He will never let you pass this exam easily. Also, he once said that this battle simulates a real life and death fight, I'm afraid." Kankong smiled, put his index and middle fingers together, and gently tapped on his forehead. "Stupid brother, don't you know my strength? Whoever it is, I will let him be defeated by this sword, by White Fang's swordsmanship." "What?" Kakashi's eyes widened. "Brother, you actually learned the White Fang's swordsmanship?" "Yeah?" Kankong nodded. "I can already use Bimang to destroy the meridians inside the enemy's body." A trace of jealousy suddenly flashed in Kakashi's heart. "After cultivating for so long, I was only at the entry level. I didn't expect my brother to have grasped the advanced white-tooth swordsmanship. My talent is not worth mentioning in front of my brother. But, brother, you still have to be careful. After you graduate successfully, the 3 of us will go to the battlefield together." "Okay." Kankong smiled, then he slowly walked to the center of the venue, raised his head and faced Hisan Sarutobi sitting in the center, without fear. Sarutobi-Hisan suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. "My son is still lying in the hospital, so this guy must be punished. Kankong, you must understand that this battle is a complete simulation of a real battlefield. Your opponent will not be soft-hearted. If there is an accident, No one can be responsible for your safety. However, for White Fang's sake, if you choose to give up this graduation assessment now, then I am willing to give you this chance. No need, my father, a deceased person, doesn't need Hokage-sama to give him such a big face. Kankon said coldly. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hizen's expression flashed a hint of playfulness. Naturally, he didn't want Kankon to give up, because this was a great opportunity to get rid of him. I respect your decision. Then, the assessment begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome young man slowly walked out from the other side of the arena. Chapter 39 Uchiha Shisui, White Fang swordsmanship reproduces Konoha. The visitor has a rare, dump nose. The upper body is wearing a dark high-neck short-sleeved shirt and triangular protective gear, and the lower body is wearing pants of the same color, with leggings. The most important thing is that there is the Uchiha family crest on the back of the clothes, and he is carrying a small sword. When this person appeared, everyone in the stands of the arena was a little surprised. The scene gradually became noisy. Lord Hokage actually sent people from the Uchiha clan. Yeah, to deal with a blind person with a wheel eye, Hokage-sama can really arrange it. The guys from the Uchiha clan are really handsome. Does anyone know his name? One of the little girls from the Mountain clan was directly obsessed with her eyes. I advise you not to play this guy's idea. He is a super genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. When the name was announced, there was a huge exclamation in the entire arena. He is Uchiha Shisui? My god, the talent is no less than that of Hokage Kakashi, and even surpasses him. And he also has the most powerful eyes in the entire ninja world, Shenyan. The future achievements will definitely be limitless. Not only were these ordinary viewers so shocked, even the patriarchs of the big families showed their expressions of amazement. Because of Uchiha Shisui's talent, he is really too evil. Although the Third Ninja World War has not yet erupted, Shisui has not yet obtained the title of Shisui. But his name is already reverberating, the entire Konoha ninja village, and even in the major countries, almost everyone knows it. Even Kyarabi, who is located in Unleg Gorge, has heard of this name. It's just that Hokage-sama sent Uchiha Shisui to deal with a blind man, which is a bit too bullying. They are about the same age, but Shisui's current strength is comparable to the existence of Jonin. And although Hatachika has shown a certain talent, he is blind after all, and the blind can write round eyes. Hiss. So shameless. But Sarutobi Hizen never seemed to ask for this. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing in the main stand, showed a smug look when he saw everyone's performance like this. For the Uchiha family to have such a genius, it is too much for their own patriarch. Next to him, Uchiha Itachi, who just turned 4 years old and wears cute bunny ears, looked at Shisui with full of admiration. Shisui is really powerful, if only he could become as strong as him, he said with longing. When Uchiha Fuyu heard this, he directly held his son in his arms, and said proudly, Itachi, your talent is no less than Shisui, you can definitely become as powerful as him. When the time comes, you must protect the Uchiha clan. Yeah? Uchiha Itachi nodded heavily, and then looked inside the arena with anticipation. His aunt Sarutobi and the patriarchs of the major families, who were standing in the center, had a trace of fear in their eyes when they heard these words. However, this emotion is only fleeting, and it is not expressed too deliberately. Nowadays, there are constant frictions between the villages, and wars may break out at any time. The Uchiha clan is extremely powerful, and there must be no estrangement with them now. Kakashi's expression instantly became solemn when he saw that the enemy was Shisui. Although he had never fought Shisui, he had performed missions together. He still remembers the speed as fast as lightning, and the superb swordsmanship. If the person standing on the arena at the moment is him, he has a relatively high chance of winning when the other party has not opened the 3-hooked jade writing wheel. But if Shisui opened the 3-hooked jade writing wheel then there is no doubt that he would be defeated. Brother, be careful, he's very fast. Kakashi reminded loudly. Moreover, his pupil power is very powerful. Kankong nodded. Of course he knew that the opponent in front of him should not be underestimated. Shisui's eyes possessed the most powerful illusion called Baitianshin. Uchiha Shisui stood still in the arena, showing disdain for the cheers of the audience in the stands, staring straight at the enemy in front of him, his expression full of curiosity. A blind man was able to make Hokage-sama take so much trouble, and he even sent himself. I don't know what secrets he hides. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen stood up from his seat and said to Uchiha Shisui, Shisui, I know that with your character, it will be a lot of psychological pressure for you to deal with a blind man, but this test you absolutely can't hold back, understand? Shisui nodded, then looked at Kankong and whispered, I don't want to do anything to my compatriots. If you give up now, you might be able to avoid meaningless bloodshed. Kankong smiled and said with the same voice, give up? Sorry, I can't be as selfless as you, and even betray my own clan for Konoha. When Uchiha Shisui heard this, his eyes widened instantly. He had already joined Anbu under the direct jurisdiction of Hizen Sarutobi some time ago. And the first task that Sarutobi Hizen gave him was to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan and report any situation immediately. How would you know? Shisui lowered his voice and said. His expression had become extremely unnatural. You don't have to worry about this. Kankong said coldly, I ask you, did Konoha give you a penny of living support after your father Uchiha passed away? Did he provide you with anything in life? Help. Shisui was stunned by the question. Konoha did not give anything to live by himself. The patriarch and his wife have always helped him over the years. HMPH, Kankong snorted coldly, you think that your own heart has gone beyond the narrow nationalism, but in my eyes, you are just a guy who eats inside and out. When the last trace of value in you is drained by Konoha, your existence will be meaningless. As the saying goes, the birds do their best to hide their boughs. Shut up. Uchiha Shisui shouted angrily, narrow nationalism has no future after all. I inherited my father's will, and I did nothing wrong. Kankong said calmly, since neither of us can convince each other, let the knives in each other's hands speak the truth instead of words. With that said, he slowly drew out the chakra dagger, and the blade was covered with white light. White Fang's swordsmanship. Everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Although Kakashi is talented in ninjutsu, he has no talent in swordsmanship, and has never learned the white-tooth swordsmanship. So, after White Fang's death, they all thought that White Fang's swordsmanship had been lost. But who would have thought? The blind eldest son of White Fang's family, recognized by the village as a waste. At this very moment, he displayed the White Fang sword technique. At this moment, the man who once terrified the 5 nations seemed to be back. Chapter 40 Battle of the Swordsman. After Shisui saw the white light on the knife, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was originally a master of swordsmanship, and he was also a master of Uchiha Ryu's swordsmanship. A person who uses a sword, no matter how gentle on the outside, is absolutely unstoppable in his heart, especially when he encounters an equally powerful swordsman. His will to fight will become stronger. White Fang's swordsmanship. I thought I would never have the opportunity to learn it again in this life. It's really exciting. Shisui blinked, his expression full of anticipation. Then let's compare, who is more powerful, White Fang swordsmanship or Uchiha Ryu swordsmanship? After speaking, he also drew out the short knife from his back. Kankong said indifferently, I once promised at my father's grave that White Fang's swordsmanship would never be defeated by anyone. Then give it a try. Uchiha Shisui suddenly jumped up, the knife in his hand was already wrapped in hot flames. Uchiha Ryu, Genuine. His movements were extremely fast, so fast that almost no one could catch him except the Genin present. A fierce flame slashed towards Kankon quickly, and even the surrounding air became scorching hot. White Fang swordsmanship, Wangkong. Kankon didn't give in too much, he directly turned on the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing, and he returned the past with a knife. This slash directly split the air on the flight path into two for a short time. The incoming flame slash, like a candle swaying in the wind, became extremely weak, and then was directly extinguished, as if it had never existed. What? Shisui was surprised for a while. I actually used the slash to split the air, so that my flame slash completely disappeared. The White Fang swordsmanship really shouldn't be underestimated. What happened just now? The audience in the stands exclaimed. They only saw a flame slash appear, and then suddenly went out. As for the movements of the two, they didn't catch the slightest bit. Sarutobi Hisn, including Konoha's high-level officials, were all shocked. Although they knew that Hatake Kankon had been hiding his strength, it was still a little incredible after seeing it with his own eyes. A blind man was able to use White Fang's swordsmanship to the fullest. Uchiha Shisui suddenly burst out laughing. At this age, apart from Kakashi who can fight against himself, he has not met such a formidable opponent for a long time. How exciting! The meaningless temptation, I advise you to avoid it. Kankon knife tip pointed at him and said, "Ha ha ha, then the next step is to get real." Then, under everyone's attention, Shisui took out a shuriken from the ninja bag and threw it at a very fast speed. At the same time, both hands quickly formed a seal, shadow shuriken technique. Bang bang bang. Clouds of white smoke appeared out of thin air, and within sight, the shuriken swept over the sky and covered the entire arena. However, the seal in Shisui's hands showed no sign of stopping, and the seal was formed again, with his cheeks bulging high. Ha-oh done, Fengzhen's fire art. A large number of scorching fireballs were continuously ejected from his mouth, and the flight path of the fireballs was like a blooming impatiens. Every fireball is attached to a shuriken. Looking up from the bottom, it looks like a blooming fireworks, extremely gorgeous. There is no doubt that this is a compound ninjutsu. A new fire ninjutsu is formed by wrapping the flame of Fengzanhuo around the shuriken. When it hits the enemy, it will cause double damage to the fire and the shuriken. When the audience in the stands saw this scene, they were all stunned. What kind of chakra control ability is this, to be able to accurately wrap every fireball on the fast-flying shuriken? It was so surprising. As expected of the super genius of the Uchiha clan, at the age of 7 or 8, compound ninjutsu is easy to come by. But the next moment, they were even more shocked to the extreme. I saw that Shisui quickly formed a seal in his hand again, and shouted, "Wind done! Big breakthrough! Phew!" He spit out a violent hurricane, and blew it towards the shuriken shrouded in flames. In an instant, those shuriken with irregular flight paths directly formed a shuriken tornado, shrouding Kankon in it. After Shisui performed the ninjutsu, he looked quite proud and said with a smile, "This is the first time I have used this combination ninjutsu in actual combat. I name this move, Shuriken Fire Tornado." The audience in the stands was about to go crazy, and even the patriarchs of the big families showed their incomparable admiration. Combining 3 low-level ninjutsu together, the power it exerts is comparable to A-level ninjutsu, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is A+ level. The talent is unbelievable. Now, it would be good for the blind eldest son of White Fang's family to save his life, let alone win this game and become a ninja. Sarutobi Hisn couldn't help showing a smug look. "Brother." Kakashi's eyes widened, his face full of worry. Under this ninjutsu, even if his brother was not hurt by the shuriken, he would still be burned to death by the scorching flames. No, my father has passed away, and I absolutely cannot lose this brother again. Just as he was about to rush into the arena, a firm voice suddenly sounded. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to penetrate everyone's heart, so that everyone present could hear it truly. White-tooth swordsmanship, drizzle. Swish. A white light shot up from the center of the vortex of the shuriken fire tornado under everyone's attention. After this white horn flew to the highest point, it suddenly bloomed like fireworks, turning into countless tiny white horns, falling towards the bottom. It's like a drizzle of rain in the sky. Countless white horns fell into the shuriken fire tornado. Ding ding ding. I only heard the sound of countless metal collisions, and countless sparks came out from the shuriken fire tornado, like cutting metal with a laser. How could this kind of attack break my shuriken fire tornado? Hurry up and admit defeat. Uchiha Shisui's face was full of recklessness. This time, he won. But as soon as he said the words, he immediately regretted it. Because the speed of the shuriken fire tornado's rotation has slowed down significantly. Although the attack power of each of these white horns is very low, it seems to be endless, and the attack will never stop. After being attacked by a large number of dense white horns, the shuriken fire tornado was like a dying beast, no longer as brave as before. Crash. Crash. After a while, the shuriken fell to the ground in large pieces, and the flame attached to it disappeared. A thin figure reappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 41 The Battle of the Peak. The audience is silent at this moment, everyone present was shocked to the extreme. The compound ninjutsu, shuriken fire tornado, which is comparable to A+ grade ninjutsu, was actually cracked by a blind swordsman. The audience in the stands all put away their playful smiles. In the beginning, when Hokage performed the White Fang sword technique, they were already inconceivable enough. Who would have thought that he would practice White Fang sword art to such a level of perfection? How on earth did he do it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, simply incredible. I thought that I would never see such superb White Fang swordsmanship again in my life. Kankong just stood quietly in the center of the arena, feeling the exclamations from the audience without saying a word. He did feel a little pressure just now, but it was only a little. In the center of the stand, Sarutobi stood up suddenly, blue veins burst out on his forehead, and there was a faint anger on his face. White Fang's little devil, why is it always endless? The expressions of the patriarchs of the other major families showed a touch of surprise. Even Uchiha Fugaku became nervous. The super genius of my Uchiha family, Uchiha Shisui, is he going to lose here today? No. Absolutely not. Since Madara Uchiha and Senju Hasuma fought in the End Valley, the Uchiha family has been marginalized by the entire Konoha village and suffered all kinds of discrimination and unfair treatment. With the passage of time and the increasing number of wars, Konoha village needs the Uchiha clan as an important fighting force, so their family has gradually become more important in Konoha. But the status is still not as good as it was before the Battle of End Valley. So, Uchiha needs a chance. Need a chance to have a solid position. And this opportunity is right in front of you. As long as Shisui defeats the son of the White Fang family, then both the senior officials of Konoha and the patriarchs of the major families will re-evaluate Uchiha. The Uchiha family has been silent for too long. Now is the time to rise. Stop the water. Uchiha Fuyu shouted with firm eyes, let's unleash the true power of the Uchiha clan. Shisui on the arena, after hearing this sentence, suddenly burst out with a strong fighting spirit. Although he is usually a cheerful and gentle boy, when he encounters a powerful opponent, he will become enthusiastic. White-tooth swordsmanship is really not easy. It seems that I have to do my best. Shisui's index and middle fingers are close together. Together, they shouted, sharing wheel eyes, open. His eyes instantly became scarlet, and his black pupils slowly spun. A hook jade. 2 hook jade. 3 jade. 3 hooks and jade blood round eyes. Not only the audience in the stands was shocked, but even the people of the Uchiha clan were shocked. Although the Uchiha family has the most powerful eyes in the ninja world, Shenyan. But the process of opening eyes is extremely difficult. Many Uchiha clansmen have not yet opened Sangu Jade when they are in their 30s and 40s. And Shisui in front of him actually started Sangu at this age. It seems that the Uchiha clan is really about to rise. Inside the arena, Shisui's writing wheel has been opened. He looked at Kankong and said, "The Shunjutsu is just a very simple D-rank ninjutsu, even the students of the ninja school can easily learn it." It can be said that the lower limit is very low. The power of this ninjutsu will change with the strength of the user. But many people will reach a limit after cultivating the telekinesis technique to a certain stage. This limit is that as the speed increases, the speed of consciousness and reaction will not keep up with the speed of the body. Therefore, very few people waste too much time and energy to practice the instant body technique, which also leads to the level of the instant body technique, which can only be rated as D level. However, with the dynamic vision capture of Shenyan, this limitation can be completely broken. Let the limit of the teleportation technique be completely raised again. I can increase this limit tenfold in the state of 3 goose jade writing round eyes. Saying that, his hands danced quickly. Ninja, Shunshu. Almost at the same time, 5 vague figures suddenly appeared around his body, like a mirage, twisting in the air, giving people an unreal feeling. After only half a breath, those distorted and blurred figures actually condensed into a solid body, exactly the same as the body. Is it an illusion? Kakashi focused his attention to the center of the arena. Damn, he was pulled into an illusion at such a long distance. Wait. The next moment, he was suddenly shocked. It's not an illusion, it's an afterimage. No, it's not an afterimage. Every still water here is an entity. Using ultra-high-speed movement, the overlapping time between the main body and the afterimage becomes infinitely small, almost the same as the main body. Oops, brother is in danger now. Unlike Kakashi's nervousness, Kenku in the arena is still calm. Have you finally shown your full strength? It's really not easy. Then, the next step is to decide the winner. As Kankong spoke, white light as thin as a gossamer had already wrapped around his body. Baiman can enter the enemy's body to destroy the enemy's meridians, and can also enter his own body to activate his own cells, thereby increasing the speed. White teeth surgery, white teeth. Stab it. The white light on his body rose sharply, like a ray of light. At this moment, the two moved at the same time. Kankong, who is a domineering perfection, does not have much difficulty in detecting Shisui's movements. And Shisui, which has opened the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye, can also capture the high-speed moving Kankong. Ding ding ding. In just an instant, the two fought hundreds of times. And the ordinary audience outside the stadium only saw 5 black lights fighting around a white light. The real combat action is somewhat difficult to capture even by join-in. Some of the Hyuga clan's viewers wanted to see the battle clearly, and even rolled their eyes, but it was still to no avail. They are too fast. Uchiha Ryu, the Sun Halo dances. Just use this trick to decide the winner. Before he finished speaking, the 5 black lights instantly distanced themselves from the white light. Afterwards, raging flames ignited on top of the 5 water-stopping swords, and they slashed towards Kankong in the middle. This blow is sure to kill. Kankong's expression became unusually serious, and with a flick of the blade, the purple halo quickly spread out centered on himself. Gravity wave, maximum state. In an instant, the place covered by the purple halo became twisted and trembling. Boom! A large semicircular pit suddenly appeared. Shisui also stopped for a short time because of the gravitational wave. Shisui, who realized that the situation was wrong, just wanted to escape from the area affected by the gravitational wave. A trace of coldness had already reached between his brows. Looking down the cold side, it was Hatake Senku's clean and fair face, and Kuching's waveless face. Quiet. The whole place is silent. Needle drop can be heard. Chapter 42 Victory in the battle. The air at the scene seemed to freeze, and it was so oppressive that one could not breathe. Just now, what happened? Uchiha's genius boy was pointed at his head with a sword by a born blind man. Not only the audience in the stands was stunned, but even Uchiha Shisui was extremely shocked. Faced with a self who can be invincible even in the face of Jonin, at this moment he was defeated by a blind man of the same age as him. This made him, a genius, unable to accept it for a while in his heart. He stood there in a daze, unable to calm down his unwillingness for a long time. The referee outside the court was even more stunned. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after making sure that this was not an illusion, he finally opened his mouth and said, "In this competition, the winner is from the White Fang family. The eldest son, Hatake Chikara." Roar. The audience in the stands erupted in exclamations like a landslide and tsunami. It's incredible that the blind man actually won. Not only is it incredible, I even feel a little inspirational. Hey, do you only pay attention to strength, and am I the only one who notices his handsomeness? Silver-white hair color, matched with a handsome face, is even more handsome than Shisui. The girl from the mountain family made a flower again. Crazy. At this moment, Sarutobi Hisan's performance was different from everyone else's. His face was extremely gloomy and terrifying. Shimura Danzo, who was hiding in the shadows, even smashed the ground with his crutches, smashing the ground into a deep hole. Uchiha Shisui has exhausted all his strength, there is no doubt about that. But Hagichiku won the game abruptly in the face of this kind of strength comparable to Jonin. Moreover, the means of controlling gravity just now, the two of them have never heard of, have never seen before, like a new type of bloodline boundary, or even bloodline elimination. Has the blind eldest son of White Fang's family grown to this point? Sarutobi Hisan regretted that he didn't cut down the grass earlier, but now this small grass has grown into a big tree, and it seems that it is not so easy to remove it. Shimura Danzo started to slowly untie the bandage wrapped around his body. Although he doesn't have so many writing wheel eyes on his arm now, it should be enough to deal with Senku Hatake at this time. After the bandage was untied, a few strange red lights radiated from the pale arm. Sarutobi Hisan noticed the red light, and immediately signaled him with his eyes not to act rashly. Only then did Danzo suppress his anger, wrap the bandage again, and after showing a fierce look at him, he turned around and left. The emotional change between the two was not captured by anyone present. However, Kankong, who has always been open to the domineering of seeing and hearing, has accurately felt it. It seems that he has let the two of them's calculations fail again. Are you angry? It's right to feel angry. Thinking of this, Kankong suddenly laughed. He has been disgusted by the two old dogs, and now it is very happy to be able to disgust the two old dogs. At this time, Uchiha Shisui finally recognized the current situation, and said in despair, "Yes. I lost." Then, turned around and left. Only then did Kankong retract the sword in his hand into the scabbard, and lowered his voice, "Shisui, no matter how hard you try to win the favor of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha won't be able to tolerate Uchiha. I hope you can understand." After Shisui heard this, he stopped for a moment, and then continued to leave. Kankong turned around, facing Sarutobi Hisan in the center of the stand, and said indifferently, Since I won this competition, shouldn't it be time to honor your promise as well? Although Sarutobi Hizen was extremely angry in his heart, at this time, in front of thousands of Konoha residents, he did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, her expression was more kind than usual. He was wearing a robe embroidered with 3 generations of Hokage on his back, walked slowly down the stand, and came to Kankon with a kind smile on his face. You did a pretty good job. It seems that White Fang has raised a good son. Being able to defeat Uchiha Shisui shows that you already have the ability to fight on the battlefield. But, sorry, I still can't make you a ninja. What? Everyone present was a little surprised when they heard this. Before the competition, Naruto-sama clearly promised that as long as Chikuhatake wins this competition, he will graduate from the ninja school. Why did things suddenly change at this stage? Unexpectedly, the beloved Hokage-sama turned out to be such a person who did not keep his promises. Although everyone was a little dissatisfied with this approach, no one dared to stand up against it at this time. No one wants to anger a powerful Hokage. Sarutobi Hizen also felt the dissatisfaction at the scene, but he did not plan to change his decision at all. Because the talent shown by Hokage is too amazing, if he continues to develop it, things will one day be out of his control. So, even sacrificing some of Hokage's credibility at this time, as long as he can be completely strangled, it is acceptable. After all, the credibility can be slowly recovered in the future, and if Hokage grows up, I am afraid it will not be so easy to solve. Chikara was not too surprised by Sarutobi Hizen's decision. Going back on his promises, it's his forte. Oh? So what Mr. Hokage said was like farting? Sarutobi Hizen smiled and shook his head. Kankong, as we all know, after becoming a genin, you must be led by a mentor before you can go out to perform tasks, and Konoha doesn't seem to have any ninja suitable to be your mentor, so, I'm sorry, I can't give it to you under the forehead. As soon as these words were spoken, all those who originally had the idea of becoming Hokage teacher also gave up at this moment. Because the subtext of this sentence is that no one is allowed to be his teacher. No one dared to disobey Hokage's intentions. Is this Hokage? Is this the Hokage who loves his people like a child? It's really ridiculous. I really feel ashamed for you. Sarutobi Hizen. Hypocrisy, really hypocritical. Hokage burst out laughing, and the laughter was full of ridicule. This time, the people in Konoha should be aware of his hypocrisy. I know you have emotions in your heart, but this is also a decision I made after careful consideration. I don't need your understanding. Even though his face was as thick as Sarutobi Hizen, he was a little embarrassed at this time. However, he did not intend to change his decision, but planned to leave the arena. At this moment, a figure jumped directly from the stand to the arena, and announced in the middle, I am willing to accept Hokage as my apprentice. When Sarutobi Hizen saw this person, his eyes widened instantly. The person in front of me is none other than Konoha's tailed beast weapon, Vortex Kushina. Chapter 43 Disgraceful Sarutobi Hibiki. The appearance of Uzumaki Kushina surprised everyone present. Even the person involved, Chikuhatake, was a little surprised. Originally, he had planned to make Sarutobi Hizen humiliated this time, and then defected directly with Kakashi in arena. Unexpectedly, he killed Kushina halfway and brought the matter back to his control. I have to say, blood red peppers are really good. Lord Hokage, didn't you just say that no one is suitable to be the master of Chikuhatake, so you can't let him pass the test? Then, now I, Uzumaki Kushina, are willing to become Kankong's master, so that he can become Konoha's ninja? Kushina looked directly at Sarutobi Hizen without the slightest fear or retreat. As Konoha's tailed beast weapon, her words still carry a lot of weight. After hearing this, the smile on Kankon's face gradually became more playful. I said, Hokage-sama, since someone is willing to accept me as a disciple, should I pass this assessment? Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, his forehead was covered with black lines, and he said with a cold old face, sorry, Kusina is good at sealing, and what you need to improve is swordsmanship. You two are not suitable to be master and apprentice, so you still can't pass the test. He forcibly gave a reason, anyway, that he would not let Kankon pass this test and become a ninja. After everyone in the audience heard this, their expressions were already a little wrong. If it could be considered a test just now, then it is obviously making things difficult now. Konoha's third Hokage, making things difficult for a blind child? If this is spread to other countries, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, as Konoha's third-generation Hokage, he has repeatedly reneged on his promises. Where does this place the majesty of Shadow? Unexpectedly, the third Hokage turned out to be such a person. For a while, Konoha's ninjas were a little dissatisfied with their emotions. Sarutobi Hizen felt the emotional changes of the ninjas at the scene, and his expression vaguely revealed concern. If you can't solve this problem today, then the character design that you have worked so hard to manage for many years will probably collapse. A mocking sneer appeared from the corner of Hatachiku's mouth. Then the hands quickly formed the seal. 5 chakra flames appeared on 5 fingertips. Seal of the 5 elements. Sarutobi Hizen's eyes widened, looking at Uzumaki Kushina and Hagachiku in disbelief. He actually learned the 5-element seal with an A-level learning difficulty. Uzumaki Kushina next to him also opened his mouth in surprise. It was obviously the scroll that was given to him yesterday, but he was able to display it today. Although the display was not so perfect, this kind of talent was too terrifying. How is it, Hokage-sama? Can I pass the test? Kankon asked. Sarutobi Hizen's expression was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a lie. When the audience in the stands saw this scene, they suddenly became restless. A hot-blooded young man suddenly shouted, Hatachiku, he is worthy of Konoha's forehead guard. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all the audience became excited. That's right, he deserves to pass. 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 At this point, if Hizen Sarutobi doesn't agree, the people in the village will definitely be very dissatisfied with him, and his plan to support his eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, will probably fail. Thinking of this, he finally took out a forehead guard engraved with the Konoha logo, and his expression became kinder. Congratulations, Hatachiku, you passed the test. I hope that after wearing this forehead guard, you can protect Konoha well and inherit the will of fire perfectly, instead of causing heavy losses to the village like White Fang. After speaking, Sarutobi Hizen showed a smug smile, and wanted to tie the forehead guard to Kankon's forehead. But Kankara grabbed his aunt Sarutobi's arm, stopped him from doing this, and said viciously in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "Monkey. One day I will expose your hypocritical true face, and then put you pulled down from this position to clear my father's injustice, and let you be cast aside by everyone like a mouse crossing the street." He he he. Sarutobi Hizen also lowered his voice, "Senator Kong, you are lucky this time, but you can't fight me after all. Wait, I will make you fall into the same fate as your father. Then let's wait and see who the two of us can fight." After speaking, Kankon grabbed the forehead guard and added, "By the way, thanks to your good apprentice Orochimaru, I was able to obtain that top-secret scroll, and because of this I killed Sabishi, it's really a good apprentice." When Sarutobi Hizen heard this, his eyes suddenly tightened. Unexpectedly, his direct disciple turned out to be a backstab boy. Sure enough, this guy can't be trusted. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Hatachiku laughed loudly when he saw Sarutobi Hizen looking so uncomfortable. I let people steal the scroll, and I killed it by Ibimori. Would you dare to do anything to me? If he really dared to do anything, I'm afraid he would lose the position of Hokage on the spot. Kankong and Kushina left the arena proudly, leaving only the bleak Sarutobi Heizaki. Today, he was thrown into his grandma's house as a shame. Into the night. Smoke lingers in the Hokage office. What happened during the day-to-day gave Hira Sarutobi a severe headache. Not only did he fail to prevent Hokage from successfully graduating, but it also caused the people in the village to have a lower degree of favorability towards him. It's really a loss for the madam and the soldiers. He could only smoke his cigarette puff after puff to relieve the depression in his heart. An old and dark figure emerged from the darkness. Sarutobi, you shouldn't have stopped me from killing him today. Shimura Danzo said fiercely, although it might have caused some turmoil in the village at the time, it would be better to arbitrarily add some charges of collaborating with the enemy afterwards. Sarutobi sighed, you're right, I'm a little indecisive about this matter. That's how you are. Hesitating when it's time to make a move, today will become so ugly. Tuanzang reprimanded. Sarutobi shook his head, with a murderous intent in his eyes. I won't mention today's matter for the time being. There is one thing I want to tell you. Orochimaru stole the top-secret scroll about White Fang and gave it to Chikuhatake. What? Danzo widened his eyes and pretended to be angry. This guy. How could he do such a thing? I don't know how this matter will benefit him. However, what is certain is that the matter of forcing Orochimaru to leave can be put on the agenda. Sarutobi directly tore up the information on Orochimaru in front of him. Smash. Chapter 44 The Aggrieved Orochimaru. The Battle of Kioya Mountain kicked off in a dark and damp underground building. Water droplets dripped rhythmically on the ceiling, and the lights flickered, giving people a creepy feeling. Lord Danzo, I haven't had any new writing wheels recently, so I can't transplant new eyes yet. Orochimaru was dissecting a recently deceased corpse in the underground building. No, I didn't come for this. Danzo looked serious. I'm here to remind you of one thing. The fact that you helped Hagitshiku to steal the scroll was already known by Sarutobi. So recently I hope you will restrain yourself and stop experimenting with children. Pat. The scalpel in Orochimaru's hand lost its strength and fell to the ground, his face became hideous, and he wanted to swear madly. The two of them had clearly agreed that they would not reveal each other's secrets. Unexpectedly, this guy actually revealed the fact that he stole the scroll. Oh shit. You bastard, you actually cheated on me like Orochimaru. Do you really take my Orochimaru as a decoration? Does Sarutobi know that I kidnap children for human experiments? Orochimaru said nervously. He doesn't know this for the time being, so I told you to suspend the experiment. If there is an accident, you won't have a good end. Danzo reminded. I won't have a good end? Orochimaru smiled sullenly, it should be that neither of us will have a good end, you remember it for me, although the Sharotan has been transplanted into your arm. However, after all, you are not from the Uchiha clan, so you can't take the initiative to close the writing wheel. And it is already very uncomfortable just to maintain the consumption of chakra every day. If you don't transplant into columnar cells, I'm afraid you will have to amputate. Orochimaru's tone was somewhat threatening. You dare to threaten me? Danzo slammed his cane on the ground heavily, expressing his anger. Orochimaru said with a smile, Sir Danzo, this is not a threat. Now the intercolumn cell transplantation technology has entered an important stage. As long as you give me a little more time to complete this technology, I can do it for you at the time. It's transplanted, after all, you don't want to lose this precious arm with a wheel eye. Hearing these words, the anger in Danzo's heart gradually subsided. I can only try my best to help you buy time. If things come to light, I will do everything possible to distance myself from you. After speaking, he turned and left. Then thank you Danzo-sama. Orochimaru smiled grimly. After Danzang completely left, he angrily divided the corpse in front of him into 5 horses. The dead couldn't die any longer. Hagichiku, why do you always try to trick me? If it weren't for the fact that the technique of reincarnation had not been completed, I would have cut you into 8 pieces first, old snake, and then defected directly. How hateful. Orochimaru has never been so aggrieved in his life. Naruto office inside. A member of Anbu is reporting something. Reporting Hokage-sama, Sandian Village and Yanian Village have joined forces, and we are continuously increasing our troops to Kioya Mountain on the border of Konoha Village. At present, the total number has reached more than 1,000 people, and there will be a steady stream of ninjas in the future. Come, the number of people is expected to be more than 3,000. Sarutobi Hizen was smoking a pipe, his brows furrowed. All the follow-up troops arrive at Kioya Mountain. How long is it expected to take? At least 2 days, and at most 3 days, all can be assembled and completed. Sarutobi Hizen nodded, looking thoughtful. In terms of the distance from Kioya Mountain to the main urban area of Konoha, it only takes 1 day for the ninjas of Konoha to reach Kioya Mountain. However, it would take at least 2 days for the coalition forces from the 2 sandstone villages to arrive. Among them, there is still a rich day. There was a hint of slyness in Sarutobi Hizen's eyes. It seemed that the time of the day could be used for a lot of things. Thinking of this, he said decisively, the information is not detailed enough. I need more information from the enemy. Then the subordinate will go ahead to investigate. Anbu Ninja said. No, let's go on the order. Let Hatake Chikara, Hatake Kakashi, and Hatake Rina, these 3 go to Kioya Mountain, and say that they will execute a character who cleans up bandits, and the task level is C rank. Understood. Anbu Ninja always took Sarutobi Hizen's words as a guide, even if it was wrong. After Anbu Ninja left, Sarutobi thought. Anyway, it was too late to send troops to the front line to block the enemy the next day, so it is better to use this day to get rid of this thorn in the flesh. Of course, there is another situation, that is, under the siege of thousands of enemy ninjas, they persist for a day, and they can survive until the reinforcements arrive. However, that is simply a fantasy. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hizen showed a sinister smile. I don't know how the 3 of them will behave when they find the Sandstone Coalition that is crowded with people after they go to Kioya Mountain. I'm afraid you've already been scared out of your mind before the fight begins. Hee. Fight with me, you are still too young. On the other side, at White Fang's house, Kankong, Kakashi, and Rina were happily eating around the steaming sukiyaki pot. Brother Kankong, your performance that day was too great. Reina gave a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. Kakashi said disdainfully, Rina, can you see the movements of Shisui and brother? You are just bragging. Rina. Kakashi, you can't speak. No one will treat you as a mute, okay? Although I can't see clearly, I just think brother Kankong is amazing. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Just as Kakashi was about to reply, Uzumaki Kushina walked in with a scroll in his hand. Teacher, suddenly came to the door. What's the matter? Kankong asked. There are indeed some things. That old monkey has issued a task for the 3 of you, and asked me to hand it over to you. Uzumaki Kushina handed the scroll over. Kakashi, read it. Kankong said calmly. He had already anticipated that Sarutobi's new round of calculations had begun. Kakashi took the scroll directly and read out the contents. Mount Go. Kankong murmured. Then he calculated the current timeline of the ninja world, and found that the current time was on the eve of the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. before the Third World War, there was a war that linked the previous and the next, and that was the famous Battle of Kioya Mountain. This battle is unimaginably tragic. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen sent the three of them to Kioya Mountain to carry out the task of cleaning up the bandits. I'm afraid they have ulterior motives. Kankong, I heard some rumors recently. It seems that the Kioya Mountain is not peaceful. As your teacher, I advise you to give up. Uzumaki Kushina said seriously. Kankong shook his head and said firmly, no, I'll take over this task. Chapter 45 Accept the mission, the ambush in Yanyan village. Kankong, have you really decided? This time it's very likely the old monkey's conspiracy. Uzumaki Kushina reminded. Kankong smiled indifferently. No matter what kind of conspiracy, I will crush the darkness with thunder. As soon as the words were said, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly rang. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the time-limited mission and smashing the darkness with thunder. True warriors never fear conspiracy, but choose to crush it. Every time the host kills an enemy in Kioya Mountain, he will reward Fujitora with a smile for completion. Degree: the stronger the enemy, the more reward. The minimum is 0.1%. The time limit is 24 hours. Seeing the release of the system task, Kankong has no reason to refuse. Now that his Fujitora smile template is complete, since completing the task of defeating Shisui, and the task of drawing the sword for several consecutive days, it has reached 27%. Only 3% short of getting new abilities and unlocking the next template. At that time, the strength will be another huge leap. If you only do the task of drawing the knife safely at home, then it will take 30 days. But Kankong can't wait for 30 days. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Then, let the Battle of Kioya Mountain be the beginning of my fame in the ninja world. Brother, I want to go with you. Brother Kankong, I'm going to. Kakashi and Rina naturally also. There is no objection. They have unconditionally trusted Kankong. Uzumaki Kushina covered her forehead, feeling helpless for a while. Are the children of the Hokage clan so reckless? Even if you know that this mission has unforeseen dangers, you must rush to it without hesitation. However, this kind of fearless spirit is very admirable. Kankong, as your teacher, I should have led you to carry out this mission in person, but I am Konoha's tailed beast weapon, so I was restricted from moving and could not leave the village without authorization. So, I'm sorry I can't help you. Kankong smiled generously. It doesn't matter, teacher, you have helped me enough in the arena that day. Kushina smiled gratified. In fact, she also had some selfishness in helping Kankong like this. Because she already knew in her heart that Hokage-I's future must be limitless. Now that he has established a deep relationship with him, if Minato competes for the position of Hokage in the future, he will be able to get his support. The few people did not continue to chat. Vortex Kushina left here and returned to her residence. And the three of them, Kankong, rushed to Kioya Mountain without stopping. After a full 5 hours on the road, in the distance, continuous mountains and mountains finally appeared. Kioya Mountain is not a single mountain, the mountains in front are collectively called Kioya Mountains. The Kioya Mountains are a very important strategic location for Konoha. Dangerous hills, even ninjas have certain dangers to climb. So, this also provides a natural barrier for Konoha. It can be said that it can attack and retreat and defend. It gave Yanyan village a headache. Because of this, Yanyan village has the least invasion of Konoha. And the Battle of Kioya Mountain, in the original book, is that Yanyan village wanted to break this embarrassing situation, so they joined together with Sandian village and launched this tragic war. But in the end it ended in failure. Kakashi, how far is it from the bandits' camp? Kankong asked. Kakashi took out the quest scroll, which detailed the location. Counting from left to right, the top of the third mountain, Okay, let's sneak in and kill them all. Clear. Rina and Kakashi both nodded heavily. 10 minutes later, the three finally sneaked into a hidden corner of the bandit camp and quietly observed the environment in the camp. The biggest taboo of ninjas is to act rashly. Every trained ninja has at least 3 escape routes in mind before taking action. Even so, there is no guarantee that every mission will survive. Brother, there seems to be something wrong with these bandits. But I can't tell you exactly what's wrong. Kakashi said solemnly. That's right. Kankon had already felt it for a long time. The last time I went to exterminate the bandits with Saibas, the bandits in there were very lazy and did everything. And these bandits in front of me are neatly dressed and very disciplined. They don't look like bandits at all, but rather like well-trained troops. Yes. After such an explanation, Kakashi's doubts were finally resolved. What shall we do next? Kankon spread out the domineering, covering the entire cottage. According to statistics, there were 15 bandits in the entire cottage, and after they had practiced the attacking routine several times in detail in their minds, they finally spoke. There are a total of 15 bandits in the stockade. The two of us strive to kill these bandits within 3 minutes, and then leave here immediately. Understood. Kakashi nodded. What about me, Brother Kankong? Reina asked nervously. Reina, you are a medical ninja, and a medical ninja absolutely cannot rush to the front, because once you have an accident, the life of the entire combat team will be lost. Kankong said earnestly. Okay, then I'll wait for you here and support you at any time. As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures suddenly rushed out. Kankon completed a beheading almost instantly. Ding, congratulations to the host, for killing a Wakushi Shimnin, reward Fujitora with a template completion rate of 0.1%. What? Kankon suddenly felt that something was not right. After beheading the bandit, the system indicated that it was the Shimnin of Yanin village. Oops, the 2 of them got caught. Kakashi on the other side has pierced the hearts of 2 enemies with Chidori in his hand. Unexpectedly, the forehead guard fell from the enemy's clothes, and there were 2 small mounds carved on it. The ninja of Iwa Hidden Village. At this moment, Kenku and Kakashi shouted at the same time, be careful, these people are not ordinary bandits, but ninjas from Iwayan village. This shout directly attracted all the enemies in the cottage. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Haha, have you finally been beaten? It seems that we are going to make a contribution this time. Almost instantly, the rest of the ninja rushed over and surrounded them both. In order to prevent someone from attacking from behind, the backs of the 2 were close together. Brother, what should we do? Kakashi asked with Chidori in his hand. Kakashi, don't tell me, you can't even deal with this enemy. Kankon said with a relaxed expression. Haha, let's see who kills the most, brother. Chapter 46 Head Dog. One-tailed human pillars, the blessings arrive. Kankon grinned. Kakashi, you are definitely not my opponent when it comes to stealing people's heads. Stop talking big, brother. In that case, let's make a bet, who will eat the snake meat in the refrigerator. I hope you don't regret it. As soon as they heard that the loser was going to eat snake meat, the fighting spirit of the 2 was instantly ignited. Especially Kakashi, he never wants to touch this thing again in his life. HMPH, it's just 2 little devils of Konoha, stop talking big. We have more than a dozen ninjas here. Catch these 2 arrogant brats for me, and then go to the commander this time to collect the reward. Roar. As soon as they heard the reward, the gazes of the ninjas from Iwahideen village instantly became fierce. Konoha's ninjas are very valuable. It would be even better if they could ask for some more information. Do it. The ninja from Iwagakura village directly gave the order. To done, Tulong Spear. These people released this ninjutsu at the same time. The ground beneath Chiku and Kakashi's feet wriggled wildly. Almost instantly, dozens of sharp spear-like rocks rose from the ground and stabbed towards the two of them. The two brothers, surrounded by a large number of two long spears, had no room to dodge at all, and they were directly penetrated by the body. Seeing this scene, the ninjas from Iwakakune village couldn't help laughing proudly. Cut. I thought it would take more effort, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. It seems that Konoha's ninjas have lived in the hotbed of peace for too long, and their strength has declined a lot. Yeah, it seems that Konoha has really reached the moment of demise. As long as our Yanian village occupies this fertile land, it will definitely become the largest hidden village. When the ninjas of Iwagakure village were relaxing, suddenly, the two brothers who were penetrated by more than a dozen two-long spears became distorted. Then, with a bang, it turned into white smoke. After the white smoke dissipated, the figures of the two brothers suddenly turned into two wooden stakes, and something seemed to have been set on fire on the wooden stakes. Two Iwagakure ninjas who were about to take down the corpse to receive the reward suddenly widened their eyes and shouted in fear, "It's a detonating talisman!" After speaking, he planned to flee to the rear, but it was too late. There was a flash of white light and a bang. The explosion caused by the detonating talisman directly blew the bodies of the two to pieces, and the fragments of the corpses were scattered everywhere. A thick layer of smoke filled the surroundings because of the huge explosion. Kankong and Kakashi walked out from behind a sturdy tree, and both of them pulled out the ninja swords on their backs and said slowly, "Massacre, from now on." I saw, a white light and a thunder light appeared in the air. The next moment, the ninjas of Iwagakure village, who were still trapped in the dust, let out a miserable cry. Kankong held up the knife and quickly chopped off the head of the enemy in front of him, and saw Kakashi not far away, who was also fighting with two enemies, and the two enemies were already wounded, and they were on the verge of death. A state of collapse. He took out two shuriken from his cuffs and shot them quickly, pinning them between the brows of the two enemies with unparalleled accuracy. Ding, congratulations to the host, for killing Iwagakure Shimnin, reward Fujitora with a template completion rate of 0.1%, Ding, congratulations to the host, for killing Iwagakure Shimnin, reward Fujitora with a template completion rate of 0.1%, two system prompts sounded immediately. Kankong smiled and said, "Kakashi, these two heads belong to me." Brother. Kakashi, with a look of anger, cut off an attacking enemy at will, "Don't take a head. Just now, I just killed more people than anyone else, and I didn't say that I couldn't steal people's heads." Kankong showed an innocent expression. Damn. Seeing the two of them chatting so gracefully, the rest of the ninjas in Iwagakure village felt greatly insulted. "You two, stop looking down on people." The three Iwayan village tune in. The seals are quickly formed in their hands, and the seals are all exactly the same. As a ninjutsu genius, Kakashi recognized this seal at a glance. Oops, the three of them are going to use the Earth Escape Earthstone Dragon together. At this distance, there is no way to dodge. Just finished speaking, the three people have completed the seal. A large amount of earth and rocks formed a dragon with amazing momentum. The chakras of the three people gathered together, making this earth dragon even bigger and more shocking, like a prehistoric beast. HMPH. The leader of the group, Iwagakure Shunainin, showed a smug smile. "The Earthstone Dragon that the three of us cast together, did you two little devils resist?" Kakashi looked solemn, slightly worried. At present, he has not mastered a huge range of ultimate moves, and he can't use ninjutsu to cancel each other out with the Earthstone Dragon in front of him. "Brother, let's get out of the range of the Earthstone Dragon's attack." It's too late. Under Kankong's domineering perception, The Earthstone Dragon opened its huge mouth full of fangs and dived towards the two of them quickly. "Go to hell, Konoha's kid!" Iwakushi Ninja roared with a ghastly face. "This blow will definitely let them both be crushed to pieces." I saw Kankon slowly take a step, blocking Kakashi in front of him. Then facing the daunting Earthrock Dragon with a calm face, he stretched out a hand with a purple halo wrapped around it. The moment the palm touched the Earthstone Dragon, Kankon directly grabbed the Earthstone Dragon's terrifying fangs, and the purple halo instantly spread from the arm to the fangs. Gravity waves, 10 times. Swish. The purple halo spread from above the fangs to the entire dragon body in an instant. The Earthstone Dragon was frozen in place, as if it had hit an invisible wall of air, and the entire dragon body was shaking. The three Chunin, who were constantly delivering chakra to the Earthstone Dragon, suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure at this time. The speed of chakra's passing has also doubled. How is this going? This bastard of Konoha seems to have used some tricks to make the Earthstone Dragon heavier. Damn it. The ninja from Iwakakimura, headed by him, scolded viciously, "Despite all the chakras, we must win this battle, or we will be the ones who will die." Clear. The three of them shouted violently, the chakras all over their bodies surging rapidly, and the hands with the seals trembled violently. "Go to hell." Under the condition of 10 times the gravity, the Earthstone Dragon started to move faintly. However, in the face of the three people's all-out efforts, Kankon just let out a sneer, and then the purple halo skyrocketed again in the hand that grabbed Fang. Gravity waves, 15 times. His arm suddenly pulled down. The faucet of the Earthstone Dragon was directly pressed to the ground, and then it was even more fragmented and disintegrated. The three Iwayan village Yonin all spit out a mouthful of blood, and then lost consciousness with a flash of white light in front of them. Ding, congratulations to the host, killing a Wagarachunin. Reward Fujitora with a template completion rate of 0.2%. Ding, congratulations to the host, killing a Wagarachunin. Reward Fujitora with a template completion rate of 0.2%. Ding, congratulations to the host, killing a Wagarachunin. Reward Fujitora with a template completion rate of 0.2%. At this point, all the people in the entire cottage have been beheaded. 15 enemies in total. Kankon killed 13. And Kakashi didn't gain anything except the 2 enemies he killed at the beginning. Because once he pushes the enemy into a desperate situation, his brother will come out and grab the head. Bah, human head dog. Kakashi cursed inwardly. At this moment, a group of people walked over in a hurry, and the leader turned out to be a monk. Kakashi looked puzzled. Is there a temple on Hill? And Kankon's expression became solemn. Because this old monk is none other than Shin Village's tailed beast weapon, Shui's first person. You lie, share the blessings. Chapter 47 Gravity Knife Tiger. The shock of sharing blessings. Brother, you're just a monk, why are you a little nervous? Kakashi sensed that Kankon was wrong and asked quickly. Kankon smiled and said, he's not an ordinary monk, but a tailed beast weapon of Shin Village, a man who guards a crane with a tail, and shares the blessings. What? Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Isn't this a sea-level mission to clear the bandits? It doesn't matter if the ninjas in Iwahide village appear, why are they even people jury now? What the hell is going on here? Kakashi, it seems that the two of us have been smitten by that bastard Sarutobi Hizen again. This time, it's not a mission to clean up the bandits, but a war. Even the tailed beast weapons of Sandine village have come to Kioya. Under this circumstance, Kankon can already be sure that the Battle of Kioya is about to break out. As for Sarutobi Hizen, he wanted to use the Sandstone Coalition to completely eradicate the Hate clan. His heart can be punished. Oh? Fenfu folded his hands and smiled kindly. I didn't expect that this old man has not been out of Shein village for so many years, and that there are still people who recognize this old man. It's really an honor. Ha ha, Kankong sneered, I didn't expect that all of Ren's Yulai would be dispatched. Shein village's ambitions are not small. What does it mean to release the power of the human column? Even Yannian village, the main side of the battle, did not dare to unleash the power of Rensu. Because Ren's Yulai is like a nuclear weapon equivalent to the ninja world, he will never let him join the battle unless it is absolutely necessary. Once you join the war, you are faced with the fact that all the 5 hidden villages will send out their own people and billers. At that time, the consequences will be immeasurable. Maybe the map of the entire ninja world will change because of this. Fenfu still had a kind smile on his face. Shein asked me to appear on the front line. It was a top secret, but I didn't expect you to bump into it here. It's a pity, old man, I have to kill again. Sin. While he was talking, the ground under his feet was already shaking, and it seemed that sand would burst out of the ground at any moment, burying the 2 of them. Kill them for me. Fenfu ordered the ninjas in Sandian village who were guarding him behind him. Almost half of the ninjas in the Sandian village took out the psychic scrolls, and then psyched out puppets of various shapes from the inside. The puppets' weapons were also stained with purple-black venom. If you were accidentally cut, you will die without a medical ninja. Kill these 2 Konoha's little devil. Dozens of puppets clucked and moved instantly. They all attacked both Kenku and Kakashi. Facing such a large number of enemies, Kakashi did not dare to take any slack, and lightning directly condensed in his hands. Chidori. During this period, Kakashi had not yet developed a Rachel that could cut lightning. Only a weakened version of Chidori was invented. Even so, Kakashi, without the blessing of Shenyan, could not perfectly display the power of this ninjutsu, and was easily countered by the enemy. It can be seen how important the writing wheel is to Kakashi. Although this thing is a bit feeble. At this moment, Kankon came out, patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, Kakashi, although the ninjutsu you are using is very powerful, to exert the power of this ninjutsu requires extremely high speed. That's right, and at a very high speed, your eyes can't fully capture the enemy's movements, and it's very easy to be counter-killed. So, this is a flawed ninjutsu. Kakashi couldn't help but become surprised when he heard this. Why, brother, you can see the loopholes in this ninjutsu at a glance. Leave it to me next, I have recently honed a new trick. Kankong was thinking the moment he obtained the gravity fruit. Can you use this fruit to display a wide range of skills like Fujitora smile? After many trials and failures, he finally succeeded in his tempering. Kankong held the ninja sword across his chest, and his whole body was covered with purple light, and this purple light even condensed into a solid body on top of his head. It gives people a huge sense of oppression, like facing Shura from hell. Then Kankong used all the strength in his body, pulled out the knife from the scabbard, and slashed forward. Gravity knife into punked tiger. He shouted violently. At the moment when the ninja sword was unsheathed, the horizontal gravity wave formed a purple slash, sweeping towards the front like a stormy wave. The huge gravitational force above the purple air wave seems to have distorted the air, making the entire space twisted and twisted, extremely weird. Those puppets who were controlled by the chakra line and rushed over, as soon as they came into contact with this gravitational air wave, the wooden shell, the steel skeleton, and the many mechanisms inside were all crushed and destroyed. However, this gravitational air wave, after destroying the dozens of puppets in front of him, didn't mean to stop at all, and still surged forward. Fenfu immediately felt that the situation was not good. If he didn't take action, he would probably end up like those puppets. A red chakra suddenly appeared on his body, forming a chakra coat that wrapped himself. Then he suddenly raised his hand. At a distance of half a meter, a sand wall that stretched for hundreds of meters suddenly rose from the ground. The sand wall was nearly 5 meters high and more than 1 meter thick, blocking Fenfu and the ninjas from Sandian village behind. At this time, the gravitational air wave also rushed in, the moment it touched the sand wall. A loud bang. The 1 meter thick sand wall was directly hit by the gravitational air wave to form a huge horizontal gully, and then a gap was opened, and the generated wind pressure was released through the gap. There are many weak Saiyan village ninjas who were directly overturned to the ground by this wind pressure. The golden sand is flying all over the sky, like a rain of sand. At this point, the attack is over. Ichiyoshuka Kyunjuli shared the blessings, and was stunned. The attack just now actually penetrated a sand wall more than 1 meter thick. It would be fine if it were an ordinary sand wall, but it was made by condensing it with chakra. Regardless of the cohesive force and strength between sand and sand, it is far superior to ordinary sand. Through the opening, he took a deep look at the enemy who used this attack just now. A boy who seems to be less than 10 years old can actually use such a powerful trick. It seems that Konoha has another incredible genius. Thinking of this, the killing intent on Fenfu's face gradually became stronger. This young man must be obliterated here, otherwise it must be the footsteps of Saiyan village's attack on Konoha in the future, and he must be stopped by this person. Chapter 48 Share the Blessings. Fenfu slowly took off the cassock he was wearing, and folded his hands together and said, "I'm sorry, kid, you have to die here today." When Kankong heard this, he couldn't help laughing. "It's so polite to kill someone. Would you like me to greet your family first?" "You." Fenfu looked a little annoyed. It was the first time he had encountered such an opponent. "Stinky boy, how dare you insult me, you are courting death." His arm was immediately wrapped in sand, and then turned into Shui's terrifying huge claws. This is the half-tailed beast of human Shui, which can turn any part of the body into the appearance of a tailed beast. He had already taken control of Shui many years ago and became the perfect human pillar. Therefore, at this time, the changes are arbitrary, and there is no sign of losing control at all. Look, this is the power of the tailed beast. This power is the top existence in the entire ninja world. Because of the influence of Shui chakra, Fenfu's emotions began to become irritable. Kankong's face full of question marks. Top existence? The entire Saiyan village was penetrated by Deidara alone. You tell me this is the top existence? It's just a bigger psychic beast. Kakashi felt the violent force that erupted in Fenfu's body. Under this kind of force, he had no certainty that he would be able to win. "Brother, I may not be able to help in this battle," he said reproachfully. "If you act rashly, it is likely to drag your brother down. After all, his strength is still too weak. Damn, the distance between me and my brother is getting farther and farther." Kankong smiled gently. "Kakashi, this battle is not the only one, I'll leave my back to you." Kakashi raised his head abruptly, and he, who was still in self-blame, suddenly lit up. Yup. Although he cannot participate in the battle with Ren Shui, he can ensure that his brother will not be attacked by anyone during the battle. "Brother, just put your heart and soul into the battle. I will never let anyone disturb you." "Then, thank you, Kakashi." After saying that, Kenku walked straight forward, pointing the tip of the knife to Fenfu Road. "Come on, let me meet you, little civet cat." "Go to hell." Fenfu's voice sharpened, becoming the same as Shui. The ferocious claws suddenly became several times larger, and they slammed down towards Kankong. Boom! The giant claw of sand fell directly to the ground, destroying and breaking dozens of surrounding trees. "Is this dead? Hey, don't die, I haven't had enough of the Shui in my body." Fenfu roared frantically. That's as you wish. A calm voice rang out. Then, dozens of white horns appeared on the giant sand claw. The giant sand claw was directly cut into dozens of pieces, and a figure shining white light rose into the sky. He shot towards the half-tailed beast like blessing. At the same time, all the ninjas from Sandian village rushed up. Kakashi jumped up and blocked in front of those ninjas in the Sandy village, and cut a dividing line on the ground with the ninja sword in his hand. Brothers battle, I don't allow you to disturb you, anyone who crosses this line will die. Under the astonishing aura, all the ninjas in Sandian village were stunned. After a while, he reacted. It's just a kid, don't be afraid. That's right, just kill it. I don't believe so many people can't beat him. Kill. Kakashi's expression was awe-inspiring, and the ninja sword in his hand was surging with thunder. Kill. In an instant, the necks of several enemies were cut open by lightning, and the morning continued. The other half, Kankong is fighting fiercely with Fenfu. The giant claws of sand, constantly emerging from the ground, did not give Kankong any chance to approach. Fenfu manipulated the sand and launched the offensive again and again, and the distance between the two became farther and farther. HMPH, kid with a knife, as long as you don't get close to me, any of your attacks will be meaningless. That's not necessarily true. Kankong suddenly held the knife back, and the white light on the blade flashed. White Fang saw dart showers. The attack principle of the shower is actually the same as that of the drizzle. It uses the chakra slash to leap into the sky, and then explodes like fireworks, forming countless attacks. And the shower just expanded the power of the drizzle. The knife in Kankong's hand suddenly swung out with his backhand, and a gigantic white light slashing as thick as a tree trunk rose into the sky. When it rose to the top of Yue Fenfu's head, it exploded directly and split into tens of thousands of slashes. When Fenfu saw this sword technique, his eyes suddenly tightened. Isn't this the swordsmanship of Konoha White Fang? How could a kid use it? Surprised, but he had no time to think, and immediately used chakra to control the sand under his feet and wrapped his body. With this power, I can still defend against it. Just when he was full of self-confidence, the knife in Kankong's hand waved again, and the purple halo spread out, directly wrapping around those white lights, instantly increasing the gravity more than 10 times. The speed of Baimang's whereabouts is unbelievable, and its power has increased more than 10 times. SHHHHHH. After the sharp white light hit the sand shield, it penetrated directly and pierced into Fenfu's body. After only half a breath, hundreds of shocking wounds appeared on his body. Fenfu and Shui in his body let out a miserable cry at the same time. It hurts. It hurts. Damn bastard, I will definitely kill you. Fenfu roared hideously, with pointed ears already growing on his head. When he was about to fully release the power of Shui in his body, he only felt that his lower abdomen was smashed by a hammer, and he flew backwards. In the middle of 3 or 4 sturdy trees, it finally rolled and stopped. Fenfu spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a wicked smile, "Little devil, I didn't expect you to have so many attacking methods, but I won't give you any chance in the future." With that said, he just wanted to mobilize the tailed beast chakra in his body, quickly heal the wounds on his body, and then directly transform into a tailed beast. However, he soon discovered that he seemed to have lost contact with the Shui in his body, and could not mobilize the tailed beast chakra at all, and even the half-tailed beast was difficult to maintain. What's going on? Fenfu looked at his belly. It is covered with dense incantations. This is the sealing technique. His expression instantly became horrified. The tailed beast chakra in his body was sealed. Without the tailed beast, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat even an elite Chunin. Kankong slowly walked over with the knife in hand. Who the hell are you? Why do you know both the white-tooth swordsmanship and the sealing technique? Fenfu worked hard to mobilize his chakra, trying to break through the sealing technique, but it was undoubtedly in vain. Because the seal of the 5 elements on its lower abdomen has already taken shape. My name is Hatachiku, the blind eldest son of the White Fang family. Kankong's voice just fell, and the sword light flashed. Blessing the old head, it rolled to the ground. Chapter 49 Seal the One-Tailed Shisui. Kill a bloody way. After seeing this scene, the ninjas in Sandian village who were fighting Kakashi were all dumbfounded, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme. The people of Shisui village, Shisui, and Lord Fenfu, were actually beheaded by a kid from Konoha. Many people's brains are blank, like being struck by lightning. It's impossible, it's impossible. Master Fenfu has mastered the tailed beast perfectly. Damn little devil, I fought with you. Those ninjas from Sandian village, all with red eyes, rushed towards Kankong like a lifeless death. Kakashi, stop them, don't let them disturb me. Kankong shouted. Don't worry, brother, just do whatever you want. Kakashi held Chidori in his palm, and he pierced the chests of the 2 enemies as he spoke. Kankong nodded reassuringly, he completely trusted his brother. Then, he directly put his palm on the lower abdomen of Fenfu's corpse, and chakra passed it through the palm of his hand. It is well known that if Shisui encounters an accident and dies, if the tailed beast in his body is not stripped out in time, he will also die along with it. It's just that this kind of death is not the soul returning to the Pure Land, but the chakra of the tailed beast will dissipate in the ninja world, and will gather there again after a few years to form the tailed beast again. Now, Fenfu has just died, the body has not cooled down completely, and Shisui has not had time to dissipate, but has fallen into a state of extreme weakness. Kankong will never let go of such an excellent opportunity to seal the tailed beast. He continued to increase the output of chakra, until the chakra completely poured into the corpse of Fenfu and had contact with the chakra of the crane, and then stopped. Come out, Shisui. Kankong shouted loudly, holding down the hand that held Fenfu's lower abdomen, and suddenly pulled it outwards, and Shui's twisted body was pulled out immediately. Jai, you are finally free. Shui shouted excitedly in a sharp voice. But the next moment, it couldn't be more happy. Because Kankong directly shoved this group of Shui into the jar beside him. Then the hands quickly formed the seal, and the 2 seals of the 5 elements were directly printed on it. This time, Shui looked at his pocket-sized figure and was completely dumbfounded. Stinky brat, what are you doing? You dare to seal this uncle in a jar, don't you want to live? Hurry up and let me out, or I'll kill you. Kankong looked at the pocket Shui who was showing his teeth and claws in the jar. This guy was still a little cute, but his mouth was too poor. Do you hear me? Let me out now, or I will definitely kill you. Since you can kill me, why don't you come out by yourself? Kankong asked rhetorically. Ben. Uncle Ben is just too weak now. When I recover, I will definitely kill you. Kankong was a little helpless. Shui was indeed the same as in the original book, he was an arrogant fellow. Okay, let's be quiet. He covered the jar with the lid, and Shui's little head was suddenly pressed down. Rina. Then this jar. Kankong threw the jar directly to Rina behind the tree in the distance. Brother Kankong, what is this? Rina asked suspiciously. How did this little jar give birth to little hands and feet? Could it be that the jar has become refined? This is Shui, the tailed beast. No matter what rhetoric he uses later, don't let him out, understand? Kankong reminded. Yeah? Don't worry. Rina nodded heavily while holding the jar. At this moment, Shui's little head directly pushed open the jar. Little devil, hurry up and let me out, or I'll eat you. Shui made an expression he thought was fierce. But Rina was turned into cuteness. Ka. Kawaii tilde. Now Shui is even more confused. You are a tailed beast that kills without blood, and is now being praised for being cute? This is even more embarrassing than being sealed up. Stinky brat, who asked you to praise me for being cute, and say another word, I slapped you. Shui went mad. The word cute is a compliment for humans, but for tailed beasts, it's simply an insult within insults. Rina looked at the pocket crane in the jar, and after waving her hands, she sighed again. Really? Really super cute. Shui was about to go crazy after being praised like that. If it is rumored that he is praised as cute by human girls, I will see other tales in the future. When you are a beast, you have no face to see people at all. After Kankong sensed the movement on Rina's side with a domineering look, the corner of his mouth smiled. This guy, Shui, is indeed an arrogant tailed beast. Let's make Reina a pet in the future. Then, he turned around, faced Kakashi who was fighting the enemy, and shouted, Kakashi, crouch down. Kakashi squatted down without any hesitation. Those ninjas from the Sandian village did not respond for a while. Just in a moment of stunned, the slash with a gravitational air wave has already slashed in the face. Gravity blade into punked tiger. Boom. The chest of every ninja from Sandian village was deeply dented, and then collapsed to the ground like a wooden stake. All enemies have been cleared. The system's icy reminder sound also kept ringing in his mind. After killing so many enemies and beheading one person, Jiri, the current Fujitora Yeshu template completion rate has reached 29.9%. Only 0.1% away from getting new abilities and awakening new templates. What is the next template? Kankong is looking forward to it. Finally. Finally over. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Kankong shook his head. Just now, he had already spread his arrogance to the greatest extent possible, and had probed to the foot of the mountain. Thousands of people were rushing towards the mountain. There is no doubt that the movement just now has alarmed the Sandstone allied forces. They are coming for themselves. It's far from over, Kakashi. There are thousands of ninjas coming from the foot of the mountain. What? Kakashi was dumbfounded. There were thousands of ninjas. This was completely equivalent to a medium-scale war. He seemed to understand something instantly. The bastard Sarutobi Hisn actually lied to us that this is just a mission to clean up the bandits. This is simply to cut the grass and root, and completely destroy the inheritance of the Hatake family. Humph. Kankong snorted coldly. This is also an opportunity for us to expose Hiruzen Sarutobi. As long as we can go back alive, he will establish a great majesty in Konoha, and let Hisn Sarutobi expose his filth. Dirty heart. While speaking, the thousands of ninjas rushed up screaming. Then, just use this knife in your hand to fight a bloody path. Chapter 50 Awakening the New Template. Konoha reinforcements arrive at this unforgiving moment. Kankong opened the system interface in his mind. He wanted to see how long his time-limited mission was left. If there is still enough time left, through this battle, he can even fully complete Fujitora's template. Host, Hatake Chiga Unlock Template, Fujitora Smile, 29.9% completion. Acquired abilities, Perfect Level Seeing, Domineering, Gravity Fruit. Task 1. Draw the knife 1000 times, reward 0.1% completion degree, unfinished, long-term task, refresh every morning. 2. Shatter the darkness with thunder. A true warrior will never fear conspiracy and tricks, but will choose to shatter it. Every time the host kills an enemy in Kioya armor, he will reward Fujitora's completion degree. The stronger the enemy, the more reward. The minimum is 0.1%. The time limit is 24 hours. The remaining time is 10 seconds. Seeing the constantly jumping timing on the system panel, Kankong suddenly felt a little depressed. It turned out that the battle just now lasted so long, and now there are only 10 seconds left. No, you must kill an enemy within these 10 seconds and awaken the next template. Then, he faced the thousands of ninjas who were charging and slowly drew out the knife in his hand. Kill! Kankong and Kakashi shouted in unison. Facing thousands of enemy ninjas, there was not the slightest fear on their faces, but only a surging fighting spirit. Although there are thousands of people, I will go. Come on. Don't let Konoha's ninjas go. Kill. The other party's killing voice was even louder, and he rushed over. At the moment of the short-handed encounter, the head of the enemy ninja rushing in front of the strongest was directly chopped off by Kankong, and the timer on the system panel also ended. At this moment, a series of computer prompts sounded in Kankong's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, Fujitora has achieved 30% completion of the template with a smile, and has obtained the ability to perfect the level of armament and domineering. Ding, Fujitora's template completion rate reaches 30%, get a new template, DNF Azura template completion rate increases by 30%, you can awaken and gain new abilities, reward Azura's initial skills, murderous perception, and, Azura evil light / the daily task has been updated, and drawing a knife no longer increases the completion degree. It turned out to be the Azura template in DNF, and it can still be awakened. If it evolves to the Great Darkness, or the ultimate Azura, wouldn't the combat power it provides be able to sweep the entire ninja world? However, the difficulty of awakening is a little bigger, and the next awakening can only be performed after completing 30%. Even so, Kankong was extremely excited. Because this blind swordsman also matches me very well. Kakashi, step back. Kankong reminded. When Kakashi heard this, he immediately understood that his brother was about to use his killer move, so he resolutely retreated to the back. Although the eyes cannot see things, they can perceive all things, so those who are enlightened and who see things with their eyes are fools. Abandon the light, keep practicing, and the darkness will be my friend in the end. This is the way of Azura. Kankong raised his hand the ninja sword, put it on his back and charged up, and a colorful light appeared on the blade. The next moment, the ninja knife suddenly slashed out. Azura evil light slash. A huge arc-shaped slash, extending dozens of meters, leapt towards the enemy in front, and even the surrounding air was distorted. After the enemy saw the slash, all of them became fearful in their hearts. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Why can an ordinary slash spread to such a range? When they were shocked, the light of Shura's Ziguang slash had already contacted the frontmost enemy ninja. Then Shura's evil light slash passed through the body of the enemy ninja without any stagnation. The enemy ninja lowered his head and stared straight at his waist. After seeing that there was no blood flowing, he relaxed. It turned out to be just an appearance, haha. At the same time as he said this, the upper half of his body slid heavily to the ground. When he saw the lower half of his body, he realized that he was divided into two. He let out a scream like killing a pig. His consciousness gradually became blurred, and finally his eyes darkened and he died quietly. When the other Sandstone Coalition forces saw the scene in front of them, they panicked to the extreme. Everyone, run. If you get caught by this slash, you will surely die. They roared in fear. Run. The crowd was like a flock facing the wild beasts, and they collapsed and fled. Kankong stood there, panting heavily. Although the blow just now was powerful, it almost consumed half of his chakra. For the next battle, it is no longer available. Kakashi, who was beside him, had his eyes straightened. When did brother cultivate this kind of trick? This heaven-defying talent? For the first time, Kakashi felt inferior about his talent. Kakashi, Don't be stunned, I can only use the attack just now, so I have to kill as many as possible while they are panicking, otherwise they will not be easy to deal with when they regroup. Kankong said. I understand, brother. Kakashi nodded. Afterwards, the two of them disappeared instantly on the spot and fought a guerrilla war in the woods. The screams continued one after another, and the ninjas of the Sandstone Allied force fell to the ground. The entire Kioya Mountain seems to have been dyed into a pool of blood. Kill. Kakashi used Chidori directly to pierce the heart of a ninja in the village of Hidden Sands. At this moment, behind him, a ninja from Iwahide village held a huge rock fist and smashed him on the head. Suddenly, with a flash of white light, Kankong appeared behind the ninja from Iwahide village. The ninja of Iwagura village immediately freezes the movement, then splits into two from the forehead, and falls to the ground on both sides. Kakashi, keep an eye on the changes on the battlefield. I understand, brother. While speaking, he used Chidori to cut off the head of an enemy in the front left. The enemies seem to be endless, constantly emerging. And Kankong and Kakashi are like two gods of killing, beheading enemies one after another. After several hours of fierce fighting, the Sandstone Allied forces surrounded the center of the battlefield at the cost of hundreds of deaths. Brother, it seems that the two of us may be less fortunate today. Kakashi showed a bitter smile. Remember the question you asked me? If you are in danger, I will choose to save you, or choose to complete the task. Brother, take Rina and leave. I will use my life to buy time for the two of you. This is my choice, take Kakashi. Hearing this, Kankong smiled gratified. Kakashi, how can there be a reason for the elder brother to abandon the younger brother and run for his life first? If I do such a thing, I'm afraid my father's spirit in heaven will not be able to rest in peace. Ha ha ha. No matter what, my Hatake clan will never abandon my compatriots. Kankong shouted loudly, shaking the world. Unfortunately, those enemies were not moved by the scene in front of them, and some were only angry. Because, this is on the battlefield. Kill them. Kill these two little devils. For a time, hundreds of ninjas from the Sandstone Allied forces rushed up. At this moment, the periphery of the woods suddenly became noisy. Here, I found them. It's the blind eldest son of the White Fang family and Kakashi Hatake. As soon as the voice fell, black shadows fell on the battlefield, and finally reached the scale of thousands of people. Konoha's reinforcements have finally arrived.